Beacon Press Audio presents Silencing the Past, Power and the Production of History by michel-rolph trouillot. This audiobook is narrated by Sean Scott, published by Beacon Press Audio, 2024. To the memory of my father, Ernst Trouillot. To my mother, Anne-Marie Morissette. I am well aware that by no means equal repute attends the narrator and the doer of deeds. Sallust, History of Catiline.
Forward. History is the fruit of power, but power itself is never so transparent that its analysis becomes superfluous. The ultimate mark of power may be its invisibility. The ultimate challenge, the exposition of its roots. Michel-Rolph Trouillot. It is the spring of 2013. The sun is streaming in through the windows of the Yale University Art Gallery where I'm standing with a colleague, Laura Wexler. We're waiting for faculty and students to gather for a session we're about to teach in a new course for all students in the PhD program in American Studies, a practical forum on incorporating interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary methods, perspectives, and analyses into their scholarship. Two professors run the course, one an anthropologist and the other a historian. Laura and I are regarded as cultural studies types, so following the sessions In the Field and About the Archive, Laura and I are responsible for the session entitled With the Texts. In the study gallery, we're surrounded by the artwork on exhibit for our respective undergraduate courses that semester, out of which we have each chosen one item for the graduate students in the research seminar to study. I have selected Ellen Gallagher's 60-component print Deluxe, 2004 to 2005, which dominates one entire wall. Laura has chosen a gorgeous gelatin silver print by Anne-Mi Lee, Rescue from the series Small Wars, 1999 to 2002. What has michel-rolph trouillot's Silencing the Past, Power and the Production of History to do with these stunning works of art? Everything. When teaching in different spheres of knowledge and across different geographies, it can be difficult for two faculty members to agree on a particular reading for a class they're teaching together. However, Laura and I agreed immediately and simultaneously that the one book we wanted all members of the seminar to read, not just for our session, but also to purchase for their own reading and rereading, was Silencing the Past. Our objective was to make our students think across the problems of the field, the archive, and the text, to enable them to understand the politics of representation, the complexities and subtleties of relation between what they were reading and seeing, and to comprehend the nature of that relation as a relation of power. For, as Trouillot argues, historical representations, be they books, commercial exhibits, or public commemorations, cannot be conceived only as vehicles for the transmission of knowledge. They must establish some relation to that knowledge. Many scholars have celebrated the contributions of michel-rolph trouillot to the fields of anthropology and history, as well as to intellectual thought in Caribbean studies and to theories of globalization. I draw an anecdote from my classroom to stress that Trouillot's work has relevance, influence, and intellectual power beyond these disciplinary and critical frameworks. His forensic analysis of the 4 moments when silences enter the production of history reveals an entanglement of historicity with power that applies not only in the archives, but also dominates the processes and practices by which pastness is authenticated, ratified, and organized into fields of knowledge. For Trouillot, history is always material. It begins with bodies and artifacts, agents, actors, and subjects. His emphasis on process, production, and narration looks to the many sites where history is produced, the academy, the media, and the mobilization of popular histories by a variety of participants. What history is matters less to Trouillot than how history works. The production of historical narrative, he argues, should not be studied as a mere chronology of its silences. In the pages of Silencing the Past, we learn how to identify that what appears to be consensus actually masks a history of conflicts. We learn that silences appear in the interstices of these conflicts between narrators, past and present. There are many forms of pastness in silencing. The book opens with an active memory which locates trouillot in a very particular time and locale, a family, a community, a place. Haiti under the terror of the Duvaliers, where he learned that people can be complacent hostages of the paths they create. It closes with trouillot considering how history works in a country with the lowest literacy rate on this side of the Atlantic, after witnessing an angry crowd taking a statue of Columbus and throwing it into the sea. Silencing the Past has been required reading for my students since it was first published in 1995, and I refer to it continually in my own work. My only regret is that I never met michel-rolph trouillot in person, but I have his words, his provocative questions, his insights, and they prick my conscience if I ever feel satisfied with just imagining the lives under the mortar, remembering that trouillot also asks how we recognize the end of a bottomless silence. What is at stake in pastness for trouillot is the future, the process of becoming. Silencing the Past provides strategies for countering inequalities of power in knowledge of the past. We learn how scanty evidence can be repositioned to generate new narratives, how silences can be made to speak for themselves to confront inequalities of power in the production of sources, archives, and narratives. We need to make these silences speak and, in the process, lay claim to the future. For, as trouillot warns, while some of us debate what history is or was, others take it into their own hands. 𝒶𝓊𝒹𝒾𝑜𝒷𝑜𝑜𝓀.
Acknowledgements. I have carried this book in so many shapes and to so many places that in no way can I measure the debts accumulated along the way. My trail of paper and diskettes cannot adequately register why a particular scene became a relievo, or when a particular argument became mine. Time is not the only reason I cannot retrace all my debts. This book stands at the junction of emotive and intellectual communities that it straddles and unites without closure. Ernst and Henoch Trouillot influenced this project both during their lifetime and from beyond the grave in ways that are both transparent and intricate. I cannot date my interest in the production of history, but my first conscious marker is my perusal of the work they co-authored with 𝒶𝓊𝒹𝒾𝑜𝑷𝑜, the first historiography book I read. They and other Haitian writers who preceded them are still privileged interlocutors at the boundaries of a custom-made intellectual community of relatives and friends I have in mind, whatever I write. At the living center of that intellectual community, Michel Acacia, Pierre Bouteau, Jean Coulanges, Lionel Trouillot, Evelyn Trouillot-Maynard, and Drexel Woodson, who is too close to me and to Haiti not to be drafted into the family, have provided inspiration, comments, tips, and criticisms. I know that words are not enough, but merci un peu. I started to write on the production of history as a distinct topic in 1981. Some of these writings found a transcontinental community of debate in 1985, when David W. Cohen asked me to join the International Roundtable in History and Anthropology. My involvement in the roundtables, my continuous and fruitful exchanges with other participants, including David himself, influenced my grasp of some of the issues treated here. Both chapters 1 and 2 evolved in different ways from papers I originally prepared for the 5th and 6th International Roundtables, respectively held in Paris in 1986 and Bellagio in 1989. Johns Hopkins University constitutes a third intellectual community that made this book possible. For the last 6 years, the Homewood campus provided my most demanding grounds for testing specific ideas, graduate and faculty seminars, and the most difficult audience to convince, students. Recurrent conversations in my theory classes, in the seminar on the perspective of the world, in the seminar in methodology and anthropology and history I taught with Sarah Berry, and the general seminar of the Institute for Global Studies in Culture, Power, and History helped me find the proper expression for many of the ideas exposed here. My colleague Sarah S. Berry has been a generous intellectual companion, a stimulating source of ideas, and a sharp critic. Her formulations help me to articulate some of my views. My colleagues in the Department of Anthropology during the years this book matured have been supportive friends and daily interlocutors. 𝒻𝓊𝒾𝑜𝒷𝑜𝑜𝓀, Gillian Feely-Harnick, Ashraf Ghani, 𝒻𝓊𝓁𝓁, Emily Martin, Sidney W. Mintz, Catherine Verdery, and more recently, Yongxiang Yan. Sid's vast knowledge greatly improved Chapter 4. Niloufar coached me on language matters, such as evidentials. Catherine commented on multiple versions of various chapters. Brackett F. Williams moved in as I was nearly finished but early enough to make the usual difference, especially in Chapter 5. For the third time, we were neighbors. For the third time, the intellectual landscape changed. I owe more to my students than they will ever know, the undergraduates from different classes and, especially, the PhD candidates in anthropology and history who worked with me on issues that touched the production of history. Pamela Bollinger, April Hatfield, Fred Clates, Kara Kosnick, Christopher McIntyre, 𝒻𝓊𝓁𝓁, Eric P. Rice, Hanan Sabia, and Natalie Zakic are among those whose reactions to my ideas and specific comments on parts of this book forced me to revisit points I thought obvious. Previous versions of parts of this book were published in Public Culture and the Journal of Caribbean History. I thank both publications for the opportunity of publishing these earlier articles and for the permission to reprint here. I also presented parts of this book in a number of academic settings: the International Roundtables in History and Anthropology, the conference Révolution Haitienne et Révolution Française, Port-au-Prince, Haiti, 12 December 1989, and various seminars at Harvard, the University of Michigan, the University of Pennsylvania, and Johns Hopkins University. In each case, I benefited from stimulating discussions. David W. Cohen, Joan DeJean, Nancy Ferris, Dorothy Ross, Doris Sommer, Rebecca Scott, and William Rowe deserve special thanks for making these encounters both possible and fruitful. I also thank the institutions mentioned, as well as the Maison des Sciences de Lyon, Paris, and the Max Planck Institute, Göttingen, which co-sponsored the roundtables. A number of institutions provided support for the research, writing, and editing that went into this book. The National Humanities Center, the John Simon Guggenheim Foundation, the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars, and Johns Hopkins University. Special thanks to Charles Blitzer, who was twice a gracious host. A number of individuals worked closely with me on the final version. Elizabeth Dunn provided research assistance on memory and commented on Chapter 1. Anne-Corinne Trouillot's comments were useful throughout, and her help was crucial to Chapter 4. Rebecca Bennett, Nadève Ménard, and Hilbert Shen commented on various parts of the final draft and assisted me both in research and throughout the final writing and editing. I thank them for having not rebelled more often. Special thanks to Hilbert Shen for protecting my research time. Deb Chasman, my editor at Beacon Press, nurtured this book with care and attention. Her extraordinary patience, her contagious enthusiasm, and her close collaboration made its completion possible. To Wendy Strothman, Ken Wong, Tisha Hooks, and the rest of the Beacon team, thanks also for sharing that enthusiasm. Warm thanks to Marlo Bergendoff for her sensitive copy editing. Both within and beyond the boundaries of these overlapping communities of labor, interest, and emotion, a number of individuals stand out for different reasons. From a vague suggestion that turned into a great lead, from a carefully written comment to a newspaper clip, or a document they took the pains to unearth especially for me, they have made subtle yet significant differences in the outcome. Some of them I have not yet named. Others will suffer an additional mention. Arjun Appadurai, Pamela Bollinger, Sarah Berry, Carol A. Breckenridge, Pierre Buteau, David W. Cohen, Joan Dayan, Patrick Delatour, Daniel Ellie, Nancy Ferris, Fred Clates, Peter Hulme, Richard Kagan, Albert Manganese, Hans Medic, Sidney W. Mintz, 𝒻𝓊𝓁𝓁, michel-rolph, J.G.A. Pocock, Eric P. Rice, Hanan Sabia, Louise Sala-Malines, Gerald Sider, Gavin Smith, John Thornton, Anne-Corinne Trouillot, Lionel Trouillot, Catherine Verdery, Ronald Walters, and 𝒻𝓊𝓁𝓁 contributed to this book in various ways. Understandably, their input, and that of others, led to results they did not always intend. I started these acknowledgments with family. I will also end there. My uncle, Lucien Morisset, provided a much-needed and idyllic retreat in 𝒻𝓊𝓁𝓁, where Chapter 1 took definitive form and where the book finally emerged as a single whole. 𝒻𝓁 and trouillot provided both the context of work and the context away from work. They added meaning to this and other ventures. I thank them for their presence and for mediating on the home front the pain and the perverse pleasure of writing in a second language. Preface. I grew up in a family where history sat at the dinner table. All his life, my father engaged in a number of parallel professional activities, none of which alone defined him, but most of which were steeped in his love of history. I was in my teens when he started a regular program on Haitian television that explored little-known details of the history of the country. That program rarely surprised me. The stories my dad told his audience were not different from those he told at home. I had cataloged some of them on the yellowed cards that embodied a massive biographical dictionary of Haitian history my father never finished. Later, in the class he taught in world history in my high school, I worked harder than my classmates to earn a passing grade. But his lectures, good as they were, never matched what I learned at home on Sundays. Sunday afternoon was when my father's brother, my Uncle Enoch, came to visit. He was one of the few people I knew who actually earned a living from knowing history. He was nominally the director of the National Archives, but writing was his true passion, and he published historical research too fast for most readers to keep up with. In books, journals, and newspapers, at times his preferred medium. On Sundays, he tested his ideas on my dad, for whom history was increasingly becoming only a favorite hobby as his law practice expanded. The brothers disagreed more often than not, in part because they genuinely saw the world quite differently, in part because the heat of their divergences, both political and philosophical, fueled their ceremonial of love. Sunday afternoon was ritual time for the Trouillot brothers. History was their alibi for expressing both their love and their disagreements, with Enoch overplaying his bohemian side and my father stressing bourgeois rationality. They argued about long-dead figures, Haitian and foreign, the way one chats about neighbors, with the concerned distance that comes from knowing intimate details of the lives of people who are not family. Were I not suspicious of obvious genealogies, I could claim this mixture of intimacy and distance, and the class, race, and gender positions that made it possible, as the central part of my intellectual heritage. But I have learned on my own that the point about such claims may be less what they assert than the fact of their assertion. Growing up who I was, I could not escape historicity, but I also learned that anyone, anywhere, with the right dosage of suspicion can formulate questions to history with no pretense that these questions themselves stand outside history. Long before I read Nietzsche's untimely meditations, I knew intuitively that people can suffer from historical overdose, complacent hostages of the past they create. We learned that much in many Haitian households at the peak of the Duvalier's terror, if only we dared to look outside. Yet, being who I am and looking at the world from there, the mere proposition that one could, or should, escape history seems to me either foolish or deceitful. I find it hard to harness respect for those who genuinely believe that postmodernity, whatever it may be, allows us to claim no roots. I wonder why they have convictions, if indeed they have any. Similarly, allegations that we have reached the end of history, or that we are somewhat closer to a future when all pasts will be equal, make me wonder about the motives of those who make such claims. I am aware that there is an inherent tension in suggesting that we should acknowledge our position while taking distance from it, but I find that tension both healthy and pleasant. I guess that after all, I am perhaps claiming that legacy of intimacy and estrangement. We are never as steeped in history as when we pretend not to be. But if we stop pretending, we may gain in understanding what we lose in false innocence. Naivete is often an excuse for those who exercise power. For those upon whom that power is exercised, naivete is always a mistake. This book is about history and power. It deals with the many ways in which the production of historical narratives involves the uneven contribution of competing groups and individuals who have unequal access to the means for such production. The forces I will expose are less visible than gunfire, class property, or political crusades. I want to argue that they are no less powerful. I also want to reject both the naive proposition that we are prisoners of our pasts and the pernicious suggestion that history is whatever we make of it. History is the fruit of power, but power itself is never so transparent that its analysis becomes superfluous. The ultimate mark of power may be its invisibility, the ultimate challenge, the exposition of its roots. Chapter 1. The Power in the Story. This is a story within a story, so slippery at the edges that one wonders when and where it started, and whether it will ever end. By the middle of February 1836, the army of General Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna had reached the crumbling walls of the old mission of San Antonio de Valero in the Mexican province of Texas. Few traces of the Franciscan priest who had built the mission more than a century before had survived the combined assaults of time and of a succession of less religious residents. Intermittent squatters, Spanish and Mexican soldiers, had turned the place into something of a fort and nicknamed it the Alamo, from the name of a Spanish cavalry unit that undertook one of the many transformations of the crude compound. Now, 3 years after Santa Anna first gained power in independent Mexico, a few English-speaking squatters occupied the place, refusing to surrender to a superior force. Luckily for Santa Anna, the squatters were outnumbered, at most 189 potential fighters, and the structure itself was weak. The conquest would be easy, or so thought Santa Anna. The conquest was not easy. The siege persisted through 12 days of cannonade. On March 6, Santa Anna blew the horns that Mexicans traditionally use to announce an attack to the death. Later on that same day, his forces finally broke through the fort, killing most of the defenders. But a few weeks later, on April 21st, at San Jacinto, Santa Anna fell prisoner to Sam Houston, the freshly certified leader of the secessionist Republic of Texas. Santa Anna recovered from that upset. He went on to be 4 more times the leader of a much reduced Mexico. But in important ways, he was doubly defeated at San Jacinto. He lost the battle of the day, but he also lost the battle he had won at the Alamo. Houston's men had punctuated their victorious attack on the Mexican army with repeated shouts of, "Remember the Alamo! Remember the Alamo!" With that reference to the old mission, they doubly made history. As actors, they captured Santa Anna and neutralized his forces. As narrators, they gave the Alamo story a new meaning. The military loss of March was no longer the end point of the narrative, but a necessary turn in the plot, the trial of the heroes which, in turn, made final victory both inevitable and grandiose. With the battle cry of San Jacinto, Houston's men reversed for more than a century the victory Santa Anna thought he had gained in San Antonio. Human beings participate in history both as actors and as narrators. The inherent ambivalence of the word history in many modern languages, including English, suggests this dual participation. In vernacular use, history means both the facts of the matter and a narrative of those facts, both what happened and that which is said to have happened. The first meaning places the emphasis on the socio-historical process, the second, on our knowledge of that process, or on a story about that process. If I write, "The history of the United States begins with the Mayflower," a statement many readers may find simplistic and controversial, there will be little doubt that I am suggesting that the first significant event in the process that eventuated in what we now call the United States is the landing of the Mayflower. Consider now a sentence grammatically identical to the preceding one and perhaps as controversial. The history of France starts with Michelet. The meaning of the word history has unambiguously shifted from the socio-historical process to our knowledge of that process. The sentence affirms that the first significant narrative about France was the one written by Jules Michelet. Yet, the distinction between what happened and that which is said to have happened is not always clear. Consider a third sentence. The history of the United States is a history of migration. The reader may choose to understand both uses of the word history as emphasizing the socio-historical process. Then, the sentence seems to suggest that the fact of migration is the central element in the evolution of the United States. But an equally valid interpretation of that sentence is that the best narrative about the United States is a story of migrations. That interpretation becomes privileged if I add a few qualifiers. The true history of the United States is a history of migrations. That history remains to be written. Yet, a third interpretation may place the emphasis on the socio-historical process for the first use of the word history, and on knowledge and narrative for its second use in the same sentence, thus suggesting that the best narrative about the United States is one of which migration is the central theme. This third interpretation is possible only because we implicitly acknowledge an overlap between the socio-historical process and our knowledge of it, an overlap significant enough to allow us to suggest, with varying degree of metaphorical intent, that the history of the United States is a story of migrations. Not only can history mean either the socio-historical process or our knowledge of that process, but the boundary between the two meanings is often quite fluid. The vernacular use of the word history thus offers us a semantic ambiguity, an irreducible distinction, and yet an equally irreducible overlap between what happened and that which is said to have happened. Yet it suggests also the importance of context. The overlap and the distance between the two sides of historicity may not be susceptible to a general formula. The ways in which what happened and that which is said to have happened are and are not the same may itself be historical. Words are not concepts, and concepts are not words. Between the two are the layers of theory accumulated throughout the ages. But theories are built on words and with words. Thus, it is not surprising that the ambiguity offered by the vernacular use of the word history has caught the attention of many thinkers since at least antiquity. What is surprising is the reluctance with which theories of history have dealt with this fundamental ambiguity. Indeed, as history became a distinguishable profession, theorists have followed two incompatible tendencies. Some, influenced by positivism, have emphasized the distinction between the historical world and what we say or write about it. Others, who adopt a constructivist viewpoint, have stressed the overlap between the historical process and narratives about that process. Most have treated the combination itself, the core of the ambiguity, as if it were a mere accident of vernacular parlance to be corrected by theory. What I hope to do is to show how much room there is to look at the production of history outside of the dichotomies that these positions suggest and reproduce. One-sided historicity. Summaries of intellectual trends and subdisciplines always shortchange the various authors they somewhat compulsively regroup. I do not even attempt such a regrouping here. I hope that the following sketch is sufficient to show the limitations that I question. Positivism has a bad name today, but at least some of that scorn is well-deserved. As history solidified as a profession in the 19th century, scholars significantly influenced by positivist views tried to theorize the distinction between historical process and historical knowledge. Indeed, the professionalization of the discipline is partly premised on that distinction. The more distant the socio-historical process is from its knowledge, the easier the claim to a scientific professionalism. Thus, historians, and more particularly, philosophers of history, were proud to discover or reiterate instances where the distinction was supposedly indisputable because it was marked not only by semantic context, but by morphology or by the lexicon itself. The Latin distinction between res gesta and historia rerum gestarum, or the German distinction between Geschichte and Geschichtsschreibung, helped to inscribe a fundamental difference, sometimes ontological, sometimes epistemological, between what happened and what was said to have happened. These philosophical boundaries, in turn, reinforce the chronological boundary between past and present inherited from antiquity. The positivist position dominated Western scholarship enough to influence the vision of history among historians and philosophers who did not necessarily see themselves as positivists. Tenets of that vision still inform the public sense of history in most of Europe and North America. The role of the historian is to reveal the past, to discover or at least approximate the truth. Within that viewpoint, power is unproblematic, irrelevant to the construction of the narrative as such. At best, history is a story about power, a story about those who won. The proposition that history is another form of fiction is almost as old as history itself, and the arguments used to defend it have varied greatly. As 𝒻𝓊𝓁𝓁 suggests, there is nothing new even in the claim that everything is an interpretation, except the euphoria that now surrounds the claim. What I call the constructivist view of history is a particular version of these two propositions that has gained visibility in academia since the 1970s. It builds upon recent advances in critical theory, in the theory of the narrative and analytic philosophy. In its dominant version, it contends that the historical narrative bypasses the issue of truth by virtue of its form. Narratives are necessarily imploded in a way that life is not. Thus, they necessarily distort life, whether or not the evidence upon which they are based could be proved correct. Within that viewpoint, history becomes one among many types of narratives with no particular distinction except for its pretense of truth. Whereas the positivist view hides the tropes of power behind a naive epistemology, the constructivist one denies the autonomy of the socio-historical process. Taken to its logical endpoint, constructivism views the historical narrative as one fiction among others. But what makes some narratives rather than others powerful enough to pass as accepted history, if not historicity itself? If history is merely the story told by those who won, how did they win in the first place? And why don't all winners tell the same story? Between truth and fiction. Each historical narrative renews a claim to truth. If I write a story describing how U.S. troops entering a German prison at the end of World War II massacred 500 gypsies, if I claim the story is based on documents recently found in Soviet archives and corroborated by German sources, and if I fabricate such sources and publish my story as such, I have not written fiction. I have produced a fake. I have violated the rules that govern claims to historical truth. That such rules are not the same in all times and all places has led many scholars to suggest that some societies, non-Western of course, do not differentiate between fiction and history. That assertion reminds us of past debates among some Western observers about the languages of the peoples they colonized. Because these observers did not find grammar books or dictionaries among the so-called savages, because they could not understand or apply the grammatical rules that govern these languages, they promptly concluded that such rules did not exist. As befits comparisons between the West and the many subaltern others it created for itself, the field was uneven from the start. The objects contrasted were eminently incomparable. The comparison unfairly juxtaposed a discourse about language and linguistic practice. The metalanguage of grammarians proved the existence of grammar in European languages. Spontaneous speech proved its absence elsewhere. Some Europeans and their colonized students saw in this alleged absence of rules the infantile freedom that they came to associate with savagery, while others saw in it one more proof of the inferiority of non-whites. We now know that both sides were wrong. Grammar functions in all languages. Could the same be said about history? Or is history so infinitely malleable in some societies that it loses its differential claim to truth? The classification of all non-Westerners as fundamentally non-historical is tied also to the assumption that history requires a linear and cumulative sense of time that allows the observer to isolate the past as a distinct entity. Yet, Ibn Khaldun fruitfully applied a cyclical view of time to the study of history. Further, the exclusive adherence to linear time by Western historians themselves and the ensuing rejection of the people left without history both date from the 19th century. Did the West have a history before 1800? The pernicious belief that epistemic validity matters only to Western-educated populations, either because others lack the proper sense of time or the proper sense of evidence, is belied by the use of evidentials in a number of non-European languages. An English approximation would be a rule forcing historians to distinguish grammatically between "I heard that it happened," "I saw it happen," or "I have obtained evidence that it happened," every time they use the verb to happen. English, of course, has no such grammatical rule for assessing evidence. Does the fact that Takuya has an elaborate system of evidentials predispose its Amazonian speakers to be better historians than most Englishmen? Arjun Appadurai argues convincingly that rules about what he calls the debatability of the past operate in all societies. Although these rules exhibit substantive variations in time and space, they all aim to guarantee a minimal credibility in history. Appadurai suggests a number of formal constraints that universally enforce that credibility and limit the character of historical debates: authority, continuity, depth, and interdependence. Nowhere is history infinitely susceptible to invention. The need for a different kind of credibility sets the historical narrative apart from fiction. This need is both contingent and necessary. It is contingent inasmuch as some narratives go back and forth over the line between fiction and history, while others occupy an undefined position that seems to deny the very existence of a line. It is necessary inasmuch as, at some point, historically specific groups of humans must decide if a particular narrative belongs to history or to fiction. In other words, the epistemological break between history and fiction is always expressed concretely through the historically situated evaluation of specific narratives. Is island cannibalism fact or fiction? Scholars have long tried to confirm or discredit some early Spanish colonizers' contention that Native Americans of the Antilles committed cannibalism. Is the semantic association between Caribs, cannibals, and Caliban based on more than European phantasms? Some scholars claim that the fantasy has reached such significance for the West that it matters little whether it is based on facts. Does this mean that the line between history and fiction is useless? As long as the conversation involves Europeans talking about dead Indians, the debate is merely academic. Yet, even dead Indians can return to haunt professional and amateur historians. The Intertribal Council of American Indians affirms that the remains of more than 1,000 individuals, mostly Native American Catholics, are buried in grounds adjacent to the Alamo, in an old cemetery once linked to the Franciscan mission, but of which the most visible traces have disappeared. The Council's efforts to have the sacredness of the grounds recognized by the state of Texas and the city of San Antonio have met only partial success. Still, they are impressive enough to threaten to control the organization that has custody of the Alamo. The Daughters of the Republic of Texas holds over a historical site entrusted to them by the state since 1905. The debate over the grounds fits within a larger war that some observers have dubbed the Second Battle of the Alamo. That larger controversy surrounds the 1836 siege of the compound by Santa Anna's forces. Is that battle a moment of glory during which freedom-loving Anglos, outnumbered but undaunted, spontaneously chose to fight until death rather than surrender to a corrupt Mexican dictator? Or is it a brutal example of U.S. expansionism, the story of a few white predators taking over what was sacred territory and half-willingly providing, with their death, the alibi for a well-planned annexation? So phrased, the debate evokes issues that have divided a few historians and inhabitants of Texas over the last 20 years. But with San Antonio's population now composed of 56% nominal Hispanics, many of whom also acknowledge some Native American ancestry, the Second Battle of the Alamo has literally reached the streets. Demonstrations, parades, editorials, and demands for various municipal or court orders, including one blocking the streets now leading to the Alamo, punctuate the debate between increasingly angry parties. In the heated context of this debate, advocates on both sides are questioning factual statements, the accuracy of which mattered to few half a century ago. Facts, both trivial or prominent in relative isolation, are questioned or heralded by each camp. Historians have long questioned the veracity of some of the events in Alamo narratives, most notably the story of the line on the ground. According to that story, When it became clear that the choice for the 189 Alamo occupants was between escape and certain death at the Mexicans' hands, Commandant William Barrett Travis drew a line on the ground. He then asked all those willing to fight to the death to cross it. Supposedly, everyone crossed, except, of course, the man who conveniently escaped to tell the story. Texas historians, and especially Texas-based authors of textbooks and popular history, long concurred that this particular narrative was only a good story, and that it doesn't really matter whether it is true or not. Such remarks were made before the current constructivist wave by people who otherwise believed that facts are facts, and nothing but facts. But in a context where the courage of the men who stayed at the Alamo is openly questioned, the line on the ground is suddenly among the many facts now submitted to a test of credibility. The list is endless. Where exactly was the cemetery? And are the remains still there? Are tourist visits to the Alamo violating the religious rights of the dead, and should the state of Texas intervene? Did the state itself ever pay the Roman Catholic Church the agreed-upon price for the chapel of the Alamo, and, if not, are not the custodians usurpers of a historical landmark? Did James Bowie, one of the white American leaders, bury a stolen treasure in the site? If so, is that the real reason why the occupants chose to fight, or conversely, did Bowie try to negotiate in order to save both his life and the treasure? In short, how much was greed, rather than patriotism, central to the Alamo battle? Did the besieged mistakenly believe that reinforcement was on its way, and if so, how much can we believe in their courage? Did Davy Crockett die during the battle or after the battle? Did he try to surrender? Did he really wear a coonskin cap? That last question may sound the most trivial of a rather bizarre list, but it appears less trifling and not at all bizarre when we note that the Alamo Shrine is Texas's main tourist attraction, drawing some 3 million visitors a year. Now that local voices have become loud enough to question the innocence of a little gringo wearing a Davy cap, Mom and Dad may think twice about buying one. And the custodians of history shiver, afraid that the past is catching up too fast with the present. In the context of that controversy, it suddenly matters how real Davy was. The lesson of the debate is clear. At some stage, for reasons that are themselves historical, most often spurred by controversy, collectivities experience the need to impose a test of credibility on certain events and narratives because it matters to them whether these events are true or false, whether these stories are fact or fiction. That it matters to them does not necessarily mean that it matters to us. But how far can we carry our isolationism? Does it really not matter whether or not the dominant narrative of the Jewish Holocaust is true or false? Does it really not make a difference whether or not the leaders of Nazi Germany actually planned and supervised the death of 6 million Jews? The associates of the Institute for Historical Review maintain that the Holocaust narrative matters, but they also maintain that it is false. They generally agree that Jews were victimized during World War II, and some even accept that the Holocaust was a tragedy. However, most profess to set the record straight on 3 main issues: the reported number of 6 million Jews killed by the Nazis, the systematic Nazi plan for the extermination of Jews, the existence of gas chambers for mass murders. Revisionists claim there is no irrefutable evidence to back any of these central facts of the dominant Holocaust narrative, which serves only to perpetuate various state policies in the United States, Europe, and Israel. Revisionist theses on the Holocaust have been refuted by a number of authors. Historian 𝒻𝓊𝒁𝓁, whose own mother died at Auschwitz, has used his repeated rebuttals of revisionist theses to raise powerful questions on the relation between scholarship and political responsibility. Jean-Pierre Pressac, himself a former revisionist, documents better than any other historian the German death machinery. Deborah Lipstadt's most recent book on the subject examines the political motivations of the revisionists in order to launch an ideological critique of revisionism. To that latter kind of critique, the revisionists reply that they are historians. Why should their motives matter if they follow the customary methods of historical criticism? We can't dismiss heliocentric theory just because Copernicus apparently hated the Catholic Church. The revisionist claimed adherence to empiricist procedures provides a perfect case to test the limits of historical constructionism. The immediate political and moral stakes of Holocaust narratives for a number of constituencies worldwide and the competing strength and loudness of these constituencies in the United States and in Europe leave the constructivists both politically and theoretically naked. For the only logical constructivist position on the Holocaust debate is to deny that there is matter to debate. Constructivists must claim that it does not really matter whether or not there were gas chambers, whether the death toll was 1 or 6 million, or whether the genocide was planned. And indeed, constructivist Hayden White came dangerously close to suggesting that the main relevance of the dominant Holocaust narrative is that it serves to legitimate the policies of the State of Israel. White later qualified his extreme constructivist stance and now espouses a much more modest relativism. But how much can we reduce what happened to what is said to have happened? If 6 million do not really matter, would 2 million be enough? Or would some of us settle for 300,000? If meaning is totally severed from a referent out there, if there is no cognitive purpose, nothing to be proved or disproved, what then is the point of the story? White's answer is clear: to establish moral authority. But why bother with the Holocaust or plantation slavery, Pol Pot, or the French Revolution when we already have Little Red Riding Hood? Constructivism's dilemma is that while it can point to hundreds of stories that illustrate its general claim that narratives are produced, it cannot give a full account of the production of any single narrative. For either we would all share the same stories of legitimation, or the reasons why a specific story matters to a specific population are themselves historical. To state that a particular narrative legitimates particular policies is to refer implicitly to a true account of these policies through time, an account which itself can take the form of another narrative. But to admit the possibility of this second narrative is, in turn, to admit that the historical process has some autonomy vis-à-vis the narrative. It is to admit that, as ambiguous and contingent as it is, the boundary between what happened and that which is said to have happened is necessary. It is not that some societies distinguish between fiction and history and others do not. Rather, the difference is in the range of narratives that specific collectivities must put to their own test of historical credibility because of the stakes involved in these narratives. Single-site historicity. We would be wrong to think that such stakes proceed naturally from the importance of the original event. The widespread notion of history as reminiscent of important past experiences is misleading. The model itself is well known. History is to a collectivity as remembrance is to an individual, the more or less conscious retrieval of past experiences stored in memory. Its numerous variations aside, we can call it, for short, the storage model of memory history. The first problem with the storage model is its age, the antiquated science upon which it rests. The model assumes a view of knowledge as recollection, which goes back to Plato, a view now disputed by philosophers and cognitive scientists. Further, the vision of individual memory on which it draws has been strongly questioned by researchers of various stripes since at least the end of the 19th century. Within that vision, memories are discrete representations stored in a cabinet, the contents of which are generally accurate and accessible at will. Recent research has questioned all these assumptions. Remembering is not always a process of summoning representations of what happened. Tying a shoe involves memory, but few of us engage in an explicit recall of images every time we routinely tie our shoes. Whether or not the distinction between implicit and explicit memory involves different memory systems, the fact that such systems are inextricably linked in practice may be one more reason why explicit memories change. At any rate, there is evidence that the contents of our cabinet are neither fixed nor accessible at will. Further, were such contents complete, they would not form a history. Consider a monologue describing in sequence all of an individual's recollections. It would sound as a meaningless cacophony even to the narrator. Further, it is at least possible that events otherwise significant to the life trajectory were not known to the individual at the time of occurrence and cannot be told as remembered experiences. The individual can only remember the revelation, not the event itself. I may remember that I went to Japan without remembering what it felt like to be in Japan. I may remember being told that my parents took me to Japan when I was 6 months old, but then, is it only the revelation that belongs to my life history? Can we confidently exclude from one's history all events not experienced or not yet revealed, including, for instance, an adoption at the time of birth? An adoption might provide a crucial perspective on episodes that actually occurred before its revelation. The revelation itself may affect the narrator's future memory of events that happened before. If memories as individual history are constructed, even in this minimal sense, how can the past they retrieve be fixed? The storage model has no answer to that problem. Both its popular and scholarly versions assume the independent existence of a fixed past and posit memory as the retrieval of that content. But the past does not exist independently from the present. Indeed, the past is only past because there is a present, just as I can point to something over there only because I am here. But nothing is inherently over there or here. In that sense, the past has no content. The past, or more accurately, pastness, is a position. Thus, in no way can we identify the past as past. Leaving aside for now the fact that my knowledge that I once went to Japan, however derived, may not be of the same nature as remembering what it was like to be in Japan, the model assumes that both kinds of information exist as past prior to my retrieval. But how do I retrieve them as past without prior knowledge or memory of what constitutes pastness? The problems of determining what belongs to the past multiply tenfold when that past is said to be collective. Indeed, when the memory history equation is transferred to a collectivity, methodological individualism adds its weight to the inherent difficulties of the storage model. We may want to assume for purposes of description that the life history of an individual starts with birth. But when does the life of a collectivity start? At what point do we set the beginning of the past to be retrieved? How do we decide, and how does the collectivity decide, which events to include and which to exclude? The storage model assumes not only the past to be remembered, but the collective subject that does the remembering. The problem with this dual assumption is that the constructed past itself is constitutive of the collectivity. Do Europeans and white Americans remember discovering the New World? Neither Europe as we now know it, nor whiteness as we now experience it, existed as such in 1492. Both are constitutive of this retrospective entity we now call the West, without which the discovery is unthinkable in its present form. Can the citizens of Quebec, whose license plates proudly state, "I remember," actually retrieve memories of the French colonial state? Can Macedonians, whoever they may be, recall the early conflicts and promises of Pan-Hellenism? Can anybody anywhere actually remember the first mass conversions of Serbians to Christianity? In these cases, as in many others, the collective subjects who supposedly remember did not exist as such at the time of the events they claim to remember. Rather, their constitution as subjects goes hand in hand with the continuous creation of the past. As such, they do not succeed such a past. They are its contemporaries. Even when the historical continuities are unquestionable, in no way can we assume a simple correlation between the magnitude of events as they happen and their relevance for the generations that inherit them through history. The comparative study of slavery in the Americas provides an engaging example that what we often call the legacy of the past may not be anything bequeathed by the past itself. At first glance, it would seem obvious that the historical relevance of slavery in the United States proceeds from the horrors of the past. That past is constantly evoked as the starting point of an ongoing traumatism and as a necessary explanation to current inequalities suffered by blacks. I would be the last to deny that plantation slavery was a traumatic experience that left strong scars throughout the Americas. But the experience of African Americans outside of the United States challenges the direct correlation between past traumas and historical relevance. In the context of the hemisphere, the United States imported a relatively small number of enslaved Africans both before and after its independence. During 4 centuries, the slave trade delivered at least 10 million slaves to the New World. Enslaved Africans worked and died in the Caribbean a century before the settlement of Jamestown, Virginia. Brazil, the territory where slavery lasted longest, received the lion's share of the African slaves, nearly 4 million. The Caribbean region as a whole imported even more slaves than Brazil, spread among the colonies of various European powers. Still, imports were high among individual Caribbean territories, especially the Sugar Islands. Thus, the French Caribbean island of Martinique, a tiny territory less than 1/4 the size of Long Island, imported more slaves than all the U.S. states combined. To be sure, by the early 19th century, the United States had more Creole slaves than any other American country, but this number was due to natural increase. Still, both in terms of its duration and in terms of the number of individuals involved, in no way can we say that the magnitude of U.S. slavery outdid that of Brazil or the Caribbean. Second, slavery was at least as significant to the daily life of Brazilian and Caribbean societies as to U.S. society as a whole. The British and French Sugar Islands, in particular from 17th century Barbados and Jamaica to 18th century Saint Domingue and Martinique, were not simply societies that had slaves, they were slave societies. Slavery defined their economic, social, and cultural organization. It was their raison d'etre. The people who lived there, free or not, lived there because there were slaves. The northern equivalent would be for the whole continental United States to look like the state of Alabama at the peak of its cotton career. Third, we need not assume that human suffering can be measured to affirm that the slaves' material conditions were no better outside the United States than within its borders. Allegations of paternalism notwithstanding, we know that U.S. masters were no more humane than their Brazilian or Caribbean counterparts. But we know also that the human toll of slavery, both physical and cultural, was intimately tied to the exigencies of production, notably the work regimen. Working conditions generally impose lower life expectancy, higher death rates, and much lower birth rates among Caribbean and Brazilian slaves than among their U.S. counterparts. From that viewpoint, sugarcane was the slave's most sadistic tormentor. In short, there is a mass of evidence big enough to uphold a modest empirical claim. The impact of slavery as what actually happened cannot in any way be said to have been stronger in the United States than in Brazil and the Caribbean. But then, why is both the symbolic relevance of slavery as trauma and the analytical relevance of slavery as socio-historical explanation so much more prevalent today in the United States than in Brazil or the Caribbean? Part of the answer may be the way U.S. slavery ended, a civil war for which more whites seem to blame the slaves than Abraham Lincoln, whose own motives in the enterprise remain otherwise contested. Part of the answer may be the fate of the slaves' descendants, but that itself is not an issue of the past. The perpetuation of U.S. racism is less a legacy of slavery than a modern phenomenon renewed by generations of white immigrants whose own ancestors were likely engaged in forced labor at one time or another in the hinterlands of Europe. Indeed, not all blacks who witnessed slavery believed that it was a legacy of which they and their children would forever carry the burden. Half a century after emancipation, slavery was not a major theme among white historians either, albeit for different reasons. U.S. historiography, for reasons perhaps not too different from its Brazilian counterpart, produced its own silences on African American slavery. Earlier in this century, there were blacks and whites in North America who argued over both the symbolic and analytical relevance of slavery for the present they were living. Such debates suggest that historical relevance does not proceed directly from the original impact of an event, or its mode of inscription, or even the continuity of that inscription. Debates about the Alamo, the Holocaust, or the significance of U.S. slavery involve not only professional historians, but ethnic and religious leaders, political appointees, journalists, and various associations within civil society, as well as independent citizens, not all of whom are activists. This variety of narrators is one of many indications that theories of history have a rather limited view of the field of historical production. They grossly underestimate the size, the relevance, and the complexity of the overlapping sites where history is produced, notably outside of academia. The strength of the historical guild varies from one society to the next. Even in highly complex societies where the weight of the guild is significant, never does the historian's production constitute a closed corpus. Rather, that production interacts not only with the work of other academics, but importantly also with the history produced outside of the universities. Thus, the thematic awareness of history is not activated only by recognized academics. We are all amateur historians with various degrees of awareness about our production. We also learn history from similar amateurs. Universities and university presses are not the only loci of production of the historical narrative. Books sell even better than coonskin caps at the Alamo gift shop, to which half a dozen titles by amateur historians bring more than $400,000 a year. As Mark Farrow argues, history has many hearths, and academics are not the sole history teachers in the land. Most Europeans and North Americans learn their first history lessons through media that have not been subjected to the standards set by peer reviews, university presses, or doctoral committees. Long before average citizens read the historians who set the standards of the day for colleagues and students, they access history through celebrations, site and museum visits, movies, national holidays, and primary school books. To be sure, the views they learn there are, in turn, sustained, modified, or challenged by scholars involved in primary research. As history continues to solidify professionally, as historians become increasingly quick at modifying their targets and refining their tools for investigation, the impact of academic history increases, even if indirectly. But let us not forget how fragile, how limited, and how recent that apparent hegemony may be. Let us not forget that, quite recently, in many parts of the United States, national and world history prolonged a providential narrative with strong religious undertones. The history of the world then started with creation, for which the date was supposedly well known, and continued with manifest destiny, as befits a country privileged by divine providence. American social science has yet to discard the belief in U.S. exceptionalism that permeated its birth and its evolution. Likewise, academic professionalism has not yet silenced creationist history, which is still alive in enclaves within the school system. That school system may not have the last word on any issue, but its limited efficiency cuts both ways. From the mid-1950s to the late 1960s, Americans learned more about the history of colonial America and the American West from movies and television than from scholarly books. Remember the Alamo? That was a history lesson delivered by John Wayne on the screen. Davy Crockett was a television character who became a significant historical figure rather than the obverse. Before and after Hollywood's long commitment to the history of cowboys and pioneers, comic books rather than textbooks, country songs rather than chronological tables filled the gaps left by the Westerns. Then, as now, American children and quite a few young males elsewhere learned to thematize parts of that history by playing cowboys and Indians. Finally, the Guild understandably reflects the social and political divisions of American society. Yet, by virtue of its professional claims, the Guild cannot express political opinions as such, quite contrary, of course, to activists and lobbyists. Thus, ironically, the more important an issue for specific segments of civil society, the more subdued the interpretations of the facts offered by most professional historians. To a majority of the individuals involved in the controversy surrounding the Columbian Quincentennial, the last fact exhibit at the Smithsonian on the Enola Gay and Hiroshima, the excavation of slave cemeteries, or the building of the Vietnam Memorial, the statements produced by most historians seemed often bland or irrelevant. In these cases, as in many others, those to whom history mattered most looked for historical interpretations on the fringes of academia when not altogether outside it. Yet the fact that history is also produced outside of academia has largely been ignored in theories of history. Beyond a broad and relatively recent agreement on the situatedness of the professional historian, there is little concrete exploration of activities that occur elsewhere, but impact significantly on the object of study. To be sure, such an impact does not lend itself easily to general formulas, a predicament that rebukes most theorists. I have noted that while most theorists acknowledge at the outset that history involves both the social process and narratives about that process, theories of history actually privilege one side as if the other did not matter. This one-sidedness is possible because theories of history rarely examine in detail the concrete production of specific narratives. Narratives are occasionally evoked as illustrations or, at best, deciphered as text, but the process of their production rarely constitutes the object of study. Similarly, most scholars would readily admit that historical production occurs in many sites, but the relative weight of these sites varies with context, and these variations impose on the theorist the burden of the concrete. Thus, an examination of French palaces as sites of historical production can provide illustrative lessons for an understanding of Hollywood's role in U.S. historical consciousness, but no abstract theory can set, a priori, the rules that govern the relative impact of French castles and of U.S. movies on the academic history produced in these two countries. The heavier the burden of the concrete, the more likely it is to be bypassed by theory. Thus, even the best treatments of academic history proceed as if what happened in the other sites was largely inconsequential. Yet, is it really inconsequential that the history of America is being written in the same world where few little boys want to be Indians? Theorizing ambiguity and tracking power. History is always produced in a specific historical context. Historical actors are also narrators and vice versa. The affirmation that narratives are always produced in history leads me to propose two choices. First, I contend that a theory of the historical narrative must acknowledge both the distinction and the overlap between process and narrative. Thus, although this book is primarily about history as knowledge and narrative, it fully embraces the ambiguity inherent in the two sides of historicity. History as social process involves peoples in three distinct capacities. 1, as agents or occupants of structural positions. 2, as actors in constant interface with a context. And 3, as subjects, that is, as voices aware of their vocality. Classical examples of what I call agents are the strata and sets to which people belong, such as class and status, or the roles associated with these. Workers, slaves, mothers are agents. An analysis of slavery can explore the sociocultural, political, economic, and ideological structures that define such positions as slaves and masters. By actors, I mean the bundle of capacities that are specific in time and space in ways that both their existence and their understanding rest fundamentally on historical particulars. A comparison of African American slavery in Brazil and the United States that goes beyond a statistical table must deal with the historical particulars that define the situations being compared. Historical narratives address particular situations, and, in that sense, they must deal with human beings as actors. But peoples are also the subjects of history the way workers are subjects of a strike. They define the very terms under which some situations can be described. Consider a strike as a historical event from a strictly narrative viewpoint, that is, without the interventions that we usually put under such labels as interpretation or explanation. There is no way we can describe a strike without making the subjective capacities of the workers a central part of the description. Stating their absence from the workplace is certainly not enough. We need to state that they collectively reached the decision to stay at home on what was supposed to be a regular working day. We need to add that they collectively acted upon that decision. But even such a description, which takes into account the workers' position as actors, is not a competent description of a strike. Indeed, there are a few other contexts in which such a description could account for something else. Workers could have decided, if the snowfall exceeds 10 inches tonight, none of us will come to work tomorrow. If we accept scenarios of manipulation or errors of interpretation among the actors, the possibilities become limitless. Thus, beyond dealing with the workers as actors, a competent narrative of a strike needs to claim access to the workers as purposeful subjects aware of their own voices. It needs their voices in the first person, or at least, it needs to paraphrase that first person. The narrative must give us a hint of both the reasons why the workers refuse to work and the objective they think they are pursuing, even if that objective is limited to the voicing of protest. To put it most simply, a strike is a strike only if the workers think that they are striking. Their subjectivity is an integral part of the event and of any satisfactory description of that event. Workers work much more often than they strike, but the capacity to strike is never fully removed from the condition of workers. In other words, peoples are not always subjects constantly confronting history as some academics would wish, but the capacity upon which they act to become subjects is always part of their condition. This subjective capacity ensures confusion because it makes human beings doubly historical, or more properly, fully historical. It engages them simultaneously in the socio-historical process and in narrative constructions about that process. The embracing of this ambiguity, which is inherent in what I call the two sides of historicity, is the first choice of this book. The second choice of this book is a concrete focus on the process of historical production rather than an abstract concern for the nature of history. The search for the nature of history has led us to deny ambiguity and either to demarcate precisely and at all times the dividing line between historical process and historical knowledge, or to conflate at all times historical process and historical narrative. Thus, between the mechanically realist and naively constructivist extremes, there is the more serious task of determining not what history is, a hopeless goal if phrased in essentialist terms, but how history works. For what history is changes with time and place, or better said, history reveals itself only through the production of specific narratives. What matters most are the process and conditions of production of such narratives. Only a focus on that process can uncover the ways in which the two sides of historicity intertwine in a particular context. Only through that overlap can we discover the differential exercise of power that makes some narratives possible and silences others. Tracking power requires a richer view of historical production than most theorists acknowledge. We cannot exclude in advance any of the actors who participate in the production of history, or any of the sites where that production may occur. Next to professional historians, we discover artisans of different kinds, unpaid or unrecognized field laborers who augment, deflect, or reorganize the work of the professionals as politicians, students, fiction writers, filmmakers, and participating members of the public. In so doing, we gain a more complex view of academic history itself, since we do not consider professional historians the sole participants in its production. This more comprehensive view expands the chronological boundaries of the production process. We can see that process as both starting earlier and going on later than most theorists admit. The process does not stop with the last sentence of a professional historian, since the public is quite likely to contribute to history if only by adding its own readings to and about the scholarly productions. More important, perhaps, since the overlap between history as social process and history as knowledge is fluid, participants in any event may enter into the production of a narrative about that event before the historian as such reaches the scene. In fact, the historical narrative within which an actual event fits could precede that event itself, at least in theory, but perhaps also in practice. Marshall Solon suggests that the Hawaiians read their encounter with Captain Cook as the chronicle of a death foretold. But such exercises are not limited to the peoples without historians. How much do narratives of the end of the Cold War fit into a prepackaged history of capitalism in knightly armor? William Lewis suggests that one of Ronald Reagan's political strengths was his capacity to inscribe his presidency into a prepackaged narrative about the United States. And an overall sketch of world historical production through time suggests that professional historians alone do not set the narrative framework into which their stories fit. Most often, someone else has already entered the scene and set the cycle of silences. Does this expanded view still allow pertinent generalizations about the production of the historical narrative? The answer to this question is an unqualified yes, if we agree that such generalizations enhance our understanding of specific practices, but do not provide blueprints that practice will supposedly follow or illustrate. Silences enter the process of historical production at four crucial moments: the moment of fact creation, the making of sources; the moment of fact assembly, the making of archives; the moment of fact retrieval, the making of narratives; and the moment of retrospective significance, the making of history in the final instance. These moments are conceptual tools, second-level abstractions of processes that feed on each other. As such, they are not meant to provide a realistic description of the making of any individual narrative. Rather, they help us understand why not all silences are equal and why they cannot be addressed or redressed in the same manner. To put it differently, any historical narrative is a particular bundle of silences, the result of a unique process, and the operation required to deconstruct these silences will vary accordingly. The strategies deployed in this book reflect these variations. Each of the narratives treated in the next 3 chapters combines diverse types of silences. In each case, these silences crisscross or accumulate over time to produce a unique mixture. In each case, I use a different approach to reveal the conventions and the tensions within that mixture. In Chapter 2, I sketched the image of a former slave turned colonel, now a forgotten figure of the Haitian Revolution. The evidence required to tell his story was available in the corpus I studied, in spite of the poverty of the sources. I only repositioned that evidence to generate a new narrative. My alternative narrative, as it develops, reveals the silences that buried until now the story of the colonel. The general silencing of the Haitian Revolution by Western historiography is the subject of Chapter 3. That silencing also is due to uneven power in the production of sources, archives, and narratives. But if I am correct that this revolution was unthinkable as it happened, the insignificance of the story is already inscribed in the sources, regardless of what else they reveal. There are no new facts here, not even neglected ones. Here, I have to make the silences speak for themselves. I do so by juxtaposing the climate of the times, the writings of historians on the revolution itself, and narratives of world history where the effectiveness of the original silence becomes fully visible. The discovery of America, the theme of Chapter 4, provided me with yet another combination, thus compelling yet a third strategy. Here was an abundance of both sources and narratives. Until 1992, there was even a sense, although forged and recent, of global agreement on the significance of Columbus's first trip. The main tenets of historical writings were inflected and bolstered through public celebrations that seemed to reinforce this significance. Within this wide-open corpus, silences are produced not so much by an absence of facts or interpretations, as through conflicting appropriations of Columbus's persona. Here, I do not suggest a new reading of the same story as I do in Chapter 2, or even alternative interpretations as in Chapter 3. Rather, I show how the alleged agreement about Columbus actually masks a history of conflicts. The methodological exercise culminates in a narrative about the competing appropriations of the discovery. Silences appear in the interstices of the conflicts between previous interpreters. The production of a historical narrative cannot be studied, therefore, through a mere chronology of its silences. The moments I distinguish here overlap in real time. As heuristic devices, they only crystallize aspects of historical production that best expose when and where power gets into the story. But even this phrasing is misleading if it suggests that power exists outside the story and can therefore be blocked or excised. Power is constitutive of the story. Tracking power through various moments simply helps emphasize the fundamentally processual character of historical production, to insist that what history is matters less than how history works, that power itself works together with history, and that the historian's claimed political preferences have little influence on most of the actual practices of power. A warning from Foucault is helpful. I don't believe that the question of who exercises power can be resolved unless that other question, how does it happen, is resolved at the same time. Power does not enter the story once and for all, but at different times and from different angles. It precedes the narrative proper, contributes to its creation and to its interpretation. Thus, it remains pertinent even if we can imagine a totally scientific history, even if we relegate the historian's preferences and stakes to a separate, post-descriptive phase. In history, power begins at the source. The play of power in the production of alternative narratives begins with the joint creation of facts and sources for at least 2 reasons. First, facts are never meaningless. Indeed, they become facts only because they matter in some sense, however minimal. Second, facts are not created equal. The production of traces is always also the creation of silences. Some occurrences are noted from the start, others are not. Some are engraved in individual or collective bodies, others are not. Some leave physical markers, others do not. What happened leaves traces, some of which are quite concrete. Buildings, dead bodies, censuses, monuments, diaries, political boundaries, that limit the range and significance of any historical narrative. This is one of many reasons why not any fiction can pass for history. The materiality of the socio-historical process, historicity 1, sets the stage for future historical narratives, historicity 2. The materiality of this first moment is so obvious that some of us take it for granted. It does not imply that facts are meaningless objects waiting to be discovered under some timeless seal, but rather, more modestly, that history begins with bodies and artifacts, living brains, fossils, texts, buildings. The bigger the material mass, the more easily it entraps us. Mass graves and pyramids bring history closer while they make us feel small. A castle, a fort, a battlefield, a church, all these things bigger than we, that we infuse with the reality of past lives, seem to speak of an immensity of which we know little except that we are part of it. Too solid to be unmarked, too conspicuous to be candid, they embody the ambiguities of history. They give us the power to touch it, but not that to hold it firmly in our hands. Hence the mystery of their battered walls. We suspect that their concreteness hides secrets so deep that no revelation may fully dissipate their silences. We imagine the lives under the mortar, but how do we recognize the end of a bottomless silence? Chapter 2. The Three Faces of Sans Souci. Glory and Silences in the Haitian Revolution. I walked in silence between the old walls, trying to guess at the stories they would never dare tell. I had been in the fort since daybreak. I had lost my companions on purpose. I wanted to tiptoe alone through the remains of history. Here and there, I touched a stone, a piece of iron hanging from the mortar, overlooked or left by unknown hands for unknown reasons. I almost tripped over a rail track, a deep cut on the concrete floor, which led to a piece of artillery lost in a darkened corner. At the end of the alley, the sunlight caught me by surprise. I saw the grave at once, an indifferent piece of cement lying in the middle of the open courtyard. Crossing the Place d'Armes, I imagined the royal cavalry, black-skinned men and women, one and all on their black horses, swearing to fight until the death rather than to let go of this fort and return to slavery. I stepped across my dreams up to the pile of concrete. As I moved closer, the letters on the stone became more visible. I did not need to read the inscription to know the man who was lying under the concrete. This was his fort, his kingdom, the most daring of his buildings, the citadel, his legacy of stone and arrogance. I bent over, letting my fingers run across the marble plaque, then closed my eyes to let the fact sink in. I was as close as I would ever be to the body of Christophe, Henri I, King of Haiti. I knew the man. I had read about him in my history books, as do all Haitian schoolchildren. But that was not why I felt close to him, why I wanted to be closer. More than a hero, he was a friend of the family. My father and my uncle talked about him by the hour when I was still a child. They were often critical for reasons I did not always understand, but they were also proud of him. They both belonged to the Society of King Christophe's Friends, a small intellectual fraternity that included Aimé Césaire and Alejo Carpentier, people I knew to be famous. Back then, I thought of the society as something of a fan club engaged in secret medieval rites. I found out later that I was not entirely wrong. As playwrights, novelists, and historians, the writer friends of Henri Christophe were alchemists of memory, proud guardians of a past that they neither lived nor wished to have shared. The mass of the citadel towering over me, I stood alone in the Place d'Armes, my eyes still closed, summoning images too bright to settle in the late morning sun. I tried to recall the face of Henri at various stages of his life. I had seen many pictures of him, but none of them came back. All I could reach for here were this stone and the cold cannonballs scattered a few feet away in the courtyard. I reached further into myself. Relics dance behind my eyelids in fleeting shapes and colors. The Royal Star of St. Henri, a medal that my father handled, a green costume, a monochrome of the royal saber, an old coin I once touched, a carriage I once imagined. These were the things of which my memory of Christophe was made, but they were failing me when I most needed them. I opened my eyes to the securing sight of the citadel standing tall against the sky. Memories are made of stone, and Henry I built more than his share of forts and palaces so that we could come visit him. Walking over to the edge of the terrace, I surveyed the kingdom as he imagined it. The fields, the roads, the past in the present, and below, right below the clouds, the royal walls of Sans-Souci, the king's favorite residence. Sans-Souci, the palace. In the northern mountains of the Republic of Haiti, there is an old palace called Sans-Souci that many urbanites and neighboring peasants revere as one of the most important historical monuments of their country. The palace, what remains of it, stands on a small elevation between the higher hills surrounding the town of Millau. It is impressive, if only because of its size, or what one can now guess to have been its size. It was built to instill a long-lasting deference, and it still does. One does not stumble upon these ruins. They are both too remote and too often mentioned within Haiti for the encounter to be fully accidental. Anyone who comes here, enticed by the posters of Haiti's Département du Tourisme, or by one or another narrative of glory, is at least vaguely familiar with Haiti's record, and assumes history to be dormant within these crumbling walls. Anyone who comes here knows that this huge dwelling was built in the early 19th century for a black king, by blacks barely out of slavery. Thus, the traveler is soon caught between the sense of desolation that molds Sans-Souci's present and a furtive awareness of bygone glory. There is so little here to see, and so much to infer. Anyone who comes here comes too late, after a climax of which little has been preserved, yet early enough to dare imagine what it might have been. What it might have been is not left entirely to the visitor's imagination. Soon enough, a peasant of the area will force himself upon you and serve as your impromptu guide. He will take you through the ruins and, for a small fee, will talk about Sans-Souci. He will tell you that the palace was built by Henri Christophe, a hero of the Haitian Revolution, who fought against slavery and became king of Haiti soon after the French defeat and the 1804 independence. He may or not mention that Haiti was then cut into two states, with Christophe ruling the northern one. He may or not know that Millau was an old French plantation that Christophe took over and managed for some time during the Revolution. But he will surely relate the fabulous feast that went on at Sans-Souci when Christophe became king, the opulent dinners, the dances, the brilliant costumes. He might tell you that the price was heavy, in currency and in human blood. The king was both rich and ruthless. Hundreds of Haitians died building his favorite residence, its surrounding town, and the neighboring citadel Henri, either because of the harsh labor conditions or because they faced the firing squad for a minor breach of discipline. At this point, you may start wondering if Sans-Souci was worth the price. But the peasant will continue describing the property. He will dwell on its immense gardens, now denuded, its dependencies now gone, and especially its waterworks, its artificial springs, and the hidden channels that were directed through the walls, supposedly to cool the castle during the summer. In the words of an old hand who took me around the ruins, Christophe made water flow within these walls. If your guide is seasoned enough, he will preserve his main effect until the very end. Having seduced your imagination, he will conclude with a touch of pride that this extravagance was meant to impress the blancs, whites, foreigners, meant to provide the world with irrefutable evidence of the ability of the black race. On these and many other points, the printed record, the pictures and the words left behind by those who saw Sans-Souci, and the town of Milo before the 1842 earthquake that precipitated its ruin, corroborates the crux of the peasant's story and some of its amazing details. Geographer Carl Ritter, who drew a sketch of the palace a few days after Christoph's death, found it very impressive to the eye. British visitor John Candler, who saw a deserted building he judged to be in poor style, admitted that it must have been splendid in Christoph's time. U.S. physician Jonathan Brown wrote that Sans-Souci had the reputation of having been one of the most magnificent edifices of the West Indies. Writers also preserved passing descriptions of the waterworks. Christophe did not make water flow within the walls, but Sans-Souci did have an artificial spring and numerous waterworks. Similarly, the king's ruthless reputation is well established in books, some of which were written by his contemporaries. Professional historians are uncertain only about the actual number of laborers who died during the construction of the palace. Christophe's racial pride is also well known. It exudes from what remains of his correspondence. It has inspired Caribbean writers from Martinican playwright and poet Aimé Césaire to Cuban novelist Alejo Carpentier. Long before this pride was fictionalized, one of Christophe's closest advisors, Baron Valentin de Vaste, Chancellor of the Kingdom, evoked the 1813 completion of Sans-Souci and the adjacent royal church of Milo in grandiose terms that anticipated Afrocentrism by more than a century. These two structures, erected by descendants of Africans, show that we have not lost the architectural taste and genius of our ancestors who covered Ethiopia, Egypt, Carthage, and Old Spain with their superb monuments. Though the written record and the oral history transmitted by the local guides match quite closely on most substantial points, there is one topic of importance on which the peasants remain more evasive. If asked about the name of the palace, even a neophyte guide will reply, quite correctly, that Sans-Souci means carefree in Haitian, as Sans-Souci does in French, and that the words are commonly used to qualify someone who worries about little. Some may even add that the expression aptly describes the king himself, or at least the side of him that sought relaxation and the easy life of Sans-Souci. Others may recall that, during Christophe's reign, the name of Sans-Souci was extended to the town newly built around the palace, now a rural burg more often referred to as Milo. But few guides are prone to volunteer that Sans-Souci was also the name of a man, and that this man was killed by Henri Christophe himself. The war within the war. The circumstances surrounding the death of Sans-Souci, the man, are often mentioned, though always in passing and rarely in detail, in historical works dealing with the Haitian War of Independence. The main storyline of the Haitian Revolution, which augured the end of American slavery and eventuated in the birth of Haiti from the ashes of French Saint-Domingue, will receive only a summary treatment here. In August 1791, slaves in northern Saint-Domingue launched an uprising that spread throughout the colony and turned into a successful revolution that toppled both slavery and the French colonial order. The revolution took nearly 13 years to unfold from the initial uprising to the proclamation of Haitian independence in January 1804. Key markers along that path are successive concessions made by France and the increasing political and military achievements of the revolutionary slaves under the leadership of a Creole black, Toussaint Louverture. In 1794, France's formal abolition of slavery recognized the freedom de facto gained by the slaves in arms. Soon after, Louverture moved under the French banner with his troops. From 1794 to 1798, he fought the Spaniards, who controlled the eastern part of the island, and helped the French counter an invasion by British forces. By 1797, the black general had become the most influential political and military figure in French Saint-Domingue. His colonial army, composed mainly of former slaves, at times numbered more than 20,000 men. In 1801, his successful invasion of the Spanish part of Hispaniola gave him control over the entire island. Although Louverture ruled in the name of France, he promulgated an independent constitution that recognized him as governor for life with absolute power. Revolutionary France had followed these developments with great concern. Many in the metropolis and most whites in the colony were waiting for the first opportunity to re-establish the old order. That chance came with the consulate. First Consul Napoleon Bonaparte took advantage of the relative calm that followed his coup d'etat of 𝒻𝓊𝒹𝒾𝑜𝒷𝑜𝓀𝑜 to prepare an expedition with secret instructions to re-establish slavery in Saint-Domingue. The historical sketch that most concerns us, which lasted less than 1 year, starts with the 1802 landing of the French forces. The French expedition was led by no less than Pauline Bonaparte's husband, General Charles Leclerc, Napoleon's brother-in-law. When Leclerc reached Saint-Domingue, one key figure of Louverture's army in the north of the country, the man responsible for Cap-François, the most important town of the colony, was General Henri Christophe. Born in neighboring Grenada, a free man long before the 1791 uprising, Christophe had an unusually broad life experience for a black man of that time. He had been, in turn, a scullion, a major domo, and a hotel manager. He had been slightly wounded in Georgia at the Battle of Savannah while fighting on the side of the American revolutionaries in the 𝒻𝓊𝒾𝑜𝒷𝑜𝑜𝓀𝑜 Regiment. When the French forces reached the port of Cap, Leclerc promptly sent Christophe a written ultimatum threatening to invade the town with 15,000 troops if the blacks did not surrender by daybreak. The letter Christophe wrote to Leclerc was characteristic of the man. "If you have the means with which you threaten me, I shall offer you all the resistance worthy of a general, and if fate favors your weapons, you will not enter the town of Cap until I reduce it to ashes, and, then and there, I shall keep on fighting you." Then Christophe set fire to his own sumptuous house and prepared his troops for combat. After a few months of bloody engagements, Leclerc's forces broke down many of the revolutionaries' defenses. Henri Christophe surrendered and joined the French forces in April 1802. Soon after Christophe's defection, other prominent black officers, including Louverture's most important second, General Jean-Jacques Dessalines, also joined the French forces, quite probably with Louverture's consent. In early May 1802, Louverture himself capitulated. Even though a number of former slaves rejected that ceasefire and maintained isolated pockets of armed resistance, Leclerc used a limited calm to entrap the black general. Louverture was captured in June 1802 and sent to jail in France. Armed resistance had not stopped completely with the successive submissions of Christophe, Dessalines, and Louverture. It escalated after Louverture's exile, especially when Leclerc ordered the disarmament of all former slaves who did not belong to the colonial regiments now formally integrated within his army. Many former slaves, now free cultivators or soldiers, had seen in Louverture's arrest a testimony of Leclerc's treachery. They viewed the disarmament decree as additional proof that the French intended to re-establish slavery. They joined the resistance in increasing numbers in August and September 1802. By October, most of the Louverture followers who had formally accepted Leclerc's authority the previous summer rejoined the resistance with their troops. These black officers forged a new alliance with light-skinned free coloreds who until then had supported the expedition. By November 1802, Dessalines had become the leader of the alliance with the blessing of the most prominent of the free coloreds, mulatto General Alexandre Pétion, a former member of Leclerc's army. A year later, the reconstituted revolutionary troops gained full control of the colony. The French acknowledged defeat, and Haiti became an independent country with Dessalines as its first chief of state. Historians generally agree on most of these facts, with the Haitians usually insisting on the courage of their ancestors and the foreigners, especially white foreigners, usually emphasizing the role of yellow fever in weakening the French troops. Both groups mention only in passing that the Haitian War of Independence involved more than two camps. The army first put together by Toussaint Louverture and reconstituted by Dessalines did not only fight against the French expeditionary forces. At crucial moments of the war, black officers turned also against their own, engaging into what was, in effect, a war within the war. The series of events that I call the War Within the War stretches from about June 1802 to mid-1803. It comprises mainly two major campaigns. One, the one led by the black officers reintegrated under Leclerc's command against the former slaves who had refused to surrender to the French June 1802 to October 1802, and two, the one led by the same generals and the free-colored officers associated with Pétion against the former slaves who refused to acknowledge the revolutionary hierarchy and the supreme authority of Dessalines, November 1802 to April 1803. Crucial to the story is the fact that in both campaigns, the leaders are mainly black Creoles, in other words, natives of the island or of the Caribbean, and the dissident groups are composed of and led by Bosala, in other words, African-born ex-slaves, mainly from the Congo. The story of Jean-Baptiste Sans Souci ties together these two campaigns. Sans Souci, the man. Colonel Jean-Baptiste Sans Souci was a Bosala slave, probably from the Congo, who played an important role in the Haitian Revolution from the very first days of the 1791 uprising. He may have obtained his name from a quartier called Sans Souci, which bordered the parishes of Vallières and Grande-Rivière. At any rate, it is in that area that we first find him in the written record. Gros, a petty French official captured by the slaves in October 1791, identified Sans Souci as the rebel commander of the camp the slaves had set up on the Cardinaux plantation in Grande-Rivière. The prisoner seemed to know of the man, whom he described only as a black slave and a very bad lot, très mauvais sujet. However, since Gros stayed only one night in Cardinaux before being moved to another plantation seized by the ex-slaves, he does not provide any details about this camp or its commander. We know from other sources that Sans Souci remained active within the same area. Like other Congo military leaders, he excelled at the guerrilla-type tactics reminiscent of the Congo civil wars of the 18th century, which were critical to the military evolution of the Haitian Revolution. After Toussaint Louverture unified the revolutionary forces, Sans Souci maintained his influence and became one of Henri Christophe's immediate subalterns. At the time of the French invasion, he was military commander of the arrondissement of Grande-Rivière, then an important military district in the north of Saint-Domingue that included his original Cardinaux camp. Between February and April 1802, he repeatedly won out over the French expeditionary forces in the areas he controlled. Like many other black officers, he tacitly accepted Leclerc's victory after Louverture's surrender. I do not know of a document indicating Sans Souci's formal submission, but for the month of June at least, the French referred to him by his colonial grade, which suggests his integration within Leclerc's military organization. Sans Souci's formal presence in the French camp was quite short, lasting less than a month. Leclerc, who had reports that the colonel was covertly reorganizing the colonial troops and calling on cultivators to join a new rebellion, gave a secret order for his arrest on July 4, 1802. French General Philibert Freycinet, a veteran of Napoleon's Italian campaigns, then nominally at least the superior of both Christophe and Sans Souci, who were technically French colonial officers, took steps to implement that order. But Sans Souci did not wait for Freycinet. He defected with most of his troops, launching a vigorous attack on a neighboring French camp on July 7. Freycinet then wrote to Leclerc, "I am warning you, General, that 𝒁𝓁, the so-called Sans Souci, has just rebelled and tries to win to his party as many cultivators as he can. He is even now encircling the Cardinaux camp. General Henri Christophe is marching against him." Between early July and November, troops from both the colonial and expeditionary forces, led in turn by Christophe, Dessalines, and Freycinet himself, among others, tried unsuccessfully to overpower Sans Souci. The African, meanwhile, gained the loyalty of other blacks, soldiers and cultivators alike. He soon became the leader of a substantial army, at least one powerful enough to give constant concern to the French. Using primarily guerrilla-type tactics, Sans Souci exploited his greater knowledge of the topography and his troops' better adaptation to the local environment to keep at bay both the French and the colonial forces still affiliated with Leclerc. While Christophe, Pétion, and Dessalines managed to subdue other foci of resistance, The extreme mobility of Sans Souci's small units made it impossible to dislodge him from his moving retreats in the northern mountains. By early September 1802, Leclerc ordered French General Jean Boudet to launch an all-out effort against Sans Souci with the backing of French General J.-Baptiste-Brunet and Dessalines himself, then recognized by the French as the most capable of the Creole higher ranks. Brunet alone led 3,000 troops. Sans Souci's riposte was brisk and fierce. Commenting soon after on the massive offensive on 15 September, Leclerc wrote to Napoleon, "This day alone cost me 400 men." By the end of September, Sans Souci and his most important allies, Maqueda and Silla, had nearly reversed the military situation in the northern part of the country. They never occupied any lowland territory for long, if at all, but they made it impossible for the French troops and their Creole allies to do so securely. The sustained resistance of various dissident groups, composed mainly of Africans, among whom those controlled or influenced by Sans Souci were the most important, and their continuous harassment of the French created an untenable situation for both Leclerc and the Creole officers under his command. On the one hand, an ailing and exasperated Leclerc, he died before the end of the war, took much less care to hide his ultimate plan, the deportation of most black and mulatto officers and the restoration of slavery. On the other hand, the Creole officers, constantly suspected by the French to be in connivance with Sans Souci or other leaders of the resistance, found themselves under increasing pressure to defect. By November 1802, most colonial officers had turned once more against the French, and Dessalines was acknowledged as the military leader of the new alliance forged between himself, Pétion, and Christophe. But just as some former slaves had refused to submit to the French, some, often the same, contested the new revolutionary hierarchy. Jean-Baptiste Sans Souci notably declined the new leaders' repeated invitations to join ranks with them, arguing that his own unconditional resistance to the French exempted him from obedience to his former superiors. He would not serve under men whose allegiance to the cause of freedom was, at the very least, dubious, and he especially resented Christophe, whom he considered a traitor. It is in this second phase of the war within the war that Sans Souci marched to his death. Within a few weeks, the Creole generals defeated or won out over most of the dissidents. Sans Souci resisted longer than most, but eventually agreed to negotiations with Dessalines, Pétion, and Christophe about his role in the new hierarchy. At one of these meetings, he virtually assured Dessalines that he would recognize his supreme authority, thus, in effect, reversing his dissidence, but without appearing to bow to Christophe personally. Still, Christophe asked for one more meeting with his former subaltern. Sans Souci showed up at Christophe's headquarters on the Grand Pré plantation with only a small guard. He and his followers fell under the bayonets of Christophe's soldiers. Sans Souci's existence and death are mentioned in most written accounts of the Haitian War of Independence. Likewise, professional historians who deal with Christophe's rule always note the king's fondness for grandiose constructions and his predilection for the Milhaud Palace, his favorite residence. But few writers have puzzled over the palace's peculiar name. Fewer have commented on the obvious, that its name and the patronym of the man killed by Christophe 10 years before the erection of his royal residence are the same. Even fewer have noted, let alone emphasized, that there were 3 rather than 2 Sans Soucis, the man and 2 palaces. 6 decades before Christophe's coronation, Prussian Emperor Frederick the Great had built himself a grandiose palace on top of a hill in the town of Potsdam, a few miles from Berlin. That palace, an haut lieu of the European Enlightenment, which some observers claim to have been part inspiration for the purpose and perhaps the architectural design of Milhaud, was called Sans Souci. Sans Souci Revisited. With their various layers of silences, the 3 faces of Sans Souci provide numerous vantage points from which to examine the means and process of historical production. Concrete reminders that the uneven power of historical production is expressed also through the power to touch, to see, and to feel. They span a material continuum that goes from the solidity of Potsdam to the missing body of the colonel. They also provide us with a concrete example of the interplay between inequalities in the historical process and inequalities in the historical narrative, an interplay which starts long before the historian, qua collector, narrator, or interpreter, comes to the scene. Romantic re-evaluation of the weak and defeated notwithstanding, the starting points are different. Sanssouci Potsdam is knowable in ways that Sanssouci Milot will never be. The Potsdam Palace is still standing. Its mass of stone and mortar has retained most of its shape and weight, and it is still furnished with what passes for the best of Rococo elegance. Indeed, Frederick's successor started its historical maintenance, its transformation into an archive of a sort, by reconstructing Frederick's room the very year of Frederick's death. Frederick's own body, in his well-kept coffin, has become a marker of German history. Hitler stood at his Potsdam grave to proclaim the Third Reich. Devoted German officers removed the coffin from Potsdam as the Soviet army moved into Berlin. Chancellor Kohl had the coffin reinterred in the Potsdam Garden in the early 1990s as a tribute to, and symbol of, German reunification. Frederick has been reburied beside his beloved dogs. 2 centuries after Frederick's death, both he and his palace have a materiality that history needs both to explain and to acknowledge. In contrast to Potsdam, the Milot Palace is a wreck. Its walls were breached by civil war, neglect, and natural disasters. They testified to a physical decline that started the very year of Christoph's death and accelerated over the years. Christoph had no political heir, certainly no immediate successor eager and able to preserve his personal quarters. He committed suicide in the midst of an uprising, and the Republicans who took over his kingdom had no wish to transform Sanssouci into a monument. Although Christoph's stature as myth preceded his death, his full-fledged conversion into national hero came much later. Still, like Frederick, he is buried in his most famous construction, the Citadel Henri, now a UNESCO World Heritage Landmark not far away from Sanssouci. The Milot Palace itself has become a monument, though one which reflects both the limited means and the determination of the Haitian government and people to invest in historical preservation. In spite of the devotion of 2 Haitian architects, its restoration lags behind schedule, in part for lack of funds. Further, even a reconstructed Milot will not have the same claims to history as a regularly maintained historical monument, such as the palace at Potsdam. The surrounding town of Milot, in turn, has lost historical significance. As for the body of the colonel, it is somewhat misleading to state it as missing, for it was never reported as such. As far as we know, no one ever claimed it, and its memory does not even live in the bodies of its descendants, if any, in or around Milot. Further, whereas we know what both Christoph and Frederick looked like because both had the wish and the power to have their features engraved for posterity, one of the 3 faces of Sanssouci may have disappeared forever, at least in its most material form. The royal portrait commissioned by Henry I from Richard Evans, reproduced in many recent books, remains a source that Sanssouci the man has yet to match. There is no known image of the colonel. In short, because historical traces are inherently uneven, sources are not created equal. But if lived inequalities yield unequal historical power, they do so in ways we have yet to determine. The distribution of historical power does not necessarily replicate the inequalities, victories and setbacks, gains and losses, lived by the actors. Historical power is not a direct reflection of a past occurrence, or a simple sum of past inequalities measured from an actor's perspective or from the standpoint of any objective standard, even at the first moment. The French superiority in artillery, the strategic superiority of Sanssouci, and the political superiority of Christoph can all be demonstrated, but no such demonstration would enable us to predict their relative significance then and now. Similarly, sources do not encapsulate the whole range of significance of the occurrences to which they testify. Further, the outcome itself does not determine in any linear way how an event or a series of events enters into history. The French expeditionary forces lost the Haitian War. They thought they did, and they did. Similarly, Colonel Sanssouci was the loser and Christophe the ultimate winner, both politically and militarily within the Black Camp. Yet, the papers preserved by General Donatien-Rochambeau, Leclerc's successor as commander of the French expedition, show more than 50 entries about French General Freycinet, in spite of the fact that Freycinet was, by anyone's standard, a fairly minor figure in the Saint-Domingue campaigns. In comparison, there are 11 entries about Christophe, whom we know gave both Leclerc and Rochambeau much more to think about than Freycinet ever did. Sanssouci, in turn, who came close to upsetting the plans of both the French and colonial officers, and indeed forced both to change tactics in mid-course, received a single entry. Thus, the presences and absences embodied in sources, artifacts and bodies that turn an event into fact, or archives, facts collected, thematized, and processed as documents and monuments, are neither neutral or natural. They are created. As such, they are not mere presences and absences, but mentions or silences of various kinds and degrees. By silence, I mean an active and transitive process. One silences a fact or an individual as a silencer silences a gun. One engages in the practice of silencing. Mentions and silences are thus active, dialectical counterparts of which history is the synthesis. Almost every mention of Sanssouci, the palace, the very resilience of the physical structure itself, effectively silences Sanssouci, the man, his political goals, his military genius. Inequalities experienced by the actors lead to uneven historical power in the inscription of traces. Sources built upon these traces in turn privilege some events over others, not always the ones privileged by the actors. Sources are thus instances of inclusion, the other face of which is, of course, what is excluded. This may now be obvious enough to those of us who have learned, though more recently than we care to remember, that sources imply choices, but the conclusion we tend to draw that some occurrences have the capacity, a physical one I would insist, to enter history and become fact at the first stage, while others do not, is much too general and ultimately useless in its ecumenical form. That some peoples and things are absent of history, lost as it were, to the possible world of knowledge, is much less relevant to the historical practice than the fact that some peoples and things are absent in history, and that this absence itself is constitutive of the process of historical production. Silences are inherent in history because any single event enters history with some of its constituting parts missing. Something is always left out while something else is recorded. There is no perfect closure of any event, however one chooses to define the boundaries of that event. Thus, whatever becomes fact does so with its own inborn absences, specific to its production. In other words, the very mechanisms that make any historical recording possible also ensure that historical facts are not created equal. They reflect differential control of the means of historical production at the very first engraving that transforms an event into a fact. Silences of this kind show the limits of strategies that imply a more accurate reconstitution of the past, and therefore the production of a better history, simply by an enlargement of the empirical base. To be sure, the continuous enlargement of the physical boundaries of historical production is useful and necessary. The turn toward hitherto neglected sources, such as diaries, images, bodies, and the emphasis on unused facts, such as facts of gender, race, and class, facts of the life cycle, facts of resistance, are path-breaking developments. My point is that when these tactical gains are made to dictate strategy, they lead, at worst, to a neo-empiricist enterprise, and, at best, to an unnecessary restriction of the battleground for historical power. As sources fill the historical landscape with their facts, they reduce the room available to other facts. Even if we imagine the landscape to be forever expandable, the rule of interdependence implies that new facts cannot emerge in a vacuum. They will have to gain their right to existence in light of the field constituted by previously created facts. They may dethrone some of these facts, erase or qualify others. The point remains that sources occupy competing positions in the historical landscape. These positions themselves are inherently imbued with meaning, since facts cannot be created meaningless. Even as an ideal recorder, the chronicler necessarily produces meaning and, therefore, silences. The tenets of the distinction between chronicler and narrator are well known. The chronicler provides a play-by-play account of every event he witnesses. The narrator describes the life of an entity, person, thing, or institution. The chronicler deals with discrete chunks of time united only by his record-keeping. The narrator deals with a continuity provided by the lifespan of the entity described. The chronicler describes only events that he witnessed. The narrator can tell stories both about what he saw and what he learned to be true from others. The chronicler does not know the end of the story. Indeed, there is no point to the story. The narrator knows the full story. The speech of the chronicler is akin to that of a radio announcer giving a play-by-play account of a sports game. The speech of a narrator is akin to that of a storyteller. Even if we admit that distinction is couched, silences are inherent in the chronicle. The sportscaster's account is a play-by-play description, but only of the occurrences that matter to the game. Even if it is guided mainly by the seriality of occurrences, it tends to leave out from the series witnesses, participants, and events considered generally as marginal. The audience enters primarily when it is seen as influencing the players. Players on the bench are left out. Players in the field are mentioned mainly when they capture the ball, or at least when they try to capture it, or are meant to do so. Silences are necessary to the account, for if the sportscaster told us everything that happened at each and every moment, we would not understand anything. If the account was indeed fully comprehensive of all facts, it would be incomprehensible. Further, the selection of what matters, the dual creation of mentions and silences, is premised on the understanding of the rules of the game by broadcaster and audience alike. In short, play-by-play accounts are restricted in terms of what may enter them and in terms of the order in which these elements may enter. What is true of play-by-play accounts is no less true of notary records, business accounts, population censuses, parish registers. Historians familiar with the plantation records that inscribe the daily life of Caribbean slaves are well aware that births are underreported in these records. Planters or overseers often preferred not to register the existence of a black baby whose survival was unlikely, given the high incidence of infant mortality. Temporary omission made more sense. It could be corrected if the child survived beyond a certain age. We are not dealing here with a case in which technical or ideological blinders skewed the reporting of the chronicler. It is not as if these lives and deaths were missed by negligence, nor were they inconsequential to the chronicler. Pregnancies and births considerably affected the amount of available labor, the linchpin of the slave system. Masters were not even trying to conceal these births. Rather, both births and deaths were actively silenced in the records for a combination of practical reasons inherent in the reporting itself. To be sure, slavery and racism provided the context within which these silences occurred, but in no way were the silences themselves the direct products of ideology. They made sense in terms of the reporting, in terms of the logic of its accounting procedures. In short, the chronicler accountant is no less passive than the chronicler sportscaster. As 𝒻𝓊𝓁𝓁 reminds us, the census taker is always a censor, and not only because of a lucky play of etymology. He who counts heads always silences facts and voices. Silences are inherent in the creation of sources, the first moment of historical production. Unequal control over historical production obtains also in the second moment of historical production, the making of archives and documents. Of course, sources and documents can emerge simultaneously, and some analysts conflate the two. My own insistence on distinguishing a moment of fact assembly from that of fact creation is meant first to emphasize that uneven historical power obtains even before any work of classification by non-participants. Slave plantation records entered history as sources with the added value of the inequalities that made them possible long before they were classified into archives. Second, I want to insist that the kind of power used in the creation of sources is not necessarily the same that allows the creation of archives. By archives, I mean the institutions that organize facts and sources and condition the possibility of existence of historical statements. Archival power determines the difference between a historian, amateur or professional, and a charlatan. Archives assemble. Their assembly work is not limited to a more or less passive act of collecting. Rather, it is an active act of production that prepares facts for historical intelligibility. Archives set up both the substantive and formal elements of the narrative. They are the institutionalized sites of mediation between the socio-historical process and the narrative about that process. They enforce the constraints on debatability we noted earlier with apodurei. They convey authority and set the rules for credibility and interdependence. They help select the stories that matter. So conceived, the category covers competing institutions with various conditions of existence and various modes of labor organization. It includes not only the libraries or depositories sponsored by states and foundations, but less visible institutions that also sort sources to organize facts according to themes or periods into documents to be used and monuments to be explored. In that sense, a tourist guide, a museum tour, an archaeological expedition, or an auction at Sotheby's can perform as much an archival role as the Library of Congress. The Historical Guild, or more properly, the rules that condition academic history, perform similar archival duties. These rules enforce constraints that belie the romantic image of the professional historian as an independent artist or isolated artisan. The historian is never alone, even within the most obscure corner of the archive. The encounter with the document is also an encounter with the guild, even for the amateur. In short, the making of archives involves a number of selective operations: selection of producers, selection of evidence, selection of themes, selection of procedures, which means, at best, the differential ranking and, at worst, the exclusion of some producers, some evidence, some themes, some procedures. Power enters here both obviously and surreptitiously. Jean-Baptiste Sans-Souci was silenced not only because some narrators may have consciously chosen not to mention him, but primarily because most writers followed the acknowledged rules of their time. Silences in the historical narrative. The dialectics of mentions and silences obtain also at the third moment of the process, when events that have become facts and may have been processed through archives are retrieved. Even if we assume instances of pure historical narrativity, that is, accounts that describe an alleged past in a way analogous to a sportscaster's play-by-play description of a game, even if we postulate a recording angel with no stakes in the story who would dutifully note all that was mentioned and collected, any subsequent narrative or any corpus of such narratives would demonstrate to us that retrieval and recollection proceed unequally. Occurrences equally noted, and supposedly not yet subject to interpretation in the most common sense of the word, exhibit in the historical corpus an unequal frequency of retrieval, unequal factual weight, indeed unequal degrees of factualness. Some facts are recalled more often than others. Some strings of facts are recalled with more empirical richness than others, even in play-by-play accounts. Every fact recorded in my narrative of the Sans-Souci story is part of the available record in relatively accessible form, since I have used only sources available in multiple copies: memoirs, published accounts, so-called secondary sources, that is, material already produced as history. But the frequency with which they appear in the total corpus from which the narrative was drawn varies. So does the material weight of mention, that is, the sheer empirical value of the string within which any single fact is enmeshed. That Colonel Sans-Souci was not the leader of an impromptu or marginal rebel band, but an early leader in the slave uprising and, later, a high-ranking officer of Louverture's army turned dissident, has been a constant fact within the published record from the late 18th century to our times. But that fact remained largely unused until recently. Its frequency of retrieval was low, its empirical elaboration defective in terms of the information already available in that corpus. Sans-Souci was most often alluded to without mention of grade or origins, without even a first name, all available facts within the corpus. Little was said of the size of his troops, of the details of his death, of his few stated positions. Yet there was enough to sketch a picture of Sans Souci, even if a very fleeting one, certainly not as elaborate as that of Christophe. Still, materials of that sort had to re-enter the corpus, so to speak, quite slowly and in restricted ways. For instance, as part of a catalog of documents within which they remained more or less inconspicuous. Only in the 1980s have they surfaced as rediscoveries in their own right within a narrative. Thus, to many readers who had access to most of this corpus, and who may or may not have different stakes in the narrative, the extent of Sans Souci's political dissidence, if not that of his existence, is likely to be apprehended as news. So is, for a different group of readers, overlapping and as substantial as the first one, the suggestion that the palace at Milo may have been modeled after the palace at Potsdam to an extent still undetermined. Now, the individuals who constructed this corpus came from various times and backgrounds, sought to offer various interpretations of the Haitian Revolution, and passed at times opposite value judgments on either the revolution itself or Christophe. Given these conflicting viewpoints, what explains the greater frequency of certain silences in the corpus? Let us go back to the actual practice of an ideal chronicler. Our description of that practice suggests that play-by-play accounts and even inventory lists are restricted, not only in terms of the occurrences they register, but also in terms of the order in which these occurrences are registered. In other words, no chronicle can avoid a minimal structure of narration, a movement that gives it some sense. That structure, barely visible in the typical chronicle, becomes fundamental to the narrative proper. Historical narratives are premised on previous understandings, which are themselves premised on the distribution of archival power. In the case of Haitian historiography, as in the case of most third world countries, these previous understandings have been profoundly shaped by Western conventions and procedures. First, the writing and reading of Haitian historiography implies literacy and formal access to a Western, primarily French, language and culture, two prerequisites that already exclude the majority of Haitians from direct participation in its production. Most Haitians are illiterate and unilingual speakers of Haitian, a French-based Creole. Only a few members of the already tiny elite are native bilingual speakers of French and Haitian. The first published memoirs and histories of the Revolution were written almost exclusively in French. So were most of the written traces, letters, proclamations, that have become primary documents. Currently, the vast majority of history books about Saint-Domingue, Haiti, is written in French, with a substantial minority of those published in France itself. The first full-length history book, and for that matter, the first full-length non-fiction book, written in Haitian Creole, is my own work on the Revolution, which dates from 1977. Second, regardless of their training and the degree to which they may be considered members of a guild, Haitian and foreign narrators aim to conform to guild practice. The division between guild historians and amateurs is, of course, premised on a particular Western-dominated practice. In the Haitian case, few, if any, individuals make a living writing history. Haitian historians have included physicians, lawyers, journalists, businessmen, bureaucrats, and politicians, high school teachers, and clergymen. Status as historian is not conferred by an academic doctoral degree, but by a mixture of publications that conform to a large extent to the standards of the Western Guild and active participation in ongoing historical debates. Previous understandings here include an acknowledgement of the now global academic division of labor as shaped by the particular history of Western Europe. Just as sportscasters assume an audience's limited knowledge of the players, who is who, what are the two sides, so do historians build their narrative on the shoulders of previous ones. The knowledge that narrators assume about their audience limits both their use of the archives and the context within which their story finds significance. To contribute to new knowledge and to add new significance, the narrator must both acknowledge and contradict the power embedded in previous understandings. This chapter itself exemplifies the point. My narrative of the Haitian Revolution assumed both a certain way of reading history and the reader's greater knowledge of French than of Haitian history. Whether or not these assumptions were correct they reflect a presumption about the unevenness of historical power. But if they were correct, the narrative had to present an overview of the last years of the Haitian Revolution. Otherwise, the story of Sans Souci would not make sense to most readers. I did not feel the need to underscore that Haiti is in the Caribbean and that Afro-American slavery had been going on in the Caribbean for exactly 3 centuries when these events occurred. These mentions would have added to the empirical weight of the narrative, but the story still made sense without them. Further, I assumed that most of my readers knew these facts. Still, expecting many of my readers to be North American undergraduates, I took the precaution of inserting throughout the text some clues about Haiti's topography and its general history. I did not report that Toussaint's capture, which I qualified as an entrapment, occurred on June 7, 1802, because the exact date did not seem to matter much in the narrative. But if I had done so, I would have used, as I do now, the Christian calendar, the year indexation system the West inherited from Dionysius Exiguus, rather than, say, an Oriental system. Nowhere in this text do I use the calendrier républicain, the system that indexed months and years in most of the primary documents of the story, because it did not prevail in post-revolutionary narratives and lost, therefore, its archival power. Even individuals who were forced to learn its correspondence with Dionysius' system at an early age, as I was in school, would take some time to ascertain that le 18 période de l'an was indeed June 7, 1802. In short, I bowed to some rules inherited from a history of uneven power to ensure the accessibility of my narrative. Thus, in many ways, my account followed a conventional line, but only up to a certain point because of my treatment of Sans Souci. Until now, indeed, the combined effect of previous understandings about plot structures and common empirical knowledge resulted in a partial silencing of the life and death of the colonel. Players have been distributed according to the major leagues, and the event units of Haitian history have been cut in slices that cannot be easily modified. Thus, the war within the war has been subsumed within accounts of the war between the French and the colonial troops, rarely, if ever, detailed as a narrative in its own right. In that sense, indeed, it never constituted a complete sequence, a play-by-play account of any thing. Rather, its constituting events were retrieved as marginal subparts of other accounts, and the life and death of Sans Souci himself as a smaller segment of these subparts. To unearth Colonel Sans Souci as more than a negligible figure within the story of Haiti's emergence, I chose to add a section that recast his story as a separate account after the chronological sketch of the revolution. This was a choice based on both possible procedures and assessment of my reader's knowledge. That choice acknowledges power, but it also introduces some dissonance by setting up the war within the war as a historical topic. To be sure, I could have highlighted the figure of the colonel in a different way, but I had to resort to a procedure of emphasis based on both content and form in order to reach my final goal, that of suggesting new significance to both the Haitian Revolution and to the colonel's life. I could not leave to chance the transformation of some silences into mentions or the possibility that mentions alone would add retrospective significance. In short, this unearthing of Sans Souci required extra labor, not so much in the production of new facts, but in their transformation into a new narrative. Silences within silences. The unearthing of silences, and the historian's subsequent emphasis on the retrospective significance of hitherto neglected events, requires not only extra labor at the archives, whether or not one uses primary sources, but also a project linked to an interpretation. This is so because the combined silences accrued through the first 3 steps of the process of historical production intermesh and solidify at the 4th and final moment, when retrospective significance itself is produced. To call this moment final does not suggest that it follows the chronological disappearance of the actors. Retrospective significance can be created by the actors themselves, as a past within their past, or as a future within their present. Henry I killed Sans Souci twice. First, literally, during their last meeting. Second, symbolically, by naming his most famous palace Sans Souci. This killing in history was as much for his benefit as it was for our wonder. It erased Sanssouci from Christophe's own past, and it erased him from his future, what has become the historian's present. It did not erase Sanssouci from Christophe's memory, or even from the sources. Historian Enoch Trouillot, one of the few Haitians to emphasize the similarity between the two names, suggests that Christophe may even have wanted to perpetuate the memory of his enemy as the most formidable one he defeated. In other words, the silencing of Sanssouci could be read as an engraving of Christophe himself, the ultimate victor over all mortal enemies and over death itself. In erecting Sanssouci at the foothills of Milo, did Christophe want to prove how solidly his power was implanted in this soil? Or else, was he dominated by a more obscure thought? For a legend reports that a diviner foretold Christophe that he would die by the hand of a Congo. Then, superstitious as he was, having satisfied his propensity for magic, did he believe that in erecting this town he could defy destiny? We do not know. The suggestion is not far-fetched. That Christophe deemed himself one notch above most mortals was well known, even in his lifetime. Further, his reliance on transformative rituals, his desire to control both humans and death itself, are epitomized in his last moments. Having engaged unsuccessfully in various rituals to restore his failing health, and knowing that he had lost a personal magnetism that made his contemporaries tremble at his sight, a paralyzed Christophe shot himself, reportedly with a silver bullet, before a growing crowd of insurgents reached Sanssouci. Whether that bullet was meant to save him from a Congo, as such, we do not know. But we know that the silencing was effective, that Sanssouci's life and death have been endowed with only marginal retrospective significance, while neither Christophe's apologists nor his detractors failed to mention the king's thirst for glory and the extent to which he achieved it in his lifetime and thereafter. The legend of the diviner may one day be transformed into fact, but Trouillot's references to superstition notwithstanding, the real magic remains this dual production of a highly significant mention of glory and an equally significant silence. Christophe indeed defied the future with this silencing. For silencing here is an erasure more effective than the absence or failure of memory, whether faked or genuine. French General 𝒻𝓊𝒾𝑜𝑷𝑜 had no particular reason to take publicly the side of either man at the time that he wrote his memoirs. He knew them both. His own life intersected with theirs in ways that usually inscribe events in memory. They were both his enemies and his subalterns at different times in a foreign war about which he was half convinced and ended up losing. He is the only human being we know to have left records of a conversation with Christophe about Colonel Sanssouci. That 60 pages after he reports this conversation, Delacroix mentions by name the favorite palace of Henry I without commenting on the connection between that name and the colonel's patronym testifies to the effectiveness of Christophe's silencing. Indeed, Delacroix's silence typifies an obliteration that may have gone beyond Christophe's wishes. For in many non-Haitian circles, the disappearance of Sanssouci, the man, tied the entire significance of the palace at Milo to Sanssouci Potsdam. Jonathan Brown, the physician from New Hampshire who visited Haiti a decade after Christophe's death and failed to note the connection between the colonel and the palace, wrote, Christophe was particularly delighted with history, of which his knowledge was extensive and accurate. And Frederick the Great of Prussia was a personage with whom, above all others, he was captivated, the name of Sanssouci having been borrowed from Potsdam. The excerpt from Brown is one of the earliest written mentions of a relationship between the two palaces and the most likely source for subsequent writers in the English language. The only reference to Potsdam prior to Brown in the corpus covered here is buried in a diatribe against Christophe by Haitian writer and politician Hérode Dumesa. Dumesa does not say that the Milo Palace was designed or named after Potsdam. Rather, he emphasizes a fundamental contradiction between what he perceives as Frederick's love of justice and Christophe's tyranny. Elsewhere in the book, Dumesa also compares Christophe with Nero and Caligula. He derides Christophe's ceremonial corps of Amazons who, in his view, were much less graceful than the real Amazons of pre-conquest South America. In short, As mentioned by 𝒻𝓊𝓁𝓁, the connection between Potsdam and Milo is purely rhetorical. Has history turned this rhetoric into a source? Hubert Kohl, who wrote an important biography of Christoph, expands on the theme of German influence on Haitian architecture of the time and claims that German engineers built the citadel. Kohl, like Brown, does not cite sources for his suggestions. Implicitly contradicting Brown and Kohl, Haitian historian 𝒻𝓊𝓁𝓁 credits Christophe's military engineer Henri Barré for the design of the citadel and one michel-rolph for the design and building of Sans-Souci. Lecomte examined most writings then available about Christophe and claimed to have used new documents as well as oral sources, but except for locating Rolloph's grave in a cemetery in northern Haiti, he does not tie his data to specific archives or sources. Lecomte does not allude to any German influence. Explicitly rejecting such influence, Haitian architect Patrick de la Tour, who is involved in the restoration of the palace, insists upon viewing it within Christophe's larger project of building a royal town. For de la Tour, personal communications, the foreign association, if any, is that of French urban planning at the turn of the century. Did someone dream of the German connection? There were German and other European residents in Christophe's kingdom. There were Haitians fluent in German and in other European languages at the king's personal service. Moreover, Christophe did hire German military engineers to strengthen the defenses of his kingdom. Charles Mackenzie, the British consul in Haiti and a self-avowed spy, describes the case of two of these Germans whom Christophe jailed in order to prevent them from divulging military secrets. Yet, Mackenzie, who visited and described Sans-Souci less than 10 years after Christophe's death, does not connect the two palaces. Still, given what we know of Henry I, and given the presence of German military architects in his kingdom, it is more than probable that he was aware of Potsdam's existence and that he knew what it looked like. That Frederick contributed to the design of Sans-Souci Potsdam, wrote poetry, received in his palace celebrities of his time, men like Johann Sebastian Bach and Voltaire, also suggest an example that could have inspired Christophe. Henry I indeed supervised personally the construction of Sans-Souci Milo and maintained there the closest Haitian equivalent to an intellectual salon, thus reproducing, knowingly or not, aspects of the dream of Potsdam. None of this authenticates a strong Potsdam connection. Having compared numerous images of the two palaces, which include sketches of Sans-Souci before 1842, I find that they portray some vague similarities both in general layout and in some details, the cupola of the church, the front arcades, but I will immediately confess that my amateurish associations require at least a suspicion of influence. How grounded is such a suspicion? The strongest evidence against a strong Potsdam connection is yet another silence. Austro-German geographer Karl Ritter, a seasoned traveler and a keen observer of peoples and places, visited Sans-Souci 8 days after Christophe's death. Ritter climbed upon a hill and drew a picture of the palace. His text describes in detail a building that was built entirely according to European taste and emphasizes such features as Christophe's bathroom and the European plants in the garden. Indeed, the word European returns many times in the written description, but nowhere is there the suggestion of an affinity between Christophe's residence and that of Frederick. Ritter had the benefit of both immediacy and hindsight. Most resident foreigners had been kept away from the road to the citadel, and therefore from Sans-Souci during Christophe's tenure. A few days after the king's suicide, some European residents rushed to discover by themselves Christophe's two most famous constructions. Ritter joined that party. Thus, he visited the palace in the company of other whites at a time when Sans-Souci triggered so much interest among the few white residents of Haiti that every white had to talk about it. Ritter does not report these conversations, but one can presume that he took them into consideration while writing his text. At the same time, since that text was published much later, indeed after that of 𝒻𝓊𝓁𝓁 and that of Mackenzie, Ritter could have picked up from either of these two writers hints to a German connection. Yet Ritter never alludes to a specifically German or Prussian influence on Sans-Souci Milo. Either he never heard of it, even from fellow German speakers residing in Haiti, or he thought it inconsequential both then and later. How interesting, in light of this silence, that later writers gave Potsdam so much retrospective significance. Hubert Kohl is one of the few writers to have noted explicitly the connection between Potsdam, Milo, and 𝒻𝓊𝓁𝓁, the man, whom he identifies as a major general. But he depreciates the link between the latter two and makes Potsdam pivotal. Kohl spends a single sentence on the three faces of 𝒻𝓊𝓁𝓁 to produce a quite eloquent silence. Here, at the foot of the Pic de la Ferrière, guarded by the fortress that he called Citadel Henry, he built 𝒻𝓊𝓁𝓁, naming it out of admiration for Frederick the Great, and despite the fact that it was also the name of the bitter enemy whom he had murdered. For Kohl, the coincidence between 𝒻𝓊𝓁 Milo and 𝒻𝓊𝓁 the man was an accident that the king easily bypassed. The colonel had no symbolic significance. I am aware of being redundant in phrasing it this way. Only a factual one. In retrospect, only 𝒻𝓊𝓁 Potsdam mattered, though Kohl does not say why it should matter so much. In so stressing Potsdam, Kohl not only silences the colonel, he also denies Christoph's own attempt to silence 𝒻𝓊𝓁 the man. Kohl's silencing thus produces a Christoph who is a remorseless murderer, a tasteless potentate, a bare mimic of Frederick, a man who consumes his victim and appropriates his war name, not through a ritual of reckoning, but by gross inadvertence. Such a picture is not convincing. A 1786 map of northern Saint-Domingue shows the main Grand Pré plantation to be adjacent to the Milo plantation. Christoph used both places as headquarters. Given the size of the palace and its dependencies, the royal domain may have run over part of Grand Pré. In other words, Christoph built 𝒻𝓊𝓁, the palace, a few yards away from, if not exactly, where he killed 𝒻𝓊𝓁, the man. Coincidence and inadvertence seem quite improbable. More likely, the king was engaged in a transformative ritual to absorb his old enemy. Dahomen oral history reports that the country was founded by 𝒶𝓊𝓁𝓁 after a successful war against Da, the ruler of 𝒻𝓊𝓁. 𝒶𝓊𝓁 put Da to death by cutting open his belly and placed his body under the foundation of a palace that he built in 𝒻𝓊𝓁, as a memorial of his victory, which he called Dahomey, from Da, the unfortunate victim, and Homey, his belly, that is, a house built in Da's belly. The elements of the 𝒻𝓊𝓁 plot are there: the war, the killing, the building of a palace, and the naming of it after the dead enemy. Chances are that Christoph knew this story. He praised Dahomens as great warriors. He bought or recruited 4,000 blacks, many of whom were reportedly from Dahomey, to bolster his army. 150 of his royal Dahomets, based at 𝒻𝓊𝓁, formed his cherished cadet troop. In light of this, the emphasis on Potsdam by non-Haitian historians, which deprives the colonel's death of any significance, is also an act of silencing. The defeat of the barbarians. For Haitians, the silencing is elsewhere. To start with, Potsdam is not even a matter of fact. When I raised the issue of the influence of the German palace on the construction of 𝒻𝓊𝓁, most of my Haitian interlocutors acknowledged ignorance. Some historians conceded that they had heard of it, but the connection was never taken seriously. In that sense, Haitian historians are playing by the rules of the Western Guild. There is no irrefutable evidence of a connection between Milo and Potsdam. But for most Haitians, most urbanites at least, the silencing goes way beyond this mere matter of fact. The literate Haitians with whom I raised the Potsdam connection did not simply question the evidence. Rather, the attitude was that, even if proven, this fact itself did not much matter. Just as the colonel's name and murder, of which they are well aware, does not much matter. For the Haitian urban elites, only Milo counts, and two of the faces of 𝒻𝓊𝓁 are ghosts that are best left undisturbed. The colonel is for them the epitome of the war within the war, an episode that, until recently, they have denied any retrospective significance. This fratricide sequence is the only blemish in the glorious epic of their ancestors' victory against France, the only shameful page in the history of the sole successful slave revolution in the annals of humankind. Thus, understandably, it is the one page they would have written otherwise if history depended only on the wishes of the narrator. And indeed, they tried to rewrite it as much as they could. For most writers sympathetic to the cause of freedom, Haitians and foreigners alike, the war within the war is an amalgam of unhappy incidents that pitted the black Jacobins, Creole slaves, and freedmen alike against hordes of uneducated Congos, African-born slaves, Bosali men with strange surnames like Sans-Souci, Makaya, Silla, Mavugno, 𝒻𝓊𝓁𝓁, Petite Noël Prière or Prière, Val-Mahuro, Macaque, Alao, Coco, Sanglao. Slave names quite distinguishable from the French-sounding ones of Jean-Jacques Dessalines, Alexandre Pétion, Henri Christophe, Augustin Clervaux, and the like. That many of these Congos were early leaders of the 1791 uprising, that a few had become bona fide officers of Louverture's army, that all were staunch defenders of the cause of freedom have been passed over. The military experience gathered in Africa during the Congo civil wars, which may have been crucial to the slave revolution, is a non-issue in Haiti. Not just because few Haitians are intimate with African history, but because Haitian historians, like everyone else, long assumed that victorious strategies could only come from the Europeans, or the most Europeanized slaves. Words like Congo and Bosali carry negative connotations in the Caribbean today. Never mind that Haiti was born with a majority of Bosalis. As the Auguste brothers have recently noted, no one wondered how the label Congo came to describe a purported political minority at a time when the bulk of the population was certainly African-born, and probably from the Congo region. Jean-Baptiste Sans-Souci is the Congo par excellence. He was the most renowned of the African rebels and the most effective from the point of view of both French and colonial higher ranks. He is a ghost that most Haitian historians, urban, literate French speakers as they all are, would rather lay to rest. Mulatto historian Beaubrun Ardouin, who helped launch Haitian historiography on a modern path, and whose thousands of pages have been pruned, acclaimed, plagiarized, and contested, is known for his hatred of Christophe and his harsh criticism of the dark-skinned heroes of Haitian independence. Yet, when it came to Sans-Souci, Ardouin, the mulatto, took the black Creole side, describing a meeting during the negotiations over the leadership in which a courageous, energetic, distinguished, intelligent, and, suddenly, good-looking Christophe used his legendary magnetism to influence Sans-Souci. Ardouin writes, brandishing his sword, Christophe moved towards Sans-Souci and asked him to declare whether or not he did not acknowledge him as a général, his superior. Subjugated by the ascendance of a civilized man, and a former commander at that, the African told him, "General, what do you want to do?" "You are calling me general," replied Christophe. "Then, you do acknowledge me as your chief, since you are not a general yourself." Sans-Souci did not dare reply. The barbarian was defeated. Ardouin is quick to choose sides, not only because he may feel culturally closer to Christophe, a civilized man, but also because, as a nationalist historian, he needs Christophe against Sans-Souci. As the first independent modern state of the so-called Third World, Haiti experienced early all the trials of post-colonial nation-building. In contrast to the United States, the only post-colonial case before 1804, it did so within a context characterized by a dependent economy and freedom for all. Thus, while the elite's claims to state control required, as elsewhere, the partial appropriation of the culture history of the masses, they also required, perhaps more than elsewhere, the silencing of dissent. Both the silencing of dissent and the building of state institutions started with the Louverture regime, whose closest equivalent in post-independent Haiti was Henry I's kingdom. In short, Christophe's fame as a builder, both figuratively and literally, and his reputation as a ruthless leader are two sides of the same coin. Ardouin, a political kingmaker in his own time, knows this. Both he and Christophe belong to the same elite that must control and normalize the aspirations of the barbarians. Ardouin also needs Christophe against the French. In spite of the attributes that Ardouin abhors and that he finds elsewhere hard to reconcile with civilization, Christophe is part of the glory that Ardouin claims to be his past. Christophe beat the French. Sans Souci did not. Christophe erected these monuments to the honor of the black race, whereas Sans Souci, the African, nearly stalled the epic. For Ardouin, as for many other Haitians, Sans Souci is an inconvenience inasmuch as the war within the war may prove to be a distraction from the main event of 1791 to 1804, the successful revolution that their ancestors launched against both slavery and colonialism, and that the white world did its best to forget. Here, the silencing of Sans Souci the man and that of Sans Souci Posthum converge. They are silences of resistance. Silence is thrown against a superior silence, that which Western historiography has produced around the revolution of Saint-Domingue, Haiti. In the context of this silencing, which we explore in the next chapter, Posthum remains a vague suggestion. The colonel's death is a mere matter of fact, while the crumbling walls of Milo still stand as a last defense against oblivion. Chapter 3. An Unthinkable History. The Haitian Revolution as a Non-Event. The young woman stood up in the middle of my lecture. Mr. Trouillot, you make us read all those white scholars. What can they know about slavery? Where were they when we were jumping off the boats? When we chose death over misery and killed our own children to spare them from a life of rape? I was scared, and she was wrong. She was not reading white authors only, and she never jumped from a slave ship. I was dumbfounded, and she was angry. But how does one reason with anger? I was on my way to a PhD, and my teaching this course was barely a stopover, a way of paying the dues of guilt in this lily-white institution. She had taken my class as a mental break on her way to med school, or Harvard Law, or some lily-white corporation. I had entitled the course, The Black Experience in the Americas. I should have known better. It attracted the few black students around, plus a few courageous whites, and they were all expecting too much more than I could deliver. They wanted a life that no narrative could provide, even the best fiction. They wanted a life that only they could build right now, right here in the United States. Except that they did not know this. They were too close to the unfolding story. Yet already I could see in their eyes that part of my lesson registered. I wanted them to know that slavery did not happen only in Georgia and Mississippi. I wanted them to learn that the African connection was more complex and tortuous than they had ever imagined, that the U.S. monopoly on both blackness and racism was itself a racist plot. And she had broken the spell on her way to Harvard Law. I was a novice, and so was she, each of us struggling with the history we chose, each of us also fighting an imposed oblivion. 10 years later, I was visiting another institution with a less prestigious clientele and more modest dreams, when another young black woman, the same age but much more timid, caught me again by surprise. "I am tired," she said, "to hear about this slavery stuff. Can we hear the story of the black millionaires?" Had times changed so fast, or were there different takes on slavery reflections of class differences? I flashed back to the first woman clinging so tightly to that slave boat. I understood better why she wanted to jump even once on her way to Harvard Law, med school, or wherever. Custodian of the future for an imprisoned race whose young males do not live long enough to have a past, she needed this narrative of resistance. Nietzsche was wrong. This was no extra baggage, but a necessity for the journey. And who was I to say that it was no better a past than a bunch of fake millionaires, or a medal of St. Henry and the crumbling walls of a decrepit palace? I wish I could shuffle the years and put both young women in the same room. We would have shared stories not yet in the archives. We would have read Ntosake Shange's tale of a colored girl dreaming of Toussaint Louverture and the revolution that the world forgot. Then we would have returned to the planters' journals, to econometric history and its industry of statistics, and none of us would be afraid of the numbers. hard facts are no more frightening than darkness. You can play with them if you are with friends. They are scary only if you read them alone. We all need histories that no history book can tell, but they are not in the classroom, not the history classrooms anyway. They are in the lessons we learn at home, in poetry and childhood games, in what is left of history when we close the history books with their verifiable facts. Otherwise, why would a Black woman born and raised in the richest country of the late 20th century be more afraid to talk about slavery than a white planter in colonial 𝒻𝓊𝓁𝓁 just days before rebellious slaves knocked on his door? This is a story for young Black Americans who are still afraid of the dark. Although they are not alone, it may tell them why they feel they are. Unthinking a Chimera. In 1790, just a few months before the beginning of the insurrection that shook 𝒻𝓊𝓁𝓁 and brought about the revolutionary birth of independent Haiti, French colonist Labarre reassured his metropolitan wife of the peaceful state of life in the tropics. He wrote, "There is no movement among our Negroes. They don't even think of it. They are very tranquil and obedient. A revolt among them is impossible." And again, "We have nothing to fear on the part of the Negroes. They are tranquil and obedient." And again, "The Negroes are very obedient and always will be. We sleep with doors and windows wide open. Freedom for Negroes is a chimera." Historian Roger Dorsonville, who cites these words, notes that a few months later, the most important slave insurrection in recorded history had reduced to insignificance such abstract arguments about Negro obedience. I am not so sure. When reality does not coincide with deeply held beliefs, human beings tend to phrase interpretations that force reality within the scope of these beliefs. They devise formulas to repress the unthinkable and to bring it back within the realm of accepted discourse. Labarre's views were by no means unique. Witness this manager who constantly reassured his patrons in almost similar words, "I lived tranquilly in the midst of them without a single thought of their uprising, unless that was fomented by the whites themselves." There were doubts at times, but the planters' practical precautions aimed at stemming individual actions or, at worst, a sudden riot. No one in 𝒻𝓊𝓁𝓁 or elsewhere worked out a plan of response to a general insurrection. Indeed, the contention that enslaved Africans and their descendants could not envision freedom, let alone formulate strategies for gaining and securing such freedom, was based not so much on empirical evidence as on an ontology, an implicit organization of the world and its inhabitants. Although by no means monolithic, this worldview was widely shared by whites in Europe and the Americas and by many non-white plantation owners as well. Although it left room for variations, none of these variations included the possibility of a revolutionary uprising in the slave plantations, let alone a successful one leading to the creation of an independent state. The Haitian Revolution thus entered history with the peculiar characteristic of being unthinkable, even as it happened. Official debates and publications of the times, including the long list of pamphlets on 𝒻𝓊𝓁𝓁 published in France from 1790 to 1804, revealed the incapacity of most contemporaries to understand the ongoing revolution on its own terms. They could read the news only with their ready-made categories, and these categories were incompatible with the idea of a slave revolution. The discursive context within which news from 𝒻𝓊𝓁𝓁 was discussed as it happened has important consequences for the historiography of 𝒻𝓊𝓁𝓁 Haiti. If some events cannot be accepted even as they occur, how can they be assessed later? In other words, can historical narratives convey plots that are unthinkable in the world within which these narratives take place? How does one write a history of the impossible? The key issue is not ideological. Ideological treatments are now more current in Haiti itself, in the epic or bluntly political interpretations of the revolution favored by some Haitian writers, than in the more rigorous handling of the evidence by professionals in Europe or in North America. The international scholarship on the Haitian Revolution has been rather sound by modern standards of evidence since at least the 1940s. The issue is rather epistemological and, by inference, methodological in the broadest sense. Standards of evidence notwithstanding, To what extent has modern historiography of the Haitian Revolution, as part of a continuous Western discourse on slavery, race, and colonization, broken the iron bonds of the philosophical milieu in which it was born? A certain idea of man. The West was created somewhere at the beginning of the 16th century in the midst of a global wave of material and symbolic transformations. The definitive expulsion of the Muslims from Europe, the so-called voyages of exploration, the first developments of merchant colonialism, and the maturation of the absolutist state set the stage for the rulers and merchants of Western Christendom to conquer Europe and the rest of the world. This historical itinerary was political, as evidenced by the now well-known names that it evokes: Columbus, Magellan, Charles V, the Habsburgs, and the turning moments that set its pace: the reconquest of Castile and of Aragon, the laws of Burgos, the transmission of papal power from the Borgias to the Medicis. These political developments paralleled the emergence of a new symbolic order. The invention of the Americas with Waldseemüller, Vespucci, and Balboa, the simultaneous invention of Europe, the division of the Mediterranean by an imaginary line going from the south of Cadiz to the north of Constantinople, the westernization of Christianity, and the invention of a Greco-Roman pass to Western Europe were all part of the process through which Europe became the West. What we call the Renaissance, much more an invention in its own right than a rebirth, ushered in a number of philosophical questions to which politicians, theologians, artists, and soldiers provided both concrete and abstract answers. What is beauty? What is order? What is the state? But also, and above all, what is man? Philosophers who discussed that last issue could not escape the fact that colonization was going on as they spoke. Men, Europeans, were conquering, killing, dominating, and enslaving other beings thought to be equally human, if only by some. The contest between Bartolomé de las Casas and Juan Ginés de Sepúlveda at Valladolid on the nature and fate of the Indians in 1550 to 1551 was only one instance of this continuous encounter between the symbolic and the practical. Whence, the very ambiguities of the early Las Casas who believed both in colonization and in the humanity of the Indians and found it impossible to reconcile the two. But despite Las Casas and others, the Renaissance did not, could not, settle the question of the ontological nature of conquered peoples. As we well know, Las Casas himself offered a poor and ambiguous compromise that he was to regret later. Freedom for the savages, the Indians, slavery for the barbarians, the Africans. Colonization won the day. The 17th century saw the increased involvement of England, France, and the Netherlands in the Americas and in the slave trade. The 18th century followed the same path with a touch of perversity. The more European merchants and mercenaries bought and conquered other men and women, the more European philosophers wrote and talked about man. Viewed from outside the West, with its extraordinary increase in both philosophical musings and concrete attention to colonial practice, the century of the Enlightenment was also a century of confusion. There is no single view of blacks, or of any non-white group for that matter, even within discrete European populations. Rather, non-European groups were forced to enter into various philosophical, ideological, and practical schemes. Most important for our purposes is that all of these schemes recognize degrees of humanity. Whether these connecting ladders rank chunks of humanity on ontological, ethical, political, scientific, cultural, or simply pragmatic grounds, the fact is that all assumed and reasserted that, ultimately, some humans were more so than others. For indeed, in the horizon of the West at the end of the century, man, with a capital M, was primarily European and male. On this single point, everyone who mattered agreed. Men were also, to a lesser degree, females of European origins, like the French citoyennes, or ambiguous whites such as European Jews. Further down were peoples tied to strong state structures, Chinese, Persians, Egyptians, who exerted a different fascination on some Europeans for being at the same time more advanced and yet potentially more evil than other Westerners. On reflection, and only for a timid minority, man could also be westernized man, the complacent colonized. The benefit of doubt did not extend very far. Westernized, or more properly, westernizable humans, natives of Africa or of the Americas, were at the lowest level of this nomenclature. Negative connotations linked to skin colors increasingly regrouped as black had first spread in Christendom in the late Middle Ages. They were reinforced by the fanciful descriptions of medieval geographers and travelers. Thus, the word nègre entered French dictionaries and glossaries with negative undertones, increasingly precise from its first appearances in the 1670s, to the universal dictionaries that augured the encyclopedia. By the middle of the 18th century, black was almost universally bad. What had happened in the meantime was the expansion of African American slavery. Indeed, the rather abstract nomenclature inherited from the Renaissance was altogether reproduced, reinforced, and challenged by colonial practice and the philosophical literature. That is, 18th century colonial practice brought to the fore both the certitudes and the ambiguities of the ontological order that paralleled the rise of the West. Colonization provided the most potent impetus for the transformation of European ethnocentrism into scientific racism. In the early 1700s, the ideological rationalization of Afro-American slavery relied increasingly on explicit formulations of the ontological order inherited from the Renaissance. But in so doing, it also transformed the Renaissance worldview by bringing its purported inequalities much closer to the very practices that confirmed them. Blacks were inferior and therefore enslaved. Black slaves behaved badly and were therefore inferior. In short, the practice of slavery in the Americas secured the blacks' position at the bottom of the human world. With the place of blacks now guaranteed at the bottom of the Western nomenclature, anti-black racism soon became the central element of planter ideology in the Caribbean. By the middle of the 18th century, the arguments justifying slavery in the Antilles and North America relocated in Europe, where they blended with the racist strain inherent in 18th century rationalist thought. The literature in French is telling, though by no means unique. Buffon fervently supported a monogynous viewpoint. Blacks were not, in his view, of a different species. Still, they were different enough to be destined to slavery. Voltaire disagreed, but only in part. Negroes belonged to a different species, one culturally destined to be slaves. That the material well-being of many of these thinkers was often indirectly and sometimes quite directly linked to the exploitation of African slave labor may not have been irrelevant to their learned opinions. By the time of the American Revolution, scientific racism, whose rise many historians wrongly attribute to the 19th century, was already a feature of the ideological landscape of the Enlightenment on both sides of the Atlantic. Thus, the Enlightenment exacerbated the fundamental ambiguity that dominated the encounter between ontological discourse and colonial practice. If the philosophers did reformulate some of the answers inherited from the Renaissance, the question, "What is man?" kept stumbling against the practices of domination and of merchant accumulation. The gap between abstraction and practice grew, or better said, the handling of the contradictions between the two became much more sophisticated, in part because philosophy provided as many answers as colonial practice itself. The age of the Enlightenment was an age in which the slave drivers of Nantes bought titles of nobility to better parade with philosophers, an age in which a freedom fighter such as Thomas Jefferson owned slaves without bursting under the weight of his intellectual and moral contradictions. In the name of freedom and democracy also, in July 1789, just a few days before the storming of the Bastille, a few planters from Saint-Domingue met in Paris to petition the newly formed French Assembly to accept in its midst 20 representatives from the Caribbean. The planters had derived this number from the population of the islands, using roughly the mathematics used in France to proportion metropolitan representatives in the Assembly. But they had quite inadvertently counted the black slaves and the gens de couleur as part of the population of the islands, whereas, of course, they were claiming no rights of suffrage for these non-whites. Honoré Gabriel Riquetti, Count of Mirabeau, took the stand to denounce the planters' skewed mathematics. Mirabeau told the assembly, "Are the colonies placing their Negroes and their gens de couleur in the class of men or in that of the beasts of burden? If the colonists want the Negroes and the gens de couleur to count as men, let them enfranchise the first, that all may be electors, that all may be elected. If not, we beg them to observe that in proportioning the number of deputies to the population of France, we have taken into consideration neither the number of our horses nor that of our mules." Mirabeau wanted the French Assembly to reconcile the philosophical positions explicit in the Declaration of Rights of Man and its political stance on the colonies. But the Declaration spoke of the rights of man and citizen, a title which denotes, as Tzvetan Todorov reminds us, the germ of a contradiction. In this case, the citizen won over the man, at least over the non-white man. The National Assembly granted only 6 deputies to the sugar colonies of the Caribbean, a few more than they deserved if only the whites had been counted, but many less than if the Assembly had recognized the full political rights of the blacks and the gens de couleur. In the mathematics of realpolitik, the 500,000 slaves of Saint-Domingue, Haiti, and the few hundred thousands of the other colonies were apparently worth 3 deputies, white ones at that. The ease with which the Assembly bypassed its own contradictions, an echo of the mechanisms by which black slaves came to account for 3/5 of a person in the United States, permeated the practices of the Enlightenment. Jacques Thibault doubts that contemporaries found a dichotomy between the France of the slavers and that of the philosophers. Was not the Western maritime France an integral part of France of the Enlightenment? Louis Salamolin further suggests that we distinguish between the advocacy of slavery and the racism of the time. One could oppose the first on practical grounds and not the other on philosophical ones. Voltaire, notably, was racist, but often opposed slavery on practical rather than moral grounds. So did David Hume, not because he believed in the equality of blacks, but because, like Adam Smith, he considered the whole business too expensive. Indeed, in France as in England, the arguments for or against slavery in formal political arenas were more often than not couched in pragmatic terms, notwithstanding the mass appeal of British abolitionism and its religious connotations. The Enlightenment, nevertheless, brought a change of perspective. The idea of progress, now confirmed, suggested that men were perfectible. Therefore, subhumans could be, theoretically at least, perfectible. More important, the slave trade was running its course, and the economics of slavery would be questioned increasingly as the century neared its end. Perfectibility became an argument in the practical debate. The westernized other looked increasingly more profitable to the West, especially if he could become a free laborer. A French memoir of 1790 summarized the issue. It is perhaps not impossible to civilize the Negro, to bring him to principles, and make a man out of him. There would be more to gain than to buy and sell him. Finally, we should not underestimate the loud anti-colonialist stance of a small, elitist, but vocal group of philosophers and politicians. The reservations expressed in the metropolis had little impact within the Caribbean or in Africa. Indeed, the slave trade increased in the years 1789 to 1791, while French politicians and philosophers were debating more vehemently than ever on the rights of humanity. Further, few politicians or philosophers attacked racism, colonialism, and slavery in a single blow and with equal vehemence. In France, as in England colonialism, pro-slavery rhetoric and racism intermingled and supported one another without ever becoming totally confused. So did their opposites. That allowed much room for multiple positions. Such multiplicity notwithstanding, there was no doubt about Western superiority, only about its proper use and effect. L'Histoire des Deux Mondes, signed by Abbé Raynal with philosopher and encyclopedist Denis Diderot acting as ghost, and some would say premier, contributor to the anti-colonialist passages, was perhaps the most radical critique of colonialism from the France of the Enlightenment. Yet, the book never fully questioned the ontological principles behind the colonialist enterprise, namely that the differences between forms of humanity were not only of degree but of kind, not historical but primordial. The polyphony of the book further limited its anti-slavery impact. Bonnet rightly points that L'Histoire is a book that reveres at once the immobile vision of the noble savage and the benefits of industry and human activity. Behind the radicalism of Diderot and Raynal stood, ultimately, a project of colonial management. It did indeed include the abolition of slavery, but only in the long term and as part of a process that aimed at the better control of the colonies. Access to human status did not lead ipso facto to self-determination. In short, here again, as in Condorcet, as in Mirabeau, as in Jefferson, when all is said and done, there are degrees of humanity. The vocabulary of the times reveals that gradation. When one talked of the biological product of black and of white intercourse, one spoke of man of color, as if the two terms do not necessarily go together. Unmarked humanity is white. The captain of a slave boat bluntly emphasized this implicit opposition between white men and the rest of humankind. After French supporters of the free colors in Paris created the Société des Amis des Noirs, the pro-slavery captain proudly labeled himself les Amis des Hommes. The friends of the blacks were not necessarily friends of man. The lexical opposition man versus native, or man versus Negro, tinted the European literature on the Americas from 1492 to the Haitian Revolution and beyond. Even the radical duo Diderot-Raynal did not escape it. Recounting an early Spanish exploration, they write, "Was not this handful of men surrounded by an innumerable multitude of natives, seized with alarm and terror, well or ill-founded?" One will not castigate long-dead writers for using the words of their time or for not sharing ideological views that we now take for granted. Lest accusations of political correctness trivialize the issue, let me emphasize that I am not suggesting that 18th century men and women should have thought about the fundamental equality of humankind in the same way some of us do today. On the contrary, I am arguing that they could not have done so. But I am also drawing a lesson from the understanding of this historical impossibility. The Haitian Revolution did challenge the ontological and political assumptions of the most radical writers of the Enlightenment. The events that shook up Saint-Domingue from 1791 to 1804 constituted a sequence for which not even the extreme political left in France or in England had a conceptual frame of reference. They were unthinkable facts in the framework of Western thought. Pierre Bourdieu defines the unthinkable as that for which one has no adequate instruments to conceptualize. He writes, "In the unthinkable of an epoch, there is all that one cannot think for want of ethical or political inclinations that predispose to take it into account or in consideration, but also that which one cannot think for want of instruments of thought such as problematics, concepts, methods, techniques. The unthinkable is that which one cannot conceive within the range of possible alternatives, that which perverts all answers because it defies the terms under which the questions were phrased. In that sense, the Haitian Revolution was unthinkable in its time. It challenged the very framework within which proponents and opponents had examined race, colonialism, and slavery in the Americas. Prelude to the News: The Failure of Categories. Between the first slave shipments of the early 1500s and the 1791 insurrection of northern Saint-Domingue, most Western observers had treated manifestations of slave resistance and defiance with the ambivalence characteristic of their overall treatment of colonization and slavery. On the one hand, resistance and defiance did not exist, since to acknowledge them was to acknowledge the humanity of the enslaved. On the other hand, since resistance occurred, it was dealt with quite severely within or around the plantations. Thus, next to a discourse that claimed the contentment of slaves, a plethora of laws, advice, and measures, both legal and illegal, were set up to curb the very resistance denied in theory. Publications by and for planters, as well as plantation journals and correspondence, often mixed both attitudes. Close as some were to the real world, planters and managers could not fully deny resistance, but they tried to provide reassuring certitudes by trivializing all its manifestations. Resistance did not exist as a global phenomenon. Rather, each case of unmistakable defiance, each possible instance of resistance, was treated separately and drained of its political content. Slave A ran away because he was particularly mistreated by his master. Slave B was missing because he was not properly fed. Slave X killed herself in a fatal tantrum. Slave Y poisoned her mistress because she was jealous. The runaway emerges from this literature, which still has its disciples, as an animal driven by biological constraints, at best as a pathological case. The rebellious slave, in turn, is a maladjusted Negro, a mutinous adolescent who eats dirt until he dies, an infanticidal mother, a deviant. To the extent that sins of humanity are acknowledged, they are acknowledged only as evidence of a pathology. In retrospect, this argument is not very convincing to anyone aware of the infinite spectrum of human reactions to forms of domination. It is, at best, an anemic caricature of methodological individualism. Would each single explanation be true, the sum of all of them would say little of the causes and effects of the repetition of such cases. In fact, this argument didn't convince the planters themselves. They held on to it because it was the only scheme that allowed them not to deal with the issue as a mass phenomenon. That latter interpretation was inconceivable. Built into any system of domination is the tendency to proclaim its own normalcy. To acknowledge resistance as a mass phenomenon is to acknowledge the possibility that something is wrong with the system. Caribbean planters, much as their counterparts in Brazil and in the United States, systematically rejected that ideological concession, and their arguments in defense of slavery were central to the development of scientific racism. Yet, as time went on, the secession of plantation revolts, and especially the consolidation, in Jamaica and in the Guianas, of large colonies of runaways with whom colonial governments had to negotiate, gradually undermined the image of submission and the complementary argument of pathological misadaptation. However much some observers wanted to see in these massive departures a sign of the force that nature exerted on the animal slave, the possibility of mass resistance penetrated Western discourse. The penetration was nevertheless circumspect. When Louis-Sébastien Mercier announced an Avenger of the New World in 1771, it was in a novel of anticipation, a utopia. The goal was to warn Europeans of the fatalities that awaited them if they did not change their ways. Similarly, when the duo Raynal-Diderot spoke of a black Spartacus, it was not a clear prediction of a Louverture-type character, as some would want with hindsight. In the pages of the L'Histoire des Deux Andes, where the passage appears, the threat of a black Spartacus is couched as a warning. The reference is not to Saint-Domingue, but to Jamaica and to Guyana, where there are two established colonies of fugitive Negroes. These flashes of lightning announce the thunder, and the Negroes lack only a chief courageous enough to drive them to revenge and to carnage. Where is he, this great man whom nature owes, perhaps, to the honor of the human species? Where is this new Spartacus? In this version of the famous passage, modified in successive editions of the Histoire, the most radical stance is in the unmistakable reference to a single human species. But just as with Las Casas, just as with Buffon or the left of the French Assembly, the practical conclusions from what looks like a revolutionary philosophy are ambiguous. In Diderot-Raynal, as in the few other times it appears in writing, the evocation of a slave rebellion was primarily a rhetorical device. The concrete possibility of such a rebellion flourishing into a revolution and a modern black state was still part of the unthinkable. Indeed, the political appeal, if appeal there was, is murky. To start with, Diderot's interlocutors are not the enslaved masses, nor even the Spartacus who may or may not rise in an uncertain future. Diderot here is the voice of the enlightened West, admonishing its colonialist counterpart. Second, and more important, slavery was at that time an easy metaphor, accessible to a large public who knew that the word stood for a number of evils, except perhaps the evil of itself. Slavery, in the parlance of the philosophers, could be whatever was wrong with European rule in Europe and elsewhere, to wit, The same Diderot applauded U.S. revolutionaries for having burned their chains, for having refused slavery. Never mind that some of them owned slaves. The Marseillaise was also a cry against slavery. Mulatto slave owners from the Caribbean told the French Assembly that their status as second-class freemen was equivalent to slavery. This metaphorical usage permeated the discourse of various nascent disciplines from philosophy to political economy up to Marx and beyond. References to slave resistance must thus be regarded in light of these rhetorical cliches. For if today we can read the successive Declarations of the Rights of Man or the U.S. Bill of Rights as naturally including every single human being, it is far from certain that this revisionist reading was the favored interpretation of the men of 1789 and 1791. Third, here, as in the rarer texts that speak clearly of the right to insurrection, the possibility of a successful rebellion by slaves or colonized peoples is in a very distant future, still a specter of what might happen if the system remains unchanged. The implication is, of course, that improvement within the system, or at any rate starting from the system, could prevent carnage, surely not the philosopher's favorite outcome. Fourth and finally, this was an age of change and inconsistency. Few thinkers had the politics of their philosophy. Radical action on the issue of slavery often came from unsuspected corners, notably in England or in the United States. After examining the contradictions of the Histoire, Michel Duché concludes that the book is politically reformist and philosophically revolutionary. But even the philosophical revolution is not as neat as it first appears, and Duché admits elsewhere that for Reynal to civilize is to colonize. Contradictions were plentiful within philosophy, within politics, and between the two, even within the radical left. They are clearly displayed in the tactics of the pro-mulatto lobby, the Société des Amis des Noirs. The Société's philosophical point of departure was, of course, the full equality of humankind. Some of its founding members participated in drafting the Declaration of Rights of Man. But here again were degrees of humanity. The sole sustained campaign of the self-proclaimed Friends of the Blacks was their effort to guarantee the civil and political rights of free mulatto owners. This emphasis was not simply a tactical maneuver. Many members on the left side of the assembly went way beyond the call of duty to emphasize that not all blacks were equally worth defending. On December 11, 1791, Grégoire, for instance, denounced the danger of suggesting political rights for black slaves. To give political rights to men who do not know their duties would be perhaps like placing a sword in the hands of a madman. Contradictions were no less obvious elsewhere. Under a pseudonym evoking both Judeity and blackness, Condorcet demonstrated all the evils of slavery, but then called for gradual abolition. Abolitionist Diderot hailed the American Revolution that had retained slavery. Jean-Pierre Brissot asked his friend Jefferson, whose stance on slavery was not questioned in France, to join the Amis des Noirs. Marat and, to a much lesser extent, Robespierre aside, few leading French revolutionaries recognized the right of white Frenchmen to revolt against colonialism, the same right whose application they admired in British North America. To sum up, in spite of the philosophical debates, in spite of the rise of abolitionism, the Haitian Revolution was unthinkable in the West, not only because it challenged slavery and racism, but because of the way it did so. When the insurrection first broke in northern Saint-Domingue, a number of radical writers in Europe and very few in the Americas had been willing to acknowledge, with varying reservations, both practical and philosophical, the humanity of the enslaved. Almost none drew from this acknowledgement the necessity to abolish slavery immediately. Similarly, a handful of writers had evoked intermittently, and most often metaphorically, the possibility of mass resistance among the slaves. Almost none had actually conceded that the slaves could, let alone should, indeed revolt. Louis Salomolin claims that slavery was the ultimate test of the Enlightenment. We can go one step further. The Haitian Revolution was the ultimate test to the universalist pretensions of both the French and the American revolutions. And they both failed. In 1791, there is no public debate on the record in France, in England, or in the United States on the right of black slaves to achieve self-determination and the right to do so by way of armed resistance. Not only was the revolution unthinkable and therefore unannounced in the West, it was also, to a large extent, unspoken among the slaves themselves. By this, I mean that the revolution was not preceded or even accompanied by an explicit intellectual discourse. One reason is that most slaves were illiterate, and the printed word was not a realistic means of propaganda in the context of a slave colony. But another reason is that the claims of the revolution were indeed too radical to be formulated in advance of its deeds. Victorious practice could assert them only after the fact. In that sense, the revolution was indeed at the limits of the thinkable, even in 𝒻𝓊𝒾𝑜𝒷𝑜𝑜𝓀, even among the slaves, even among its own leaders. We need to recall that the key tenets of the political philosophy that became explicit in 𝒻𝓊𝒾𝑜𝒷𝑜𝑜𝓀 between 1791 and 1804 were not accepted by world public opinion until after World War II. When the Haitian Revolution broke out, only 5% of a world population estimated at nearly 800 million would have been considered free by modern standards. The British campaign for abolition of the slave trade was in its infancy. The abolition of slavery was even further behind. Claims about the fundamental uniqueness of humankind, claims about the ethical irrelevance of racial categories or of geographical situation to matters of governance, and, certainly, claims about the right of all peoples to self-determination went against received wisdom in the Atlantic world and beyond. Each could reveal itself in 𝒻𝓊𝒾𝑜𝒷𝑜𝑜𝓀 only through practice. By necessity, the Haitian Revolution thought itself out politically and philosophically as it was taking place. Its project, increasingly radicalized throughout 13 years of combat, was revealed in successive spurts. Between and within its unforeseen stages, discourse always lagged behind practice. The Haitian Revolution expressed itself mainly through its deeds, and it is through political practice that it challenged Western philosophy and colonialism. It did produce a few texts whose philosophical import is explicit, from Louverture's Declaration of Camp Tourelle to the Haitian Act of Independence and the Constitution of 1805. But its intellectual and ideological newness appeared most clearly with each and every political threshold crossed, from the mass insurrection, 1791, to the crumbling of the colonial apparatus, 1793, from general liberty, 1794, to the conquest of the state machinery, 1797 to 98, from Louverture's taming of that machinery, 1801, to the proclamation of Haitian independence with Dessalines, 1804. Each and every one of these steps, leading up to and culminating in the emergence of a modern black state, still largely part of the unthinkable until the 20th century, challenged further the ontological order of the West and the global order of colonialism. This also meant that the Haitian revolutionaries were not overtly restricted by previous ideological limits set by professional intellectuals in the colony or elsewhere, that they could break new ground, and, indeed, they did so repeatedly. But it further meant that philosophical and political debate in the West, when it occurred, could only be reactive. It dealt with the impossible only after that impossible had become fact, and even then, the facts were not always accepted as such. Dealing with the unthinkable, the failures of narration. When the news of the massive uprising of August 1791 first hit France, the most common reaction among interested parties was disbelief. The facts were too unlikely. The news had to be false. Only the most vocal representatives of the planter party took them seriously, in part because they were the first to be informed via their British contacts, in part because they had the most to lose if indeed the news was verified. Others, including colored plantation owners then in France and most of the left wing of the French Assembly, just could not reconcile their perception of blacks with the idea of a large-scale black rebellion. In an impassioned speech delivered to the French Assembly on 30 October 1791, Delegate Jean-Pierre Brissot, a founding member of the 𝒻𝓊𝓁𝓁 and moderate anti-colonialist, outlined the reasons why the news had to be false. A. Anyone who knew the blacks had to realize that it was simply impossible for 50,000 of them to get together so fast and act in concert. B. Slaves could not conceive of rebellion on their own, and mulattoes and whites were not so insane as to incite them to full-scale violence. C. Even if the slaves had rebelled in such huge numbers, the superior French troops would have defeated them. Brissot went on. What are 50,000 men, badly armed, undisciplined, and used to fear, when faced with 1,800 Frenchmen used to fearlessness? What? In 1751, Dupleix and a few hundred Frenchmen could break the siege of Pondicherry and beat a well-equipped army of 100,000 Indians, and 𝒻𝓊𝒾𝑜𝒷𝑜𝑜𝓀𝑚 with French troops and cannons would fear a much inferior troop of blacks barely armed? With such statements from a friend, the revolution did not need enemies. Yet, so went majority opinion from left to center-right within the assembly until the news was confirmed beyond doubt. Confirmation did not change the dominant views. When detailed news reached France, many observers were frightened not by the revolt itself, but by the fact that the colonists had appealed to the English. A serious long-term danger coming from the blacks was still unthinkable. Slowly, though, the size of the uprising sank in. Yet even then, in France as in Saint-Domingue, as indeed in Jamaica, Cuba, and the United States before, planters, administrators, politicians, or ideologues found explanations that forced the rebellion back within their worldview, shoving the facts into the proper order of discourse. Since blacks could not have generated such a massive endeavor, the insurrection became an unfortunate repercussion of planters' miscalculations. It did not aim at revolutionary change, given its royalist influences. It was not supported by a majority of the slave population. It was due to outside agitators. It was the unforeseen consequence of various conspiracies connived by non-slaves. Every party chose its favorite enemy as the most likely conspirator behind the slave uprising. Royalist, British, mulatto, or Republican conspirators were seen or heard everywhere by dubious and interested witnesses. Conservative colonialists and anti-slavery Republicans accused each other of being the brains behind the revolt. Inferences were drawn from writings that could not have possibly reached or moved the slaves of Saint-Domingue, even if they knew how to read. In a revealing speech, Deputy Blainville urged his colleagues to consider the possibility that the rebellion was due, at least in part, to the slaves' natural desire for freedom, a possibility that most rejected then and later. Blainville then proceeded to suggest what was in his view the most logical conclusion: a law for the amelioration of slavery. Legitimate as it was, the slaves' natural desire for freedom could not be satisfied lest it threaten France's interests. For 13 years at least, Western public opinion pursued this game of hide-and-seek with the news coming out of Saint-Domingue. With every new threshold, the discourse accommodated some of the irrefutable data, questioned others, and provided reassuring explanations for the new package so created. By the spring of 1792, for instance, even the most distant observer could no longer deny the extent of the rebellion, the extraordinary number of slaves and plantations involved, the magnitude of the colonists' material losses. But then, many even in Saint-Domingue argued that the disaster was temporary, that everything would return to order. Thus, an eyewitness commented, "If the whites and the free mulattoes knew what was good for them and kept tightly together, it is quite possible that things would return to normal, considering the ascendancy that the white has always had over the Negroes." Note the doubt. The witness is tempted to believe his eyes. But note also that the nomenclature has not moved. Worldview wins over the facts. White hegemony is natural and taken for granted. Any alternative is still in the domain of the unthinkable. Yet this passage was written in December 1792. At that time, behind the political chaos and the many battles between various armed factions, Toussaint Louverture and his closest followers were building up the avant-garde that would push the revolution to the point of no return. Indeed, 6 months later, Civil Commissar michel-rolph was forced to declare free all slaves willing to fight under the French Republican flag. A few weeks after Sonthenac's proclamation, in August 1793, Toussaint Louverture raised the stakes with his proclamation from Camp Tourelle: immediate, unconditional freedom and equality for all. By then, the old conspiracy theories should have become irrelevant. Clearly, the Louverture Party was not willing to take orders from colonists, French Jacobins, or agents of foreign powers. What was going on in Saint-Domingue was, by all definitions, the most important slave rebellion ever witnessed, and it had developed its own dynamics. Surprisingly, conspiracy theory survived long enough to justify the trials of a few Frenchmen accused to have fomented or helped the rebellion. From Blanchinata, the old royalist governor of 1791, to Republican Governor Laveau, to Félicité-Sonthonax, Jacobin. As the power of Louverture grew, every other party struggled to convince itself and its counterparts that the achievements of the black leadership would ultimately benefit someone else. The new black elite had to be, willingly or not, the pawn of a major international power, or else the colony would fall apart and a legitimate international state would pick up the pieces. Theories assuming chaos under black leadership continued even after Louverture and his closest lieutenants fully secured the military, political, and civil apparatus of the colony. If some foreign governments, notably the United States, were willing to maintain a guarded collaboration with the Louverture regime, it was in part because they knew that an independent state led by former slaves was an impossibility. Toussaint himself may have not believed in the possibility of independence, whereas, for all practical purposes, he was ruling Saint-Domingue as if it were independent. Opinion in Saint-Domingue, in North America, and in Europe constantly dragged after the facts. Predictions, when they were made, revealed themselves useless. Once the French expedition of reconquest was launched in 1802, pundits were easily convinced that France would win the war. In England, the Cobbett political register doubted that Toussaint would even oppose a resistance. He was likely to flee the country. Leclerc himself, the commander of the French forces, predicted in early February that the war would be over in 2 weeks. He was wrong by 2 years, give or take 2 months. Yet, planters in Saint-Domingue apparently shared his optimism. Leclerc reported to the Minister of the Marine that French residents were already enjoying the smell of victory. Newspapers in Europe and North and Latin America translated and commented on these dispatches. Restoration was near. By mid-1802, the debacle of Louverture's army seemed to verify that prophecy. The rejection of the truce by a significant minority of armed rebels, among whom was Sans Souci, and the full-scale resumption of military operations when the war within the war forced the colonial high brass to rejoin the revolution in the fall of 1802, did little to change the dominant views. Despite the alliance between the forces of Dessalines, Pétion, and Christophe, and the repeated victories of the new revolutionary army, few outside of Saint-Domingue could foresee the outcome of this Negro rebellion. As late as the fall of 1803, a complete victory by the former slaves and the creation of an independent state was still unthinkable in Europe and North America. Only long after the 1804 Declaration of Independence would the fait accompli be ungraciously accepted. Ungraciously, indeed. The international recognition of Haitian independence was even more difficult to gain than military victory over the forces of Napoleon. It took more time and more resources, more than a half-century of diplomatic struggles. France imposed a heavy indemnity on the Haitian state in order to formally acknowledge its own defeat. The United States and the Vatican, notably, recognized Haitian independence only in the second half of the 19th century. Diplomatic rejection was only one symptom of an underlying denial. The very deeds of the revolution were incompatible with major tenets of dominant Western ideologies. They remained so until at least the first quarter of this century. Between the Haitian independence and World War I, in spite of the successive abolitions of slavery, little changed within the various ladders that ranked humankind in the minds of the majorities in Europe and the Americas. In fact, some views deteriorated. The 19th century was, in many respects, a century of retreat from some of the debates of the Enlightenment. Scientific racism, A growing but debated strain of Enlightenment thought gained a much wider audience, further legitimizing the ontological nomenclature inherited from the Renaissance. The carving up of Asia and above all of Africa reinforced both colonial practice and ideology. Thus, in most places outside of Haiti, more than a century after it happened, the revolution was still largely unthinkable history. Erasure and trivialization. Silences in world history. I have fleshed out two major points so far. First, the chain of events that constitute the Haitian Revolution was unthinkable before these events happened. Second, as they happened, the successive events within that chain were systematically recast by many participants and observers to fit a world of possibilities. That is, they were made to enter into narratives that made sense to a majority of Western observers and readers. I will now show how the revolution that was thought impossible by its contemporaries has also been silenced by historians. Amazing in this story is the extent to which historians have treated the events of Saint-Domingue in ways quite similar to the reactions of its Western contemporaries. That is, the narratives they build around these facts are strikingly similar to the narratives produced by individuals who thought that such a revolution was impossible. The treatment of the Haitian Revolution in written history outside of Haiti reveals two families of tropes that are identical, in formal, rhetorical terms, to figures of discourse of the late 18th century. The first kind of tropes are formulas that tend to erase directly the fact of a revolution. I call them, for short, formulas of erasure. The second kind tends to empty a number of singular events of their revolutionary content so that the entire string of facts, gnawed from all sides, becomes trivialized. I call them formulas of banalization. The first kind of tropes characterizes mainly the generalists and the popularizers. Textbook authors, for example. The second are the favorite tropes of the specialists. The first type recalls the general silence on resistance in 18th century Europe and North America. The second recalls the explanations of the specialists of the times, overseers and administrators in Saint-Domingue, or politicians in Paris. Both are formulas of silence. The literature on slavery in the Americas and on the Holocaust suggests that there may be structural similarities in global silences, or, at the very least, that erasure and banalization are not unique to the Haitian Revolution. At the level of generalities, some narratives cancel what happened through direct erasure of facts or their relevance. It did not really happen. It was not that bad or that important. Frontal challenges to the fact of the Holocaust or to the relevance of Afro-American slavery belong to this type. The Germans did not really build gas chambers. Slavery also happened to non-blacks. On a seemingly different plane, other narratives sweeten the horror or banalize the uniqueness of a situation by focusing on details. Each convoy to Auschwitz can be explained on its own terms. Some U.S. slaves were better fed than British workers. Some Jews did survive. The joint effect of these two types of formulas is a powerful silencing. Whatever has not been canceled out in the generalities dies in the cumulative irrelevance of a heap of details. This is certainly the case for the Haitian Revolution. The general silence that Western historiography has produced around the Haitian Revolution originally stemmed from the incapacity to express the unthinkable, but it was ironically reinforced by the significance of the revolution for its contemporaries and for the generation immediately following. From 1791 to 1804 to the middle of the century, many Europeans and North Americans came to see that revolution as a litmus test for the black race, certainly for the capacities of all Afro-Americans. As Vaste's pronouncements on Sans Souci clearly show, Haitians did likewise. Christophe's forts and palaces, the military efficiency of the former slaves, the impact of yellow fever on the French troops, and the relative weight of external factors on revolutionary dynamics figured highly in these debates. But if the revolution was significant for Haitians, and especially for the emergent Haitian elites as its self-proclaimed inheritors, to most foreigners, it was primarily a lucky argument in a larger issue. Thus, apologists and detractors alike abolitionists and avowed racists, liberal intellectuals, economists, and slave owners used the events of Saint-Domingue to make their case without regard to Haitian history as such. Haiti mattered to all of them, but only as pretext to talk about something else. With time, the silencing of the revolution was strengthened by the fate of Haiti itself. Ostracized for the better part of the 19th century, the country deteriorated both economically and politically, in part as a result of this ostracism. As Haiti declined, the reality of the revolution seemed increasingly distant, an improbability which took place in an awkward past and for which no one had a rational explanation. The revolution that was unthinkable became a non-event. Finally, the silencing of the Haitian Revolution also fit the relegation to an historical backburner of the three themes to which it was linked: racism, slavery, and colonialism. In spite of their importance in the formation of what we now call the West, in spite of sudden outbursts of interest, as in the United States in the early 1970s, none of these themes has ever become a central concern of the historiographic tradition in a Western country. In fact, each of them, in turn, experienced repeated periods of silence of unequal duration and intensity in Spain, France, Britain, Portugal, the Netherlands, and the United States. The less colonialism and racism seem important in world history, the less important also the Haitian Revolution. Thus, not surprisingly, as Western historiographies remain heavily guided by national, if not always nationalist, interest, the silencing of Saint-Domingue, Haiti, continues in historical writings otherwise considered as models of the genre. The silence is also reproduced in the textbooks and popular writings that are the prime sources on global history for the literate masses in Europe, in the Americas, and in large chunks of the Third World. This corpus has taught generations of readers that the period from 1776 to 1843 should properly be called the Age of Revolutions. At the very same time, this corpus has remained silent on the most radical political revolution of that age. In the United States, for example, with the notable exceptions of Henry Adams and W.E.B. Du Bois, few major writers conceded any significance to the Haitian Revolution in their historical writings up to the 1970s. Very few textbooks even mentioned it. When they did, they made of it a revolt, a rebellion. The ongoing silence of most Latin American textbooks is still more tragic. Likewise, historians of Poland have paid little attention to the 5,000 Poles involved in the Saint-Domingue campaigns. The silence also persists in England, in spite of the fact that the British lost upward of 60,000 men in 8 years in an anti-French Caribbean campaign, of which Saint-Domingue was the most coveted prize. The Haitian Revolution appears obliquely as part of medical history. The victor is disease, not the Haitians. The Penguin Dictionary of Modern History, a mass circulation pocket encyclopedia that covers the period from 1789 to 1945, has neither Saint-Domingue nor Haiti in its entries. Likewise, historian Eric Hobsbawm, one of the best analysts of this era, managed to write a book entitled The Age of Revolutions, 1789 to 1843, in which the Haitian Revolution scarcely appears. That Hobsbawm and the editors of the dictionary would probably locate themselves quite differently within England's political spectrum is one indication that historical silences do not simply reproduce the overt political positions of the historians involved. What we are observing here is archival power at its strongest, the power to define what is and what is not a serious object of research and therefore of mention. The secondary role of conscious ideology and the power of the historical guild to decide relevance become obvious when we consider the case of France. France was the Western country most directly involved in the Haitian Revolution. France fought hard to keep Saint-Domingue and paid a heavy price for it. Napoleon lost 19 French generals in Saint-Domingue, including his brother-in-law. France lost more men in Saint-Domingue than at Waterloo, as did England. And although France recovered economically from the loss of Saint-Domingue, It had indeed surrendered the control of its most valuable colony to a black army, and that loss had ended the dream of a French empire on the American mainland. The Haitian Revolution prompted the Louisiana Purchase. One would expect such facts, none of which is controversial, to generate a chain of mentions, even if negative. Yet a perusal of French historical writings reveals multiple layers of silences. The silencing starts with revolutionary France itself and is linked to a more general silencing of French colonialism. Although by the 1780s, France was less involved than Britain in the slave trade, both slavery and colonialism were crucial to the French economy in the second half of the 18th century. Historians debate only the extent, rather than the fact, of France's dependence on its Caribbean slave territories. All concur that St-Domingue was, at the time of its revolution, the most valuable colony of the Western world and France's most important possession. Many contemporaries would have agreed. Whenever the colonial issue was evoked, for instance, in the assemblies, it was almost always mingled with Afro-American slavery, and both were presented most often, but not only by the colonists, as a matter of vital importance for the future of France. Even if one leaves room, as one should, for rhetorical hyperbole, the fact that such rhetoric could be deployed is itself telling. But then we discover a paradox. Every time the revolutionary assemblies, the polemists, journalists, and politicians that helped decide the fate of France between the outbreak of the French Revolution and the independence of Haiti evoked racism, slavery, and colonialism, they explicitly presented these issues as some of the most important questions that France faced, either on moral or on economic grounds. Yet the number of times they debated those same issues was strikingly limited. Considering both the weight of the colonies in French economic life and the heat of the rhetoric involved, the public debate was of short range. The number of individuals involved, the fact that most came from the elites, the limited amount of time that most participants devoted to these issues do not reflect the central place of colonialism in France's objective existence. They certainly do not reflect either the colonists' claim that the economic future of the country or the 𝒻𝓊𝓁𝓁's claim that the moral present of the nation was at stake. Recent research, including two important books by Yves Benot on colonialism and the French Revolution, has not challenged Daniel Resnick's earlier judgment that slavery was, even for France's libertarians, a derivative concern. Still, revolutionary France left a trail of records on these subjects. Colonial management and both private and public communications between France and the Americas also left their paper trail. In short, the inaccessibility of sources is only relative. It cannot explain the massive disregard that French historiography shows for the colonial question and, by extension, for the Haitian Revolution. In fact, French historians continue to neglect the colonial question, slavery, resistance, and racism more than the revolutionary assemblies ever did. Most historians ignored or simply skipped whatever record there was. A few took the time for short and often derogatory passages on the Haitian revolutionaries before moving, as it were, to more important subjects. The list of writers guilty of this silencing includes names attached to various eras, historical schools, and ideological positions, from Mademoiselle de Staël, Alexis de Tocqueville, Adolphe Thiers, Alphonse de Lamartine, Jules Michelet, Albert Mathias, and André Guérin, to Albert Soboul. Besides minor and debatable exceptions in the writings of Ernest Lévis, and most especially Jean Jaurès, the silencing continues. Larousse's glossy compilation of the great events of world history, meant to duplicate, and, one supposes fashion, the memory of humankind, produces a more polished silence than the Penguin Pocket Dictionary. It not only skips the Haitian Revolution, it attributes very little space to either slavery or colonialism. Even the centennial celebrations of French slave emancipation in 1948 did not stimulate a substantial literature on the subject. More surprising, neither the translation in French of C.L.R. James's Black Jacobins nor the publication of Aimé Césaire's Toussaint Louverture, which both place colonialism and the Haitian Revolution as a central question of the French Revolution, activated French scholarship. The public celebrations and the flood of publications that accompanied the bicentennial of the French Revolution in 1989 to 1991 actively renewed the silence. Massive compilations of 500 to 1,000 pages on revolutionary France, published in the 1980s and directed by France's most prominent historians, show near total neglect both for colonial issues and the colonial revolution that forcibly brought them to the French estates. 𝒁𝓊𝓁𝓁 describes and decries the near total erasure of Haiti, slavery, and colonization by French officials and the general public during ceremonies surrounding the bicentennial. As this general silencing goes on, increased specialization within the historical guild leads to a second trend. Saint-Domingue Haiti emerges at the intersection of various interests: colonial history, Caribbean or Afro-American history, the history of slavery, the history of New World peasantries. In any one of these subfields, it has now become impossible to silence the fact that a revolution took place. Indeed, the revolution itself, or even series of facts within it, have become legitimate topics for serious research within any of these subfields. How interesting, then, that many of the rhetorical figures used to interpret the mass of evidence accumulated by modern historians recall tropes honed by planters, politicians, and administrators both before and during the revolutionary struggle. Examples are plentiful, and I will only cite a few. Many analyses of marronage, desertion some still would say, come quite close to the biophysiological explanations preferred by plantation managers. I have already sketched the pattern. Slave A escaped because she was hungry, slave B because she was mistreated. Similarly, conspiracy theories still provide many historians with a deus ex machina for the events of 1791 and beyond, just as in the rhetoric of the assemblymen of the times. The uprising must have been prompted, provoked, or suggested by some higher being than the slaves themselves, royalists, mulattoes, or other external agents. The search for external influences on the Haitian Revolution provides a fascinating example of archival power at work, not because such influences are impossible, but because of the way the same historians treat contrary evidence that displays the internal dynamics of the revolution. Thus, many historians are more willing to accept the idea that slaves could have been influenced by whites or free mulattoes, with whom we know they had limited contacts, than they are willing to accept the idea that slaves could have convinced other slaves that they had the right to revolt. The existence of extended communication networks among slaves, of which we have only a glimpse, has not been a serious subject of historical research. Similarly, historians otherwise eager to find evidence of external participation in the 1791 uprising skip the unmistakable evidence that the rebellious slaves had their own program. In one of their earliest negotiations with representatives of the French government, the leaders of the rebellion did not ask for an abstractly couched freedom. Rather, their most sweeping demands included 3 days a week to work on their own gardens and the elimination of the whip. These were not Jacobinist demands adapted to the tropics, nor royalist claims twice creolized. These were slave demands with the strong peasant touch that would characterize independent Haiti. But such evidence of an internal drive, although known to most historians, is not debated, not even to be rejected or interpreted otherwise. It is simply ignored. And this ignorance produces a silence of trivialization. In that same vein, historian Robert Stein places most of the credit for the 1793 liberation of the slaves on Sonthonax. The Commissar was a zealous Jacobin, a revolutionary in his own right. Indeed, perhaps the only white man to have evoked concretely and with sympathy the possibility of an armed insurrection among Caribbean slaves both before the fact and in a public forum. We have no way to estimate the probable course of the revolution without his invaluable contribution to the cause of freedom. But the point is not empirical. The point is that Stein's rhetoric echoes the very rhetoric first laid out in Sonthonax's trial. Implicit in that rhetoric is the assumption that the French connection is both sufficient and necessary to the Haitian Revolution. That assumption trivializes the slaves' independent sense of their right to freedom and the right to achieve this freedom by force of arms. Other writers tend to stay prudently away from the word revolution, more often using such words as insurgents, rebels, bands, and insurrection. Behind this terminological fuzziness, these empirical blanks and these preferences in interpretation is the lingering impossibility, which goes back to the 18th century, of considering the former slaves as the main actors in the chain of events described. Yet, since at least the first publication of C.L.R. James's classic, The Black Jacobins, but note the title, the demonstration has been well made to the Guild that the Haitian Revolution is indeed a revolution in its own right, by any definition of the word, and not an appendix of Bastille Day. But only with the popular re-edition of James's book in 1962 and the Civil Rights Movement in the United States did an international counter-discourse emerge, which fed on the historiography produced in Haiti since the 19th century. That counter-discourse was revitalized in the 1980s with the contributions of historians whose specialty was neither Haiti nor the Caribbean. Then, Eugene Genovese and, later, Robin Blackburn, echoing Henry Adams and W.E.B. Du Bois, insisted on the central role of the Haitian Revolution in the collapse of the entire system of slavery. The impact of this counter-discourse remains limited, however, especially since Haitian researchers are increasingly distant from these international debates. Thus, the historiography of the Haitian Revolution now finds itself marred by two unfortunate tendencies. On the one hand, most of the literature produced in Haiti remains respectful, too respectful, I would say, of the revolutionary leaders who led the masses of former slaves to freedom and independence. Since the early 19th century, the Haitian elites have chosen to respond to racist denigration with an epic discourse lauding their revolution. The epic of 1791 to 1804 nurtures among them a positive image of blackness quite useful in a white-dominated world. But the epic is equally useful on the home front. It is one of the rare historical alibis of these elites, an indispensable reference to their claims to power. The empirical value of this epic tradition has steadily declined after its spectacular launching by such 19th century giants as Thomas Madieu and Beaubrun Ardouin, and in spite of individual achievements of the early 20th century. Unequal access to archives, products and symbols of neo-colonial domination, and the secondary role of empirical precision in this epic discourse continue to handicap Haitian researchers. They excel at putting facts into perspective, but their facts are weak, sometimes wrong, especially since the Duvalier regime explicitly politicized historical discourse. On the other hand, the history produced outside of Haiti is increasingly sophisticated and rich empirically. Yet its vocabulary and often its entire discursive framework recall frighteningly those of the 18th century. Papers and monographs take the tone of plantation records. Analyses of the Revolution recall the letters of Labarre, the pamphlets of French politicians, the messages of Leclerc to Bonaparte, or, at best, the speech of Blainville. I am quite willing to concede that the conscious political motives are not the same. Indeed, again, that is part of my point. Effective silencing does not require a conspiracy, not even a political consensus. Its roots are structural. Beyond a stated, and most often sincere, political generosity, best described in U.S. parlance within a liberal continuum, the narrative structures of Western historiography have not broken with the ontological order of the Renaissance. This exercise of power is much more important than the alleged conservative or liberal adherence of the historians involved. The solution may be for the two historiographic traditions, that of Haiti and that of the foreign specialist, to merge or to generate a new perspective that encompasses the best of each. There are indications of a move in this direction, and some recent work suggests that it may become possible sometime in the future to write the history of the revolution that was, for long, unthinkable. But what I have said of the Guild's reception of the Black Jacobins, of colonial history in France, and of slavery in U.S. history suggests also that neither a single great book nor even a substantial increase in slave resistance studies will fully uncover the silence that surrounds the Haitian Revolution. For the silencing of that revolution has less to do with Haiti or slavery than it has to do with the West. Here again, what is at stake is the interplay between historicity 1 and historicity 2, between what happened and that which is said to have happened. What happened in Haiti between 1791 and 1804 contradicted much of what happened elsewhere in the world before and since. That fact itself is not surprising. The historical process is always messy, often enough contradictory. But what happened in Haiti also contradicted most of what the West has told both itself and others about itself. The world of the West basks in what François Furet calls the second illusion of truth. What happened is what must have happened. How many of us can think of any non-European population without the background of a global domination that now looks preordained? And how can Haiti, or slavery, or racism be more than distracting footnotes within that narrative order? The silencing of the Haitian Revolution is only a chapter within a narrative of global domination. It is part of the history of the West, and it is likely to persist, even in attenuated form, as long as the history of the West is not retold in ways that bring forward the perspective of the world. Unfortunately, we are not even close to such fundamental rewriting of world history, in spite of a few spectacular achievements. The next chapter goes more directly, albeit from a quite unique angle, into this narrative of global domination, which starts in Spain, or is it Portugal, at the end of the 15th century. Chapter 4. Good day, Columbus. I walked past Vasco da Gama's body with premonitions of typhoons. I was in Portugal, at the Mosteiro dos Jerónimos, right where Europe started to redefine the world. Here, Lisbon becomes Belém, in honor of Bethlehem, to absorb in the memory of the West the Orient where Christ was born. Here, da Gama knelt for his last blessing before facing the seven seas. Here he was brought back to be buried, as if to engrave on this soil the history of uncharted oceans. There were too many facts for that story to be simple, too many names crowding my thoughts, too many relics for a single image. This monastery was named after one Saint Jerome, whose Hieronymite followers ran plantations in Santo Domingo. Its monstrance was made with gold that da Gama, en route to Calicut, extorted from the Muslim Sultan of Quilwa. Its main entrance faced an avenue called India. Everything here evoked an elsewhere and the hidden face of Europe. Christendom had not left a single continent untouched. The world started and ended here with a confusion of tongues and cultures. The babble of Belém intruded on my memories. Jerome, Hieronymus, Hieronymites. Had not that name become a symbol of native resistance in the United States after an Indian-born Goyaclac in what used to be Mexico was renamed Geronimo? My feelings, as jumbled as the lands of Arizona, I kept wondering why so many Europeans denied that they created the United States. Didn't the line go straight from Afonso de Albuquerque to Albuquerque, New Mexico? Had not da Gama died in Cochin less than 500 years before Vietnam? Outside the monastery, the sun over Belém spoke of past unknown and uncertain waters. I turned away from the Hieronymus. On the Avenue of Brazil, Lisbon flaunted further its long encounter with the seas. Yet the surfeit of names continued to defy the established story. There were too many signs here for history to remain official. Images of India, of Indians north, south, and west, from Calicut to Brazil, from Brazil to Arizona, persistent flavors of continents conquered in the name of spices and gold filled up the empty space between the monuments. Moving among these ghosts, I savored the irony of this human landscape caught in the wheels of time. A clutter of colonial paraphernalia displayed itself on and off an avenue called Brazil, after the colony that for a brief moment was Portugal's metropolis. On my right, overlooking the Tagus, the Tower of Belém reminded me of piracy, of the time when Europe had to defend itself against its own. On my left, a few hundred yards from the tower, the monument to the discoveries repackaged Portugal's past in a grandiose display of adventurous innocence. A tribute to Prince Henry the Navigator, whose quincentennial it honored in 1960, The huge structure shows the prince leading the Portuguese to the discoveries. But the memorial was just too big to convince me of its chastity. Its arched mass spoke of conquest, of Henry's desire to bend the onlooker under his will. Here, Bethlehem met Brazil. Here, Europe was confused about where it came from and where it had taken the world. Here, anyone was at home, and yet no one could rest in peace, not even da Gama, whose remains were bought by the Portuguese in exchange for their weight in gold. In the few square miles of Belém, the managers of history had tried repeatedly to impose a narrative. Perhaps they had tried too much. For in the monumental efforts of the Portuguese state to catch up with a history now eclipsed by nostalgia, I saw the nostalgia of the entire West for a history that it never lived, its constant longing for a place that exists only in its mind. The West was Calicut, Brazil, Cochin, and Quilwa. The West was America, a dream of conquest and rapture. In the confusion of Belém, I could almost hear this line from Mon Oncle d'Amérique. America does not exist. I know. I've been there. Except that I was in Belém, whence Europe's face looked no clearer than that of the Americas, no truer than that of Prince Henry, of whom there is no surviving picture. The monument to the discoveries had to invent a face for the prince, just as Europe had to invent a face for the West. Belém's steady effort to patch up its own silences did not reflect on Portugal alone. It spoke of the entire West, of Spain, France, and the Netherlands, of Britain, Italy, and the United States, of all those who, like Columbus, had come from behind to displace Portugal in the reshaping of the world. And as much as I did not like it, as much as Prince Henry might disagree, it spoke also of me, of all the lands disturbed by their cacophony. Jerome, Hieronymus, Hieronymites. Was anyone left untouched? In 1549, soon after the Hieronymites started their plantations on Haitian soil, the Franciscans began their mission in Japan. I went back to my hotel, thinking of Columbus, who once thought also that he had reached Japan. I could now glimpse the truth of my own history. The West does not exist. I know. I've been there. October 12, 1492. History is messy for the people who must live it. For those within the shaky boundaries of Roman Christendom, the most important event of the year, 1492, nearly happened in 1491. Late at night on November 25, 1491, Abu al-Qasim al-Muli signed the treaties by which the Muslim kingdom of Granada surrendered to the Catholic kingdom of Castile, ending a war the issue of which had become clear a few months earlier. The transfer of power was scheduled for May, but some of the Muslim leaders decided not to wait for the Christian takeover and left town unexpectedly. Granada's Nasrid ruler, Mohammed XII Boabdil, rushed the capitulation. Thus it was almost by accident that the flag of Castile and the cross of Christendom were raised over the tower of the Alhambra on January 2, 1492, rather than during the previous fall as first expected, or the following spring as scheduled. For actors and witnesses alike, the end of the Reconquista was a disorderly series of occurrences, neither a single event nor a single date. The end of the war and the signing of the treaties, both of which occurred in year 1491 of the Christian calendar, were as significant as the flight of the Muslim leaders, the raising of the Christian flag, or the glorious entry of the Catholic monarchs into the conquered city on January 6, 1492. The capitulation of Granada was, however, as close to a milestone as history in the making can get. Milestones are always set in regard to a past, and the past that Western Christendom had fashioned for itself projected the moving Spanish frontier as the southernmost rampart of the cross. Since the Council of Clermont, 1095, in part as an unexpected effect of 3 centuries of Islamic influence and control, Christian militants from both sides of the Pyrenees had heralded the reconquest of the Iberian Peninsula as a sort of Christian jihad, the Via Hispania to the Holy Land, a necessary stage on the road to the Holy Sepulchre. Popes, bishops, and kings had enlisted the limited, but highly symbolic, participation of Catholics from France to Scotland in various campaigns with such incentives as the partial remission of penance. To be sure, cultural interpenetration between Christians, Muslims, and Jews went on in the peninsula and even north of the Pyrenees long after Alfonso Henriques took Lisbon from the Arabs and placed Portugal under the tutelage of the Church early in the 12th century. But the rhetoric of the popes and the merger of church and state power in the Iberian dominions, which went back to the Visigoths, created an ideological space where religions and cultures that mingled in daily life were seen as officially incompatible. Within that space, the defense of a Christendom, projected as pure and besieged, became a dominant idiom for the military campaigns. Both religious and military ardor declined in the second half of the 14th century, yet religion remained by default the closest thing to a public arena until the end of the Middle Ages, and religious figures the most able crowd leaders. Thus, when religious and military enthusiasm, still intertwined, climbed together once more during Isabella's reign, the ultimate significance of the war for Christendom resurfaced unquestioned. Even then, though, if many of those who lived the fall of Granada saw in it an occurrence of exceptional relevance, it was a milestone only for the peculiar individuals who paid attention to such things in the first place. It mattered little, then, in comparison, that a few months after entering Granada, the Catholic monarchs gave their blessing to a Genoese adventurer eager to reach India via a shortcut through the western seas. It would matter little that the Genoese was wrong, having grossly underestimated the distance to be traveled. It probably mattered less, at the time, that the Genoese and his Castilian companions reached not the Indies, but a tiny islet in the Bahamas on October 12, 1492. The landing in the Bahamas was certainly not the event of the year 1492, if only because the few who cared on the other side of the Atlantic did not learn about it until 1493. How interesting, then, that 1492 has become Columbus's year, and October 12 the day of the discovery. Columbus himself has become a quintessential Spaniard, or a representative of Italy, two rather vague entities during his lifetime. The landing has become a clear-cut event much more fixed in time than the prolonged fall of Muslim Granada, the seemingly interminable expulsion of European Jews, or the tortuous consolidation of royal power in the early Renaissance. Whereas these latter issues still appear as convoluted processes, thus the favorite turf of academic specialists who break them down into an infinite list of themes for doctoral dissertations, the discovery has lost its processual character. It has become a single and simple moment. The creation of that historical moment facilitates the narrativization of history, the transformation of what happened into that which is said to have happened. First, chronology replaces process. All events are placed in a single line leading to the landfall. The years Columbus spent in Portugal, the knowledge he accumulated from Portuguese and North African sailors, his efforts to peddle his project to various monarchs are subsumed among the antecedents to the discovery. Other occurrences, such as the participation of the Pinzon brothers, are included under the preparations, although in the time lived by the actors, that participation preceded, overlapped, and outlived the landfall. Second, as intermingled processes fade into a linear continuity, context also fades out. For instance, the making of Europe, the rise of the absolutist state, the Reconquista, and Christian religious intransigence all spread over centuries and paralleled the invention of the Americas. These old-world transformations were not without consequences. Most notably, they created in Castile and elsewhere a number of rejects. Indeed, the first Europeans who made it to the New World were in great majority the rejects of Europe, individuals of modest means who had nothing to lose in a desperate adventure. But then the narrative of the discovery, Europe becomes a neutral and ageless essence able to function, in turn, as stage for the preparations, as background for the voyage, and as supportive cast in a noble epic. The isolation of a single moment thus creates a historical fact. On this day, in 1492, Christopher Columbus discovered the Bahamas. As a set event, void of context and marked by a fixed date, this chunk of history becomes much more manageable outside of the academic guild. It returns inevitably. One can await its millennial and prepare its commemoration. It accommodates travel agents, airlines, politicians, the media, or the states who sell it in the prepackaged forms by which the public has come to expect history to present itself for immediate consumption. It is a product of power whose label has been cleansed of traces of power. The naming of the fact is itself a narrative of power disguised as innocence. Would anyone care to celebrate the Castilian invasion of the Bahamas? Yet this phrasing is somewhat closer to what happened on October 12, 1492, than the discovery of America. Naming the fact thus already imposes a reading, and many historical controversies boil down to who has the power to name what. To call discovery the first invasions of inhabited lands by Europeans is an exercise in Eurocentric power that already frames future narratives of the events so described. Contact with the West is seen as the foundation of historicity of different cultures. Once discovered by Europeans, the other finally enters the human world. In the 1990s, quite a few observers, historians, and activists worldwide denounced the arrogance implied by this terminology during the quincentennial celebrations of Columbus's Bahamian landing. Some spoke of a Columbian Holocaust. Some proposed conquest instead of discovery. Others preferred encounter, which suddenly gained an immense popularity. One more testimony, if needed, of the capacity of liberal discourse to compromise between its premises and its practice. Encounter sweetens the horror, polishes the rough edges that do not fit neatly either side of the controversy. Everyone seems to gain. Not everyone was convinced. Portuguese historian 𝒻𝓊𝒾𝑜𝒷𝑜𝑜𝓀, a former minister of education, reiterated that discovery was an appropriate term for the European ventures of the 15th and 16th centuries, which he compares to Herschel's discovery of Uranus and 𝒶𝓊𝒹𝒾𝑜𝑷𝑜𝑜𝓀 discovery of microbes. The problem is, of course, that Uranus did not know that it existed before Herschel, and that 𝒶𝓊𝒹𝒾𝑜𝑑𝑜𝑜𝓀 did not go after the microbes with a sword and a gun. Yet more than blind arrogance is at issue here. Terminologies demarcate a field politically and epistemologically. Names set up a field of power. Discovery and analogous terms ensure that by just mentioning the event, one enters a predetermined lexical field of cliches and predictable categories that foreclose a redefinition of the political and intellectual stakes. Europe becomes the center of what happened. Whatever else may have happened to other peoples in that process is already reduced to a natural fact. They were discovered. The similarity to planets and microbes precedes their explicit mention by future historians and cabinet ministers. For this reason, I prefer to say that Columbus stumbled on the Bahamas, or discovered the Antilles, and I prefer conquest over discovery to describe what happened after the landing. Such phrasings are awkward and may raise some eyebrows. They may even annoy some readers, but both the awkwardness and the fact that the entire issue can be dismissed as trivial quibbling suggests that it is not easy to subvert the very language describing the facts of the matter. For the power to decide what is trivial and annoying is also part of the power to decide how what happened becomes that which is said to have happened. Here again, power enters into the interface between historicity 1 and historicity 2. The triviality clause, for it is a clause, not an argument, forbids describing what happened from the point of view of some of the people who saw it happen or to whom it happened. It is a form of archival power. With the exercise of that power, facts become clear, sanitized. Commemorations sanitize further the messy history lived by the actors. They contribute to the continuous myth-making process that gives history its more definite shapes. They help to create, modify, or sanction the public meanings attached to historical events deemed worthy of mass celebration. As rituals that package history for public consumption, commemorations play the numbers game to create a past that seems both more real and more elementary. Numbers matter at the endpoint, the consumption side of the game. The greater the number of participants in a celebration, the stronger the allusion to the multitude of witnesses for whom the mythicized event is supposed to have meant something from day one. In 1992, when millions of people celebrated a quincentennial staged by states, advertisers, and travel agents, their very mass reinforced the illusion that Columbus's contemporaries must have known. How could they not? That October 12, 1492 was indeed a momentous event. As we have seen, it was not, and many of our contemporaries, for various reasons, said as much. But few of the 1992 celebrants could accentuate publicly the banality of that date, 500 years before, without having to admit also that power had intervened between the event and its celebration. The more varied the participants, the easier also the claim to world historical significance. Numbers matter also as items in the calendar. Years, months, and dates present history as part of the natural cycles of the world. By packaging events within temporal sequences, commemorations adorn the past with certainty. The proof of the happening is in the cyclical inevitability of its celebration. Cycles may vary, of course, but annual cycles provide a basic element of modern commemorations, an exact date. As a tool of historical production, that date anchors the event in the present. It does so through the simultaneous production of mentions and silences. The recurrence of a predictable date severs Columbus's landfall from the context of emerging Europe on and around 1492. It obliterates the rest of the year, now subsumed within a 24-hour segment. It imposes a silence upon all events surrounding the one being marked. A potentially endless void now encompasses everything that could be said and is not being said about 1492 and about the years immediately preceding or following. The void, however, is not left unfilled. The fixed date alone places the event within a new frame with linkages of its own. As a fixed date, October 12 is the fetishized repository for a potentially endless list of disparate events, such as the birth of U.S. activist Dick Gregory, or that of Italian tenor Luciano Pavarotti, the independence of Equatorial Guinea, the Broadway opening of the musical Jesus Christ Superstar, or the refusal of a Catholic monk, one Martin Luther, to repudiate assertions posted months before on the door of a church in Germany. All these events happen on October 12th of the Christian calendar in various years from 1518 to 1971. All are likely to be acknowledged publicly by varying numbers of milestone worshippers. Each of them, in turn, can be replaced by another event judged to be equally or more noteworthy. Paraguay's break from Argentina in 1811, the 1976 arrest of the Chinese Gang of Four, the beginning of the German occupation of France in 1914, or the approval of the Magna Carta by Edward I of England in 1297. The roster is theoretically expandable in any direction. If the Magna Carta is the most ancient icon mentioned here, that is because these examples have come from the institutionalized memory of what is now the West, and were all indexed through Dionysius Exegesis' system. With other modes of counting and another pool of events, October 12 of the Christian calendar could overlap in any given year a number of anniversaries next to which the landing in the Bahamas would look quite recent. As arbitrary markers of time, dates link a number of dissimilar events, all equally decontextualized and equally susceptible to mythicization. The longer the list of events celebrated on the same date, the more that list looks like an answer in a trivia game. But this is precisely because celebrations trivialize the historical process, historicity 1, at the same time that they mythicize history, historicity 2. The myth-making process does not operate evenly, however, and the preceding list suggests as much. For if, in theory, all events can be decontextualized to the same point of emptiness, in practice not all are reshaped by the same power plays, and not all mean the same to new actors entering the stage and busily reformulating and appropriating the past. In short, celebrations are created, and this creation is part and parcel of the process of historical production. Celebrations straddle the two sides of historicity. They impose a silence upon the events that they ignore, and they fill that silence with narratives of power about the event they celebrate. The reasons to celebrate Columbus Day and to do so on October 12 are now obvious to most Americans, just as the rationale behind the quincentennial was obvious to many in the West. Most advocates of these celebrations will evoke the obvious significance of what happened in 1492 and the no less obvious consequences of that event. But the road between then and now is no more straightforward than the relation between what happened and what is said to have happened. October 12 was certainly not a historical landmark in Columbus's day. It took centuries of battles, both petty and grandiose, and quite a bit of luck to turn it into a significant date. Further, not all those who agree now that the date and the event in indexes are important agree on the significance of its celebration. The images and debates that surround the appropriation of Columbus vary from Spain to the United States and from both Spain and the United States to Latin America, to mention only 3 areas treated in this chapter. Constructions of Columbus and of Columbus Day vary within these areas according to time and also according to factors such as class and ethnic identification. In short, the road between then and now is itself a history of power. An anniversary in the making. Columbus was not treated as a favorite hero by nascent Spain, nor was October 12 marked as a special day during his lifetime. To be sure, the landing in the Bahamas, the verified existence of an American landmass, the integration of the Caribbean in the European orbit, and the imperial reorganizations that paralleled these events impose a symbolic reordering of the world which, in turn, contributed to the wealth of myths that now define the West: utopia, the noble savage, the white man's burden, among others. Still, it took quite a few years of intense struggles over political and economic power in Europe and the Americas for the narrative to unfold in ways that acknowledged the discovery as event and the discoverer as hero. Indeed, it took a living hero, Charles V, and his pretensions to a Catholic empire stretching from Tunis to Lima and from Vienna to Veracruz, for Columbus, then dead, to become a hero. In 1552, Francisco López de Gómara suggested to Charles that the most important event in history, after the divine creation of the world and the coming of Christ, was the conquest of the Americas. Even then, there was no public celebration. When López de Gómara wrote these lines, the Castilians who lived on American soil had already measured the gaps between the dream of a new world and the realities of their daily life under an increasingly heavy colonial bureaucracy. Columbus's first group of admirers was restricted, at best, to a few Spanish intellectuals and bureaucrats. Further, even as Spanish arts and themes gained international attention during the reign of Philip II, the sinking of the Armada in 1588 had already suggested other times and priorities. By the early 17th century, the conquest of the Americas was as much a miscellany of efforts by French, Dutch, and British adventurers as a competition between the Iberian states. The northern Europeans who benefited most from the rise of Caribbean plantations and transatlantic trade during the 2 centuries following Philip's reign tended to commission paintings of themselves and their families rather than writings about conquistadores. Meanwhile, among the intellectual elites of Europe, the mythicized faces of America overshadowed that of Columbus. Thus, it was in the New World itself that Columbus could first emerge most strongly as myth, in the former colonies of Spain and in the United States. The United States was one of the few places where the growth of a modern public in the midst of the Enlightenment was not encumbered by images of a feudal past. There, as elsewhere, the constitution of a public domain reflected the organization of power and the development of the national state, but power was constituted differently from the way it took shape in most European countries. Citizens with a weakness for marching bands promoted celebrations and holidays more openly and often more successfully than in Europe. The Tammany Society, or Columbian Order, an otherwise clannish group of gentlemen incorporated in New York in 1789, had such a taste for public attention, parades, and lavish banquets. Their list of celebrations included Washington's birthday and the 4th of July, but also Bastille Day and other international milestones they deemed worthy of recognition. Columbus's landfall figured on their first calendar, published in 1790. More important, by what seems to be a historical accident, the joint effect of fixed dates, fundraising opportunities, and political fortunes. Their most lavish ceremony occurred on October 12, 1792. On that day, members organized a memorable banquet and erected a 14-foot-high monument to Columbus that they promised to illuminate annually on the anniversary of the landfall. They did not keep that promise. Still, their banquet was remembered almost 100 years later when new groups of worshipers searched for a North American precedent for Columbus Day. Latin America, meanwhile, kept Columbus's image alive, but treated it with ambivalence until the late 1880s. Some territories fought Europe repeatedly over Columbus's remains, both literally and figuratively. 2 Caribbean colonies competed with Spain for Columbus's long-dead body. The independent state that emerged from Bolivar's armed struggle on the mainland claimed Columbus's name both before and after the secession of Venezuela and Ecuador from Gran Colombia. Still, even though the Latin American rejection of Spanish political tutelage did not entail a rejection of Hispanismo, early ideologies of independence and, later, Spain's 10 Years' War against Cuba, 1868 to 1878, hampered the complete integration of Columbus into the pantheon of South American heroes. Ethnicity, or rather, ideologies of ethnicity, added to Latin America's ambivalence toward Columbus. Latin American ideologies attribute to the New World situation an active role in the making of socio-racial categories. It is not simply that categories require new names, criollos, zambos, mestizos, or new ingredients under old names, mamelucos, morenos, ladinos. The rules by which they are devised are different from those of Europe and acknowledged as such. Discourses intertwined with these rules and reproducing the Creole categories give a central role, implicit or explicit, to metaphors of blending, in spite of the age-old denigration of certain cultural traditions and in spite of systems of stratification that manipulate the perception of phenotypes. Skewed as it was, a blending did occur. Brutal as it was also, Spanish colonization did not nearly wipe out pre-conquest Americans in the southern landmass as the Anglos did in the north or as Spaniards themselves did in the Caribbean islands, if only because the aboriginal populations of both Mexico and the Andes were enormous. Early cultural practices often intertwine European and native elements. Early manifestations of a distinct local identity included some sense of Indianness. Historian Stuart Schwartz draws on Fernando de Azevedo to observe that in certain regions of Brazil, Tupi, the predominant Indian language, was more widely spoken than Portuguese, even by the colonists. Later, political doctrines of the 19th century incorporated both the metaphors of a blend and the acknowledgement of the Indian, even while the organization of power kept Indians and Afro-Latins outside the decision-making process. Hence, Bolivar could declare in 1815, "We are neither Indian nor European, but a species midway between the legitimate proprietors of this country and the Spanish usurpers." A few decades later, 19th century scientific racism did influence Latin American opinions and practices, albeit without always negating the stress on mixes rather than pure sets, on differences of degree rather than differences of kind. In short, for many reasons too complex to detail here, Latin Americans did not alienate native cultures from their myths of origin, even before the 20th century rise of various forms of indigenismo. They view themselves as criollos and mestizos of different kinds. Peoples of the New World. Perhaps Columbus was too much a man of the old. In the United States, in contrast, in spite of inflated references to a melting pot, ideologies of ethnicity emphasize continuities with the Old World. The real natives are mainly dead or on reservations. New natives, recognizable by their hyphenated group names, are numbered by generation, and their descendants fight each other for pieces of a mythical Europe. The peculiar politics of ethnicity has proved to be a boon for Columbus's image in the United States. Ethnicity gave Columbus a lobby, a prerequisite to public success in U.S. culture. The 1850 census reported only 3,679 individuals of Italian birth, yet by 1866, Italian Americans, organized by the Sharpshooters Association of New York, celebrated the landfall, and within 3 years, annual festivities were being held in Philadelphia, St. Louis, Boston, Cincinnati, New Orleans, and San Francisco on or around October 12. Italians and Spaniards were just not enough, however, to turn this celebration into a national practice. Fortunately, ethnicity gave Columbus a second and more numerous group of lobbyists, Irish Americans. By 1850, there were already 962,000 Americans claiming Irish descent. Many of them regrouped in organizations like the Knights of Columbus, a fraternal society for Catholic males founded in 1881. In less than 10 years, community support and the institutional patronage of the Catholic Church swelled the Knights' membership. As the association spread in the Northeast with the backing of prominent Irish Americans, it increasingly emphasized the shaping of citizen culture. Columbus played a leading role in making citizens out of these immigrants. He provided them with a public example of Catholic devotion and civic virtue, and thus a powerful rejoinder to the cliché that allegiance to Rome preempted the Catholics' attachment to the United States. In New Haven, the 1892 celebration of the landing attracted some 40,000 people, including 6,000 knights and a 1,000-piece band conducted by the musical director of West Point in a joint celebration of holiness and patriotism. The success of these festivities was not due solely to Catholic Americans' desire for acceptance, nor was the cult of Columbus limited to Catholics. The introduction of history into the school curriculum as a required subject in the early 19th century and its slow growth before the Civil War also contributed to familiarizing a larger audience with Columbus. So did the few biographical sketches published in the first half of the century. Nevertheless, the Catholic connection was crucial in that Catholics provided the bodies that made possible the mass celebrations of Columbus Day before the 1890s. By the 1890s, Italian and Irish efforts to promote Columbus Day in the United States coincided with, and ultimately were subsumed within, the production of two mass media events: the international celebrations of the quadricentennial of the Bahamas landfall, respectively sponsored by Spain and the United States. The Castilian and the Yankee. The second half of the 19th century saw an unprecedented attention to the systematic management of public discourse in countries that combined substantial working classes and wide electoral franchises. With the realization that the public, this rather vague presumption of the first bourgeois revolutions, indeed existed, government officials, entrepreneurs, and intellectuals joined in the planned production of traditions that cut across class identities and reinforced the national state. Nationalist parades multiplied in Europe, while government imposed a daily homage to the flag in public schools in the United States. International fairs that attracted millions of visitors to London, Paris, and Philadelphia. Academic conferences, such as the First Congress of Orientalists in 1873, and official commemorations, such as the 1880 invention of Bastille Day in France, taught the new masses who they were, in part by telling them who they were not. Socialists, anarchists, and working-class political activists replied in kind by publicizing their own heroes and promoting celebrations such as May Day. Public history was in the air. This fast-moving fin de siècle era caught Spain in a state of decline. Torn by factional feuds, outflanked in Europe by nearly all the Atlantic states, threatened in the Americas by the economic incursions of Britain, the influence of the United States, and the constant fear of losing Cuba, Spain was in dire need of a moral and political uplift. Conservative leader Antonio Cánovas del Castillo, architect of the Bourbon Restoration and a historian in his own right, made of Columbus and the discovery the consummate metaphors for this anticipated revitalization. Interest in Columbus had grown in the 1800s. The number of biographical sketches published in Europe and the Americas increased significantly after the 1830s. So did various suggestions of a quadricentennial in the 1880s. Canovas turned this growing interest into an extravaganza, a political and diplomatic crusade, an economic venture, a spectacle to be consumed by Spain and the world for the sheer sake of its pageantry. The commemoration became a powerful tool with which the politician historian and his quadricentennial junta of academics and bureaucrats wrote a narrative of the discovery with Spain as the main character. In the words of its most thorough chronicler, the Spanish quadricentennial was the apex of the Restoration. Spain spent more than 2.5 million pesetas and 4 years of preparation on the celebration. Various cities were refurbished, monuments erected, and pavilions built on the model of recent international exhibitions. A year-long series of events led to grandiose ceremonies in October and November of 1892 that involved the Spanish royal family and many foreign dignitaries. On October 9, Canovas, his wife, and members of the royal family took part in a mock exploration off the Andalusian coast with escort ships from 12 foreign countries. At least 24 countries participated officially in the Spanish quadricentennial. Replicas of Columbus's boats sailed across the Atlantic. For a few weeks, Spain was at the center of the world. Parades in Madrid and Seville were echoed in Havana and Manila, and officials from the most powerful Western countries paid homage to Spain. The huge international participation was due, in a large part, to Canovas's careful packaging of both the celebration and its object, the discovery itself. He sold the quadricentennial not only as pageantry, but as a challenge to the most enlightened minds, a year-long symposium on past and present policy, on the role of Spain in the world, on Western civilization, and on the relevance of history. In a series of moves that anticipated the 1992 quincentennial, the quadricentennial junta set up a series of intellectual activities that legitimized the celebration. The junta created at least one serious academic journal, influenced others, dealt with learned societies, and commissioned research that still inspires European and American studies. From February 1891 to May 1892, more than 50 public lectures were delivered in the Ateneo de Madrid alone. Many titles show the role of the quadricentennial in shaping the categories and themes under which the conquest of the Americas is still discussed, the differential impact of various colonial systems on conquered populations, the accuracy of the Black legend, the cultural legacies of pre-conquest Americans, Spain's treatment of Columbus, Columbus's role as compared to that of other European explorers, his exact landing place, his exact burial place, etc. These activities not only influenced participating academics, they also shaped the general public's perception of what was at stake. First, they made the discovery and Columbus worthy of increased public attention by making them objects of learned discourse. Second, they gave anyone who granted that attention, individuals, parties, or states, an apparently neutral ground to celebrate in spite of conflicting connotations and purposes. Connotations and purposes varied widely. Spanish urban crowds took the quadricentennial as the homage to Spain it was in part meant to be, the symbol of an impending revitalization. Journalist Ángel Storr spoke in the name of many when he wrote, "There is in the discovery of America a character much greater than Isabella and Ferdinand the Catholic, much greater than Columbus himself, for never was an individual able to do what a people can. This character is Spain, the true protagonist of this wonderful epic." Canovas's narrative was not too different from that of Storr. He saw in the celebration a unique occasion to reinforce Spain's presence west of the Atlantic and, to a lesser extent, in Europe. But he also used the commemoration to consolidate his personal power. The quadricentennial made him a supporting character of Spain's story, the necessary shadow of the protagonist. In a political context marked by Spain's first experiment with universal or male suffrage and nearly obsessional fears of losing face in Europe and elsewhere, Canovas came out of the celebrations as a bona fide representative of the nation and a guarantor of her honor. Honor was not the only stake. To a large extent, Spain's quadricentennial also aimed to create a space for a new conquest of the Americas. Although token gifts, such as schools and dispensaries, were made to the Philippines, the celebrants' eyes were on the other side of the Atlantic. Many Spanish leaders felt the need to reinforce commercial and cultural ties with Latin America in the face of U.S. gains. At the same time, those who wanted Spanish olives, or wine, to enter the United States saw in the celebrations an occasion to establish contact with North American firms and agencies. U.S. brokers, in turn, wanted contact, but only on their own terms. Theirs was the only country whose name contained a continent — South Africa came much later — and whose imperial destiny was unfolding along manifest tracks. Thus, if for Spain, the quadricentennial was an occasion to authenticate past splendors and imagine future glories, for many in the United States, it was an opportunity to verify and celebrate their present course. Accordingly, U.S. officials paid lip service to Canavas's festivities, but invested their energy in their quadricentennial, the World's Columbian Exposition of Chicago. The Chicago Exposition actually opened in 1893, but by then, historical accuracy and even Columbus himself had become quite secondary. The intellectual aspect of the event barely mattered in spite of contributions from Harvard's Peabody Museum and the Smithsonian Institution, and the presence of then-rising star Franz Boas. Henry Adams later wrote in his Education, "The exposition denied philosophy. Since Noah's Ark, no such babble of loose and ill-jointed, such vague and ill-defined and unrelated thoughts and half-thoughts and experimental outcries had ruffled the surface of the lakes." Compared to Madrid 1892, Chicago 1893 was no intellectual event. The main point was money, to be spent and to be made. United States appropriations for the 1892 celebration in Madrid were a mere $25,000. Thus, 1/10 of U.S. appropriations for the 1889 fair in Paris, and a trifle compared to the $5.8 million for the Chicago Exposition. Paris 1889, and closer to home, the 1876 centennial of U.S. independence in Philadelphia had proved to North American entrepreneurs that international fairs generated profits. By the late 1870s, consensus was reached among the likes of W. Rockefeller, C. Vanderbilt, J.P. Morgan, and W. Waldorf Astor that the United States needed one more of these money-making events. That it occurred in Chicago 1 year too late was the combined result of accidents and false starts among bureaucrats and investors. That it bore Columbus's name and included a Spanish infanta as the guest of honor were merely additional attractions. Circumstantial as he was to his own occasion, Columbus gained a lot from Chicago. Commemorations feed on numbers, and the 1893 quadricentennial was a display of the U.S. appetite for size. More participating countries, more acreage, more exhibits, more money than any fair the world had known. Chicago won the numbers game, second only to Paris for attendance, and provided Columbus his most successful celebration to date. $28.3 million in expenses, $28.8 million in receipts, 21.5 million people in attendance, and no protest in the local records. Some Spanish journalists ridiculed what they saw as a vulgar carnival, but the Chicago numbers spoke for themselves. Columbus was the wrapping for an extravagant Yankee bazaar, but in the end, the bazaar was so big that the wrapping was noticed. Latin America certainly noticed. To be sure, Columbus's metamorphosis into a Yankee hero, the Lone Ranger of the Western Seas, looked somewhat banal outside Chicago. Still, viewed from the far south, the fair belonged to a political and economic series from which it drew its symbolism. The Columbus story written in Chicago overlapped with the ongoing narrative of conquest that U.S. power was busily writing in the lands of this hemisphere. What was said to have happened in 1492 legitimized what was actually happening in the early 1890s. In 1889, Secretary of State James Gillespie Blaine, one of the promoters of the celebration, had convened the first meeting of American states in Washington. In 1890, Minor C. Keith acquired 800,000 acres of public land in Costa Rica. The U.S. Congress passed the McKinley Tariff, and U.S. entrepreneurs controlled 80% of Cuban sugar exports. In 1891, U.S. Admiral 𝒻𝓊𝒾𝑜𝒷𝑜𝑜𝓀 threatened to seize part of Haiti, and the U.S. Navy prepared for war against Chile. In 1892, the Postmaster of the United States, acting as a private citizen broker, bought the entire foreign debt of the Dominican Republic. 4 centuries after Spain, the United States was taking over. The path was the same. First the Caribbean, then the continental landmass. Columbus as Yankee looked somewhat more real, if not necessarily less foolish, in light of that ongoing expansion. Europe also noticed. The Pan-American strategy was designed in part to block European incursions in the hemisphere. In the 1880s, British investments in South America exceeded those of the United States. The French also were perceived as a threat until the 1889 collapse of their canal project. Even German and Italian ventures, relatively small, were watched with suspicion from North America. Thus, from 1890 to the end of the fair, Europeans were told repeatedly how to read Columbus and what this new reading meant for the hemisphere. The imposition of this new reading required the production of a number of silences. Since some traces could not be erased, their historical significance had to be reduced. They became inconsequential or significant only in light of the new interpretation. Thus, the official guide to the fair dismissed as meaningless the first 280 years of Euro-American history. The history of this hemisphere prior to 1776 was a mere preparatory period to the rise of the United States. The meaning of the discovery could be measured by the number of bushels of wheat that the United States now produced and the length of its railways. Shunning Europe and Latin America in the same stroke, the guide added, "Most fitting it is, therefore, that the people of the greatest nation on the continent discovered by Christopher Columbus should lead in the celebration of the 400th anniversary of that event." Even U.S. citizens were told in unmistakable terms what Columbus was not about, lest working-class Irish, and especially Italian families, use him as a shield to hide their own highly suspect invasion. The number of immigrants from Europe had doubled between 1860 and 1893. At the same time, the countries of origins were increasingly non-English-speaking areas of what passed then for Southern Europe: Italy, Russia, Poland, Bohemia, and other lands of doubtful whiteness. By 1890, the number of Italian immigrants was over 300,000. In the context of that migration, ideas suggesting the biological inferiority of the Southern immigrants and the threat they constituted to the future race of the United States became widespread. Progressive journals taking the new immigrant side published articles with titles such as, "Are the Italians a dangerous class?" 2 years after the number of Italians passed the 300,000 mark, railroad magnate 𝒻𝓊𝒹𝒾𝑜𝑷𝑜, having conceded in a speech that Columbus Day belonged not to America but to the world, went on to warn against unhealthy immigration, urging U.S. citizens to quarantine against disease, pauperism, and crime. It took only a centennial for similar propositions to reappear in California and Florida in the 1990s. But by then, the diatribes were directed at Mexican and Caribbean immigrants. The Italians and the Russians had been integrated into the white melting pot. Vanity notwithstanding, those who wrote the script for Chicago could not control all the possible readings of that script. Their triumph was due, in part, to their taking Columbus further out of context than did their predecessors. Once that was done, however, Columbus was not theirs alone. Successful celebrations decontextualize successfully the events they celebrate, but in so doing, they open the door to competitive readings of these events. The richer the ritual, the easier it is for subsequent performers to change parts of the script or to impose new interpretations. The recent controversies about the quincentennial celebrations of the Bahamas landing were possible in part because of the extravagant investments, both material and symbolic, of the celebrants. But the reach of these controversies was also increased by the significance of past celebrations. As rituals of a special kind, commemorations build upon each other, and each celebration raises the stake for the next one. Canovas's fiesta and the earlier parades of Italian and Irish Americans had unwittingly promoted the Chicago Fair. The Chicago Fair, in turn, was read by some immigrants as an acknowledgement of their presence in the melting pot, clearly an unexpected effect from the point of view of the magnates. From then on, Catholic Americans felt partly vindicated by their hero's national recognition. By the 1890s, the appropriation of Columbus in the United States truly became a national phenomenon. Narratives were produced that rewrote a past meant to certify the inevitability of a Columbian connection. Ethnic and religious leaders, counties and municipalities started to look for traces of Columbus in their origins, silencing prior narratives, busily creating others. By the end of the decade, for instance, it had become public knowledge that the Ohio town of Columbus was named after the discoverer. Yet the major documents that record the establishment of Columbus as seat of the state government of Ohio do not make any reference to the Genoese navigator. Columbus the man was not mentioned in the original bill or in the Journal of the House when the bill was signed and sent to the Senate, nor was he mentioned when the bill was amended a few years later. In 1816, Governor Worthington, addressing the Ohio legislature, simply stated that Columbus had become the permanent seat of local government without mention of Columbus the man. In that same year, the Ohio Gazetteer did make an allusion to the United States as a Columbian republic, but its descriptions of Columbus the town do not evoke the Genoese sailor, nor do successive editions. Further descriptions or histories of both the town and the state from the 1830s to the 1850s are equally silent about a connection between Columbus, Ohio, and Columbus the Genoese. Even a comprehensive history of the town published in 1873 does not mention such a connection. In short, as late as 1873, the connection between Columbus, Ohio, and Christopher Columbus was historically irrelevant. Yet, by 1892, in the euphoria that surrounded the Chicago Fair, historians were listing Columbus, Ohio as an obvious proof of Columbus's wide recognition in the United States. A century later, for the launching of 𝒻𝓊𝓁𝓁, a quincentennial event set in Columbus, President Bush reaffirmed the inevitability of a connection by then firmly established. It is most fitting that this special event has been designated an official quincentennial project by the Jubilee Commission. To be held in Columbus, Ohio, the largest city in the world named after this great explorer, 𝒻𝓊𝓁𝓁 will celebrate the rich cultural heritage of not only the lands he discovered, but also the continent from which he traveled. The final measure of Chicago's success is the extent to which it naturalized Columbus. A century after the fair, 14 states other than Ohio had towns named Columbus, and a number of Columbias filled the U.S. landscape. Yet President Bush's reference to the cultural heritage of American Indians aside, this more American Columbus was also a whiter Columbus. All hyphens are not equal in the pot that does not melt. The second part of the compound, Irish American, Jewish American, Anglo American, always emphasizes whiteness. The first part only measures compatibility with the second at a given historical moment. Thus, as he became more American, Columbus had to become whiter, in spite of the anti-Italian racism prevailing at the time of the Chicago Fair. As Columbus became whiter, he also contributed to the whitening of the people who claimed him as part of their past, further opening to multiple interpretations the narrative officialized at Chicago. The very success of the fair created an ideological breach in the vision of the United States proposed by some of its promoters. 3 years after the fair, determined to muddle the script broadcast in Chicago, Italians in New York founded the Sons of Columbus Legion, which celebrated Columbus Day the following year. Their efforts mingled with those of the Irish, though not always by way of formal collaboration. The Knights, in particular, worked hard for their chosen ancestor. As Irish Americans spread through the country with the full benefits of white status, the Knights petitioned successive state legislatures to make October 12th a legal holiday. By 1912, they were victorious. Columbus himself, further out of the context of 1492 Europe, became more Irish than ever, until Italian Americans made new gains in the continuing contest for racial and historical legitimacy with the mass migrations that followed each of 2 world wars. Latin Americans also appropriated Columbus in unexpected ways, skewing plans made in both Madrid and Washington. The Spanish government had promoted immigration to South America in the late 19th century as part of a larger movement to promote Hispanismo in the region. From Madrid's viewpoint, attachment to Spanish culture and veneration of a Spanish heritage would counteract the growing political and economic influence of the United States. Madrid's promotion of Columbus Day as the day of Hispanity in the colonies and former colonies fitted well into this scheme, which was in obvious conflict with the dominant image of Columbus promoted in the United States. Latin Americans, who participated in both quadricentennials, resolved these conflicts in their own favor. The image of Columbus with a cowboy hat escorting Wells Fargo wagons was simply not convincing south of Texas, but it did challenge the Columbus as Renaissance monk favored by Canavas's Spain. In trying to make of Columbus a North American, the Chicago Fair made of him a man of the Americas. That was due to a confusion of tongues, deliberate only in part. From the U.S. viewpoint, turning the discoverer into an American was equivalent to putting on him a Made in USA label, for the United States is America. Latin Americans, for their part, could not appropriate Columbus from Spain. Their cultural heritage, their views on blending, their semi-peripheral position in the world economy simply did not lead to this takeover. They had neither the means nor the will. Thus, they had watched from the sidelines the Americanization of Columbus. But that Americanization had different implications for the Latin Americans. For them, the hemisphere is not the exclusive property of Norteamericanos. American means neither gringo nor Yankee, at least not necessarily. An American Columbus belonged to the hemisphere. Adding their own line to two different scripts, Latin Americans forced both the Spanish and the U.S. figures into their blending discourse. Throughout Latin America, October 12th became either the day to honor Spanish influence or to honor its opposite, or, more often, to celebrate a blending of the two. Discovery Day, the Day of the Americas, or simply El Día de la Raza, the Day of the Race, the Day of the People, a day for ourselves, however defined, for ethnicity, however constructed. La Raza has in Mérida or Cartagena accents unknown in San Juan or in Santiago de Chile, and Columbus wears a different hat in each of these places. October 12th, revisited. Would the real Columbus please stand up? The problem is, of course, in the injunction itself, as we should have learned from the flurry of activities, pro and con, that surrounded the quincentennial of the Bahamas landing. The 1992 quincentennial benefited from a material and ideological apparatus that was simply unthinkable at the time of the Chicago Fair. With worldwide changes in the nature of the public, with the sophistication of communication techniques, public history is often now a tale of sheer power clothed in electronic innocence and lexical clarity. Image makers can produce on the screen, on the page, or on the streets shows, slogans, or rituals that seem more authentic to the masses than the original events they mimic or celebrate. The speed at which commodities, information, and individuals travel, and, conversely, the decreasing significance of face-to-face interaction influence both the kinds of communities people wish to be part of and the kinds of communities to which they think they belong. Professional manipulators with all sorts of good intentions use this tension and its historical components as a springboard. A flag, a memorial, a museum exhibit, or an anniversary can become the center of a living theater with historical pretensions and worldwide audiences. The production of history for mass consumption in the form of commercial and political rituals has thus become increasingly manipulative in spite of the participation of professional historians as consultants to these various ventures. Not surprisingly, as 1992 neared, commercial, intellectual, and political brokers prepared to turn the quincentennial into a global extravaganza. To some extent, they were successful. The Spanish government did its best to duplicate Canavas's quadricentennial extravaganza with an updated technology. The U.S. government set up a Jubilee Commission and the Library of Congress a quincentenary series. Parisian intellectuals activated their ghostwriters to produce as many books as possible with Columbus or 1492 in their titles. Columbus movies both European and American, were probably more successful in reaching a larger audience from Winnipeg to Calcutta than the Parisian titles or the plethora of articles published in U.S. academic journals. Televised dramatizations of the Bahamas landing were seen at least on 3 continents. Yet in spite of these extraordinary means of historical production, the quincentennial was a flop compared to the celebrations of the 1890s. Transformations in the nature of the public, in the ties that bind collectivities, and in the speed and weight of electronic communications produce contradictory results. While masses everywhere are increasingly accessible targets, the retorts produced by dissenting minorities also reach a wider audience. While the public today is increasingly international, it is also increasingly fragmented. This fragmentation cuts both ways. In 1991 to 92, many U.S. advertisers were ready to reap a quincentennial bonus from the new Hispanic market. They planned to adorn with Colombian images an arsenal of products from coffee and potato chips to sports shirts and cigarettes. They designed campaigns to make Columbus sell cars and furniture on the model of the mattress sales that honor Washington's birthday. But it took a few weeks for the loud campaign of a few Hispanic activists protesting the commemoration to burst open the Hispanic market. With Columbus persona non grata among Spanish speakers and the discovery redefined as conquest, many advertisers dropped their Hispanic quincentennial campaigns. In retrospect, the most striking feature of the quincentennial was the loudness of dissenting voices worldwide. For varying reasons and in various degrees, Native and Black Americans, Latino Americans, African, Caribbean, and Asian leaders denounced the celebration of the conquest or tried to redirect the narrative of the discovery. The impact of such protests and addenda varied, but celebrants everywhere had to take them into account. In a bold move, Spain's economic and political magnates apologized for the first time for the 1492 persecution of the Jews and called on Sephardics to join in the extravaganza. Some Jewish American lobbies happily jumped on the Columbus's quincentennial bandwagon, but the quiet dissent of many more constituencies in the United States and elsewhere defied claims that what happened in 1492 was as clear as the promoters suggested. This multiplication of voices and perspectives made it impossible for the promoters of 1992 to even approximate the relative smoothness of Madrid 1892 and Chicago 1893. Both Madrid and Chicago were, as we have seen, about their own present, but both Madrid and Chicago could effectively talk about that present by packaging a past that seemed fixed and given. On October 12, 1492, Christopher Columbus discovered the New World. That past was not so clear by 1992. Reenactments notwithstanding, what actually happened on October 12, 1492 was largely irrelevant to the quincentennial debates, certainly not at the core of either research or contention. Most contestants and observers, and quite a few celebrants, agreed that the significance of that day arose from what happened after it. But what happened after is no longer a simple story. Between us and Columbus stand the millions of men and women who succeeded him in crossing the Atlantic by choice or by force, and the millions of others who witnessed these crossings from either side of the ocean. They, in turn, provided their own visions of what happened, and their successors continue to modify the script with both their words and their deeds. Narratives that straddle eras and continents continuously replace the Bahamas' landfall in the present of its own aftermath. Thus, while Columbus's landfall made possible world history as we know it, post-Columbian history continues to define the very terms under which to describe that landfall. Post-Columbian history up to the 1890s made possible the Chicago narrative, but the history of our times makes it impossible to repeat Chicago. What happened and what is said to have happened mix inextricably the two sides of historicity. Does the label Native American, unclaimed in the 1800s, redress a historical mistake? It does, to the extent that it avoids a confusion with South Asians and restores their chronological priority to the only peoples who can claim to be indigenous of this hemisphere. Native activists now, rather than anthropologists, speak in the name of the former Indians. But exchanging the name imposed by the Castilians for that bequeathed by Vespucci can surely not mean starting with a clean slate. While self-naming may indicate a willingness to enter history as subjects, the concrete pool from which to choose both names and subjectivities is not immeasurable. The collective identity in the name of which Native Americans from Arizona to the Amazon defied the quincentennial is itself a late post-Columbian development. But so is the collective identity of the Euro-Americans who claim Columbus as an ancestor. And so, for that matter, is the national consciousness that colored the quincentennial in Spain or in Italy. The inability to step out of history in order to write or rewrite it applies to all actors and narrators. That some ambiguities are more obvious in Arizona and in 𝒵𝓊𝒹 than in Chicago, Madrid, or Paris has much more to do with unequal control over the means of historical production than with the inherent objectivity of a particular group of narrators. This does not suggest that history is never honest, but rather that it is always confusing because of its constituting mixes. If history is as messy as I think it is for its subjects, the real Columbus would have no final reading of the events he generated, certainly not at the time of their occurrence. Genoese by birth, Mediterranean by training, Castilian by necessity, Cristobal Colon had no final word on things much more trivial than his landfall. He contradicted himself many times, much like other historical actors, sometimes more than most. He left some blanks on purpose. He left others because he did not know better, and yet others because he could not do otherwise. In Columbus's travel journal, there is a description of the first sighting of land on Thursday, October 11, 1492. In his log entry for the day, Columbus hints about the tense evening, the long night that followed, the first views of land at 2 a.m. At 2 hours after midnight, land appeared, from which they were about 2 leagues distant. They hauled down the sails, passing time until daylight Friday, when they reached an islet and descended. There is no clear-cut milestone in the log. It was a messy night, not Thursday anymore, but not yet Friday. At any rate, there is no separate entry in Columbus's journal for Friday, October 12, 1492. Chapter 5. The Presence in the Past. They came long before Columbus. For reasons we can only guess, they had stopped in this arid land where their sole sources of water were gigantic sinkholes nature had carved into the limestone. Here, in the province of Chichen, they had built their temples between 2 of these wells. They had surveyed the skies from these heights, master astronomers, aware of mathematical secrets that Europeans barely guessed. They were practiced warriors. Most strikingly, they were devout. They had kept one well for themselves and given to their gods the deep one with the green waters. I knew all these stories. I had done my homework before coming to Maya land. Now I wanted something real. Hunting, my eyes descended the limestone walls 80 feet down into the well. This was the cenote of sacrifice, the sacred well of Chichen Itza. The still green waters did not speak of war and murder. Not a ripple of blood disturbed their cool surface. Here and there a dead leaf, dropped from the air far above, left a patch of darker green over the underground lake. But there was no movement on the water's surface. Here, the past was hidden by a verdant coat of silence. I coughed nervously, sweeping the water with my binoculars. I was in search of evidence. I was eager to see a corpse, a skull, some bones, any gruesome trace of history. But the belly of the earth uttered only the echo of my cough. Yet, history had to be there. Below the water, hundreds of corpses melted into the earth. Women, men, and children, many of them thrown alive to deities now forgotten, for reasons now murkier than the bottom of this well. Stories about these sacrifices spanned at least 10 centuries. Scavengers of all sorts, colonists, diplomats, warriors, and archaeologists, had unearthed the proofs behind these narratives. Still, I felt disappointed. There was nothing here to touch, nothing to see except a dormant green liquid. I retraced my steps along the ancient path to the central pyramid. That at least seemed concrete, and I had not yet made the journey to the top. Up there, as in the well, history required bodily donations. I had to pay my part of sweat for the encounter to be sincere. Stoically, I climbed the stairs, all 354 of them, and I ventured into the ruins. Inside, for a long time, I ran my fingers on the walls, probing mysteries unresolved, longing for recognition. But as much as I was touched by the magnificence of the structure, I never came to feel that I was touching history. I climbed down the pyramid, careful not to look into the void, blaming myself for this failure to communicate with a past so magnificently close. Many exotic lands later, I understood better my trip to Chichen Itza. History was alive, and I had heard its sounds elsewhere. From Rouen to Santa Fe, from Bangkok to Lisbon, I had touched ghosts suddenly real. I had engaged people far remote in time and in space. Distance was no barrier. History did not need to be mine in order to engage me. It just needed to relate to someone, anyone. It could not just be the past. It had to be someone's past. In my first trip to the Yucatan, I had failed to meet the peoples whose past Chichen Itza was. I could not resuscitate a single mathematician viewing the skies from the caracol, a single sacrificial victim pushed toward the green waters. And I knew even less then how to relate the Mayas of today to the architects of the pyramids. That, no doubt, was my fault, my lack of imagination, or a shortfall of erudition. At any rate, I had missed a vital connection to the present. I had honored the past, but the past was not history. Slavery in Disneyland. The controversies about Euro Disney had not yet faded when the Mammoth Transnational revealed its plans for Disney's America, a new amusement park to be built in Northern Virginia. Aware that environmental and historical tourism are among the fastest growing branches of that industry, Disney emphasized the historical themes of the park. Afro-American slavery was one of them. Protests immediately erupted. Black activists accused Disney of turning slavery into a tourist attraction. Others intimated that white corporate types were not qualified to address the subject. Others wondered whether the subject should be addressed at all. Disney's chief Imagineer tried to calm the public. Activists need not worry. We guarantee the exhibit to be painful, disturbing, and agonizing. William Styron, a popular novelist, author of such bestsellers as Sophie's Choice and The Confessions of Nat Turner, denounced Disney's plans in the pages of the New York Times. Styron, whose grandmother owned slaves, asserted that Disney could only mock a theme as momentous as slavery because slavery cannot be represented in exhibits. Whatever the images displayed and the technical means deployed, the artifacts of cruelty and oppression would have to be fraudulent because they would be inherently unable to define such a stupendous experience. The moral dilemmas of many whites, and especially the suffering of blacks, would be missing from the exhibit, not because such experiences could not be displayed, but because their very display would beget a cheap romanticism. Styron concluded, at Disney's Virginia Park, the slave experience would permit visitors a shudder of horror before they turned away, smug and self-exculpatory, from a world that may be dead but has not really been laid to rest. When I first read these lines, I wished a practicing historian had written them. Then it occurred to me that few historians could have done so. Indeed, my second thought was for another novelist writing about yet a third one. In a story often evoked in debates about authenticity, Jorge Luis Borges imagines that a French novelist of the 1930s produces a novel that is, word for word, a fragmentary version of Don Quixote de la Mancha. Borges insists Pierre Menard did not copy Don Quixote, nor did he try to be Miguel de Cervantes. He rejected the temptation to mimic both Cervantes' life and style as too facile. He achieved his feat after many drafts, at the end of which his text was the same as that of Cervantes. Is that second novel a fake, and why? Is it indeed a second novel? What is the relationship between Maynard's work and that of Cervantes? Disney dropped its plans for the Virginia park, much less because of the controversy about slavery than in reaction to other kinds of pressure. Still, the plans for the park can be interpreted as a parody of Borges's parody. Indeed, read against one another, the respective projects of the transnational and of Borges's fictitious writer provide a pointed lesson about the fourth moment of historical production, the moment of retrospective significance. Neither in the case of the park nor in that of the book is empirical exactitude a primary issue. Disney could gather all the relevant facts for its planned exhibits, just as the words in Maynard's final draft were exactly the same as those in Cervantes' Don Quixote. Indeed, the Disney Corporation flaunted its use of historians as paid consultants, proof, as it were, of its high regard for empirical exactitude. The limitless possibility for errors remained, but, other things being equal, one could imagine a version of Disney's America as empirically sound as the average history book. Styron, who wrote a controversial novel about slavery, knows this. He expresses concerns about empirical issues, but his emphasis is elsewhere. Styron even admits, although reluctantly, that Disney could duplicate the mood of the times. Modern Imagineers have enough means to stage virtual reality. Yet Styron remains indignant, and it is this indignation that helps him stir his way through his previous objections toward a conclusion that follows the tourist until after they turn away. Deconstruction's most famous line may be Jacques Derrida's sentence, "Il n'y a pas d'autre texte." How literally can we take the claim that there is no life beyond the text? To be sure, we may decide not to get out of the amusement park. We can argue that if Disney's Imagineers had produced the virtual reality of slavery, the paying tourist would have been projected in history. It would have mattered little then if that projection were a short or even short-sighted representation. Similarly, we may tell Borges that the issue of authenticity is irrelevant, and that both novels are the same, however awkward this phrasing. Yet, if such answers are unsatisfactory, then we need to get out of the text and look for life after Disney. And, I would argue, getting out of the text enables us also to get out of the tyranny of the facts. The realization that historical production is itself historical is the only way out of the false dilemmas posed by positivist empiricism and extreme formalism. In the subtext of Styron's objections is a fundamental premise. Disney's primary public was to be white middle-class Americans. They are the ones for whom the park was planned, if only because their aggregate buying power makes them the prime consumers of such historical displays. They are the ones most likely to have plunged into the fake agony of Disney's virtual reality. Styron does not spell out this premise, expressed only through innuendos. Perhaps he wants to avoid accusations of bending to political correctness. Perhaps he wants to avoid the issue of collective white guilt. He is careful to suggest, quite rightly in my view, that the exhibit would have misrepresented the experiences of both blacks and whites. The value of a historical product cannot be debated without taking into account both the context of its production and the context of its consumption. It may be no accident that this insight comes from a popular novelist in the pages of a mass-market daily. At any rate, few academic historians would have set the problem in these terms, for academic historians are trained to neglect the very actor that Styron or the New York Times cannot ignore, the public. The nature of that public is at the center of Styron's objections. To phrase the argument in these terms is immediately to reintroduce history, or, better, to refuse to get out of it for the seraphic comfort of the text or the immutable security of the past. Styron refuses to separate the history of slavery from that of the United States after the Civil War. He devotes just a few lines to the time after Union cavalrymen invaded his grandmother's plantation, to the fate of the ex-slaves, to Jim Crow laws and the Ku Klux Klan, and to illiteracy among blacks. He adds, almost in passing, that this post-slavery period is what actually haunts him. The time that elapsed between the demise of slavery and the planning of the Virginia Park shaped the meaning of Disney's representation of slavery. Time here is not mere chronological continuity. It is the range of disjointed moments, practices, and symbols that thread the historical relations between events and narrative. Borges's Maynard makes this complex point in simpler terms. It is not in vain that 300 years have passed, charged with the most complex happenings, among them, to mention only one, that same Don Quixote. We could parody him further. It is not irrelevant that a century of complex occurrences has passed in the United States while slavery hangs on as an issue. That U.S. slavery has both officially ended, yet continues in many complex forms, most notably institutionalized racism and the cultural denigration of blackness, makes its representation particularly burdensome in the United States. Slavery here is a ghost, both the past and a living presence. And the problem of historical representation is how to represent that ghost, something that is and yet is not. I disagree, therefore, with Styron's comment that the Holocaust Museum in Washington is illuminating and that displays of slavery in Virginia would be obscene because of some inherent difference in magnitude or complexity between the two phenomena described. That argument rests on the assumption of a fixed past. But the cost accounting of historical suffering makes sense only as a presence projected in the past. That presence, look at me now, and its projection, I have suffered, function together as a new exhibit for claims and gains in a changing present. Many European Jews who condemn projects of parody at Auschwitz or elsewhere in Poland, Germany, France, or the Soviet Union deploy the same moral arguments that Styron uses against mock plantations today in Virginia. Do displays of Jewish genocide run greater risks of being obscene in Poland than in Virginia? The illuminating value of the Holocaust Museum in Washington may be as much tied to the current situation of American Jews as to the real bodies in and around Auschwitz. Indeed, many Holocaust survivors are not sure that such a museum would be illuminating at Auschwitz itself. The crux of the matter is the here and now, the relations between the events described and their public representation in a specific historical context. These relations debunk the myth of the past as a fixed reality and the related view of knowledge as a fixed content. They also force us to look at the purpose of this knowledge. What is scary about tourist attractions representing slavery in the United States is not so much that the tourists would learn the wrong facts, but rather that touristic representations of the facts would induce among them the wrong reaction. Obviously, the word wrong has different meanings here. It denotes inaccuracy in the first case. In the second, it suggests an immoral or at least unauthentic behavior. Cascardi suggests that authenticity is not a type or degree of knowledge, but a relationship to what is known. To say that what is known must include the present will seem self-evident, but it may be less obvious that historical authenticity resides not in the fidelity to an alleged past, but in an honesty vis-a-vis the present as it represents that past. When we imagine Disney's project and visualize a line of white tourists munching on chewing gum and fatty food, purchasing tickets for the painful, disturbing, and agonizing experience promised by television ads, we are not into the past, and we should not ask these tourists to be true to that past. They were not responsible for slavery. What is obscene in that image is not a relation to the past, but the dishonesty of that relation as it would happen in our present. The trivialization of slavery and of the suffering it caused inheres in that present, which includes both racism and representations of slavery. Ironically, a visit by a Klan member actively promoting racial inequality would have stood a better chance of authenticity. At least, it would not have trivialized slavery. One understands why many practicing historians kept silent. The denunciation of slavery in a presentist mode is easy. Slavery was bad, most of us would agree. But presentism is by definition anachronistic. To condemn slavery alone is the easy way out, as trivial as Pierre Maynard's first attempt to become Cervantes. What needs to be denounced here to restore authenticity is much less slavery than the racist present within which representations of slavery are produced. The moral incongruence stems from this uneasy overlap of the two sides of historicity. Not surprisingly, survivors of all kinds are more likely than historians to denounce these trivializations. Thus, 𝒊𝒏𝒾𝑜𝒷𝑜𝑜𝓀 warns us that if Holocaust narratives, even if empirically correct, lose their relationship to the living present, Jews and perhaps non-Jews would have suffered a moral defeat, and Holocaust survivors would have been returned symbolically to the camps. Pierre Weil approves in different terms. There is no purpose to the speeches and banners that mark the 50th celebration of Auschwitz's liberation by Soviet troops. The celebrations were a vain effort by state officials throughout the West to commemorate an impossible anniversary. Survivors carry history on themselves, as 𝒊𝒏𝒾𝑜𝒷𝑜𝓀 well knows. Indeed, a key difference between U.S. slavery and the European Holocaust is that no former slaves are alive today in the United States. This physical embodiment, a historical relation carried on the self, is crucial to 𝒊𝒏𝒾𝑜𝒷𝑜𝓀's distinction between history and memory. Thus, 𝒊𝒏𝒾𝑜𝒷𝒏𝒾𝑜 worries about representations of the Holocaust once his generation is gone. But we should be careful not to push too far the distinction between various kinds of survivors. Weil, indeed, refuses to do so. As long as every living Jew, regardless of age, remains an Auschwitz survivor, one cannot celebrate the liberation of Auschwitz. We are back into this present that we thought we could escape after the death of the last man. It is from within this present that survivors, actors, and fellow narrators are asking us, what for? The meaning of history is also in its purpose. Empirical exactitude, as defined and verified in specific context, is necessary to historical production. But empirical exactitude alone is not enough. Historical representations, be they books, commercial exhibits, or public commemorations, cannot be conceived only as vehicles for the transmission of knowledge. They must establish some relation to that knowledge. Further, not any relation will do. Authenticity is required, lest the representation becomes a fake, a morally repugnant spectacle. By authenticity, I do not mean a mere simulacrum, a remake of Columbus's caravels, a mock battle on an anniversary, or an exact model of a slave plantation. Neither do I mean a plunge into the past. For how far can we plunge without trying to become Miguel de Cervantes in the way that Maynard first tried and found cheap and too easy? To be sure, injustices made to previous generations should be redressed. They affect the descendants of the victims. But the focus on the past often diverts us from the present injustices for which previous generations only set the foundations. From that viewpoint, the collective guilt of some white liberals toward the slave past of the United States or the colonial past of Europe can be both misplaced and inauthentic. As a response to current accusations, it is misplaced inasmuch as these individuals are not responsible for the actions of their chosen ancestors. As a self-inflicted wound, it is comfortable inasmuch as it protects them from a racist present. Indeed, none of us today can be true to Afro-American slavery, whether for or against it, as we can be true to ongoing practices of discrimination. Similarly, individuals in the Old World or in Latin America today cannot be true or false to a colonialism they did not live. What we know about slavery or about colonialism should indeed, increase our ardor in the struggles against discrimination and oppression across racial and national boundaries. But no amount of historical research about the Holocaust and no amount of guilt about Germany's past can serve as a substitute for marching in the streets against German skinheads today. Fortunately, quite a few prominent German historians understand that much. Authenticity implies a relation with what is known that duplicates the two sides of historicity. It engages us both as actors and narrators. Thus, authenticity cannot reside in attitudes toward a discrete past kept alive through narratives. Whether it invokes, claims, or rejects the past, authenticity obtains only in regard to current practices that engage us as witnesses, actors, and commentators, including practices of historical narration. That the foundations of such practices were set by our precursors with the added value of their respective power is an inherent effect of the historicity of the human condition. None of us starts with a clean slate. But the historicity of the human condition also requires that practices of power and domination be renewed. It is that renewal that should concern us most, even if in the name of our pasts. The so-called legacies of past horrors, slavery, colonialism, or the Holocaust, are possible only because of that renewal, and that renewal occurs only in the present. Thus, even in relation to the past, our authenticity resides in the struggles of our present. Only in that present can we be true or false to the past we choose to acknowledge. If authenticity belongs to the present, academic historians, and quite a few philosophers, may have lured themselves into a corner. The traditions of the Guild, reinforced by a positivist philosophy of history, forbid academic historians to position themselves regarding the present. A fetishism of the facts, premised on an antiquated model of the natural sciences, still dominates history and the other social sciences. It reinforces the view that any conscious positioning should be rejected as ideological. Thus, the historian's position is officially unmarked. It is that of the non-historical observer. The effects of this stance can be quite ironic, since historical controversies often revolve on relevance, and therefore, at least in part, on the positioning of the observer. Academic historians tend to keep as far away as possible from the historical controversies that most move the public of the day. In the United States, a few have intervened in the historical debates that made news in the early 1990s. The alleged role of Jews as slave owners, the Holocaust, the Alamo, the Smithsonian exhibits on the American West and on Hiroshima, or the Virginia Park Project. But many more qualified historians have kept public silence on these and similar issues. That silence even extends to debates about the national standards for history that academics seem to have abandoned to pundits and politicians. To be sure, the distance between scholarly and public discourses in the United States is extreme when compared, for instance, with the situation in France or in Germany. American scholars have largely abandoned the role of public intellectual to pundits and entertainers. But the U.S. extreme tells us something about the continuum to which it belongs. At the heart of the non-involvement of U.S. historians is the Guild's traditional attachment to the fixity of pastness. Professional historians have made good use of the creation of the past as a distinct entity, a creation that paralleled the growth of their own practice. That practice, in turn, reinforced the belief that made it possible. The more historians wrote about past worlds, the more the past became real as a separate world. But as various crises of our times impinge upon identities thought to be long established or silent, we move closer to the era when professional historians will have to position themselves more clearly within the present, lest politicians, magnates, or ethnic leaders alone write history for them. Such positions need not be fixed, nor should they imply the ideological manipulation of empirical evidence. Practicing historians who advocate a history aware of its purpose, from the presentists of the first half of this century to the leftists of the 1970s, never suggested such manipulation. Most of these advocates, however, assume the possibility of either an unambiguous narrative or of an unambiguous present. With varying degrees of certitude, they envisioned that narratives about the past could expose with utmost clarity positions solidly anchored in the present. We now know that narratives are made of silences, not all of which are deliberate or even perceptible as such within the time of their production. We also know that the present is itself no clearer than the past. None of these discoveries entails an absence of purpose. They certainly do not entail an abandonment of the search and defense of values that distinguish the intellectual from a mere scholar. Positions need not be eternal in order to justify a legitimate defense. To miss this point is to bypass the historicity of the human condition. Any search for eternity condemns us to the impossible choice between fiction and positivist truth, between nihilism and fundamentalism, which are two sides of the same coin. As we move through the end of the millennium, it will be increasingly tempting to seek salvation by faith alone, now that most deeds seem to have failed. But we may want to keep in mind that deeds and words are not as distinguishable as we often presume. History does not belong only to its narrators, professional or amateur. While some of us debate what history is or was, others take it in their own hands. Epilogue. I was looking for Columbus, but I knew that he would not be there. Down by the shore, Port-au-Prince exposed its wounds to the sun, and Harry Truman Boulevard, once the most beautiful street of Haiti, was now a patchwork of potholes. The boulevard was built for the bicentennial celebration of Port-au-Prince, which Truman helped finance right between his launching of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and the start of the Korean War. Now, it looked like a war zone, with no memory of the celebrations of which it had been the center. Only a few of the statues erected for the occasion remained. Its fountains had dried up under 2 Duvaliers. Its palm trees had shrunk, as had Haiti itself. I turned in front of the French Institute, a living monument to the impact of French culture on the Haitian elites, and drove toward the U.S. Embassy, a center of power of a different order. Above a mountain of sandbags, a helmeted black GI watched nonchalantly as a crowd of half-naked boys bathed in a puddle left by yesterday's rain. He had probably come with the occupying forces that helped restore President Jean-Bertrand Aristide to power in 1994. The story I was looking for went back to 9 years earlier. I drove by. I stopped the car at safe enough distance from the embassy and started a slow walk on the boulevard. On the buildings around the post office, conflicting graffitis asked the U.S. forces both to stay and to go home. I spotted a statue lying behind a fence across the street. A peddling artist stood next to it, selling paintings and crafts. I greeted the man and asked him if he knew where the statue of Christopher Columbus was. I had vague memories of that statue. I only remembered its existence from my adolescent wanderings. The few images I could summon came from Graham Greene's The Comedians. It was under the watchful eyes of Columbus that the heroes of that story, later played by Richard Burton and Elizabeth Taylor, consummated their illicit love. But the bust on the grass was no Columbus. The painter confirmed my doubts. No, he said, this is a statue of 𝒻𝓊𝒹𝒾𝑜𝑷𝑜𝑜𝓀. Perrotet was the leader of a nationalist army that fought the first occupation of Haiti by the United States in the 1920s. From the pictures the Marines took of him after they had crucified him on a door, I knew that he was a thin, dark man. The bust on the grass was visibly that of a white male, rather stocky. "You're sure this is Perrotet?" I asked again. "Sure is Perrotet," replied the painter. I moved closer and read the inscription. The sculpture was a bust of Harry Truman. "Where is the Columbus one?" I asked. "I don't know. I am not from Port-au-Prince," replied the man. "Maybe it is the one that used to be near the water." I walked to the place he indicated. No statue was to be found. The pedestal was still there, but the sculpture itself was missing. Someone had inscribed on the cement, Charlemagne Perrotet Plaza. Truman had become Perrotet, and Perrotet had replaced Columbus. I stood there for another half hour, asking each passerby if they knew what had happened to the Columbus statue. I knew the story. I was in Port-au-Prince when Columbus disappeared. I just wanted confirmation, a test of how public memory works and how history takes shape in a country with the lowest literacy rate on this side of the Atlantic. I was almost ready to give up when a young man recapped for me the events I had first heard about in 1986. In that year, at the fall of Jean-Claude Duvalier's dictatorship, the most miserable people of Haiti's capital had taken to the streets. They had thrown their anger at every monument that they associated with the dictatorship. A number of statues had been broken into pieces. Others were simply removed from their bases. This was how Truman came to find himself on the grass. Columbus had a different fate, for reasons still unknown to me. Perhaps the illiterate demonstrators associated his name with colonialism. The mistake, if mistake there was, is understandable. The word colon in Haitian means both Columbus and a colonist. Perhaps they associated him with the ocean from which he came. At any rate, when the angry crowd from the neighboring shantytowns rolled down the Harry Truman Boulevard, they took the statue of Columbus, removed it from its pedestal, and dumped it into the sea. We hope you have enjoyed this presentation of Silencing the Past, Power and the Production of History by michel-rolph trouillot from Beacon Press Audio, read for you by Sean Scott. Copyright 2024 by michel-rolph trouillot. This unabridged audiobook was published by Beacon Press Audio in the year 2024, which holds the copyright thereto. The book, Silencing the Past, Power and the Production of History by michel-rolph trouillot is available in print and ebook forms wherever print and ebooks are sold. Thank you for listening.